I saw something in the sky.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that I saw the aliens. That aliens, yeah, even aliens, yeah. Some because of the space, because I could not imagine that something what we are small comparing the universe, that we are the only one, in that case, in that sense. How is that possible? Even mathematically, like a billion, we have billion planets, and only Earth, it's like we
The
can
rule
live
of
on
large
the,
numbers, for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, it
something
turns
like
out
that.
there aren't billions of planets. There's just this one place here that we live.
Yeah, there
And
are a
then you
lot of
have
lights in the
then you
sky.
have gospel, then you have history about, I don't know, Spanish Inquisition, about that all religious wars, blah blah blah.
Sure, yeah.
And
I
then
think
all other
hiding the
shit,
fact that this
all
is
other
all there
shit,
is part of.
all other shit because
Captain Dan, you're
priest.
over talking Sasha over and over again. Can you please not do that?
Okay, sorry about that.
And then you have all that also in modern time, cases with whatever corruption, how to say, the person who is presenting religion, and even people started to hate the priest, in a sense, only the good ones, because people know who is the good ones, but people know who are the bad ones. This one wants this one has the big car, this one's all Orthodox fucking priests are rich. It's incredible. And I don't know for Catholics. I hope so. I think that they are also rich. And that is. I don't want to go too much now left, or I want to point it out why atheist existing. Because of that kind of some kind of also. Uh, Look what they did. That cannot be in the name of the God.
Yeah.
But they did that in the name of the God. That means fuck.
Well,
Yeah.
the interesting thing about that is, like Elijah brings up from time to time, he says like, and this came from the church. Well, and he's saying that facetiously because what he's referring to are the Jesuits, and only people that don't know would think that that means, therefore, that's the church is to blame. Well, this is called an
Yeah.
overgeneralization.
For
But
me, gospel, it is not my understanding. I always in my life, I always separate religion and church.
yeah,
Always, because church is for me institution, and I don't know what happened there and what is happening. But religion
sure.
is something else, something what people believe, like something good. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why I pointed out, and for the sake of the conversation, to maintain as much peace as possible, it's a personal thing, and I think that those words I was using, like discernment, scrutiny, evaluation, testing, that is a personal journey that each and every person I encourage to use those concepts to work through what you understand to be true, and you know it should go well with you if you do those things. That is
I,
my understanding, at least.
it should. If I'm interesting, I'm not interesting to do that thing. It would be nice, maybe for me but not to read Bible, to read all of them. All of them from
Good
the
luck.
start. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Good
don't
luck.
think the general Christian today cares to scrutinize what he's been taught. He just sucks it in and just goes with it.
Yeah, overgeneralizations just suck in general, just for the record.
But
Yeah,
Gospel, I want to
I
tell
would
you one
say that
important thing about science that
very few would do that.
science, after 40 years, 45 years, science on the end told me that God exists, and that was for me like, oh my God! I through the science I realized that God or not exist, that we had creator. I could put it like that, because yeah, everything else like for me was information. You cannot have anything with that thing. It should come for everything or anything. It must come from somewhere. It cannot. come from nowhere or nothing or blah, and it's developing. That means it must be somebody who put anything to name it, to put it inside and to say this is water, and then we say that is water, How you can have water in space? How water was made in space during the Big Bang, only on the Earth in all? How was that process? I don't understand. Who can explain me that?
I don't know
Bro,
because water vaporizes whenever it's in a vacuum. That's why I
yeah.
pull vacuums on AC systems
Well,
to make sure the moisture's out.
that's why they say all the water in space is ice. But then you would have sublimation, which was no, there's a word for it. Is it? I think it is sublimation. Yeah, sublimation. Ice to gas.
That's
But
correct. Yep.
yeah, but then they say that the rockets, these comets are millions and millions.
Guess you got a call.
Something that
Y'all heard that crap? Millions of millions. Or was it just me?
It was probably a call,
God.
like someone calling him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was going to say that comets supposedly come from millions and millions of miles away and all that. There is no millions and millions of miles away.
Yeah, but you have that explosion, and now in that explosion, what is happening? Chemical process. I don't understand. It
They
speed
just make it
in
up.
that
They
in
literally
in
just
that
make it up,
in
these
that
answers.
in that explosion you need to get gravity, because that will after made the Earth, but around Earth will be gravity. That means everything. How?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I actually, Orion, if you're there, I think I just came up with a brilliant new Hollywood film series. Instead of Saw, call it Flowers, and the psychopath antagonist of the film series just finds creative ways to kill people with flowers. What do you think, guys? Promising premise?
Say keep your day job.
Agreed.
Come on. Come on. Okay. Did anybody see Shaun of the Dead? It would be like the Shaun of the Dead of horror movies.
Yeah,
No?
it'd be dead all right.
Oh, gee. No love at all. I think that has promise. It's so twisted and ironic.
Thought what you're gonna say was like instead of the mass murderer killing people, he finds creative ways to give them like nice bouquets and a fruit basket or something.
No, I was definitely going dark with it. I just thought it was hilarious because of the conversation we were having. I was like, man, pushing daisies, yes,
Pushing daisies. That's what you.
yes, that's brilliant. Oh my gosh.
You're starting to sway me now.
No, that was Orion. That's all. He's going to be the moneymaker with that idea. Pushing daisies. Oh my gosh. Somebody's going to hear this, a year from now. 5 years down the road, there's this horror movie, and people are like, "Bro, that on Discord by a dude that was
Some
just
guy in
making a
Discord told
joke."
me. How good Discord will work in 10 years from now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't. It's a really. I don't know. I think that Discord, at least the way that Discord is, something either it or something very similar to it will exist um, indefinitely.
We'll see why not. People love it. I mean, you get to come and talk to people, like-minded individuals. You can't find that in real life if you're like me.
Oh, whoops.
I got all kinds of wacky ideas. Seemingly wacky to the indoctrinated.
Who did I send it to? Oh, what do we have here? Yeah, there's been people popping in and out of the VC all day, but they don't last very long.
I assume there's no globe people here. Could you explain the globe to us? Kind of fruitless in here.
Yeah, what do you want to know about the globe story? I can explain it just fine.
Oh. Well, coming from a flat Earth mindset, right?
No. Since when does anybody in this server that's having the conversation put some type of finesse or spin on the representation of the globe model? Do you think that the flat earthers here straw man the globe?
I don't know. I probably asked that wrong. Um, oh, I mean, are you really a globe believer? That you're
No,
spinning?
I know the heliocentric model extremely well.
Oh, that's what I meant. I just to clarify, like you could explain their answers to everything.
Yeah, you in order to falsify it, it's good to have a good understanding of it. All right,
Absolutely.
LG, say hello, LG. LG with a little sprinkle of blasphemy. Would you like to say hello to everyone? LG in the VC.
Make sure you say hello to Jamesy or Benny.
Yeah, say hello to Jimsy right now. Living.
Living man.
Because I have a suspicion that I know who this is.
People, we have the living God with us.
No,
Hallelujah.
no, we have an LG shell.
That's a nice rework there. I agree with that.
Yeah. Come on, LG. You're not saying anything because you know that within 3 seconds of you uttering half of a syllable, you know that it's already over. Is that why? Hold on. LG BBQ. Give it a try again. I'll give you 5 seconds, LG. Dun dun
Now
dun.
he's only a living God wannabe, so I appreciate that demotion there.
Yeah. Oh well. See you in a day or two, or never.
When someone says they're the living God, is that like a troll thing, or what do they actually mean? Because I've
This
seen
isn't.
people.
Yeah, this is not the first time that P Drinker has made, or let me just rephrase this. P Drinker has made many screen names involving some type of blasphemy leaning screen name. I don't know what he thinks of himself exactly, but it stands to reason he thinks he's pretty special. So I don't know.
I've been here like in a calm moment, and he's capable of having a conversation, like
Oh yeah,
just being normal for
but you
whatever that means.
understand that it has been um, emphatically and decisively uh, elected or chosen, demanded, required that he's a BOS. Ban on
Sight.
site. Yeah. Some people acquire that status of notoriety that they just get BOS status. Boss. Total boss, man. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think they left the server, which checks out. Two 233. They left this. They came to the server, left the server, came back to the server within under 60 seconds, and then left the server, and then came back in 5 minutes. Zippity doo.
And LG has returned.
What? How? Who did that?
I don't know, but he was there and now he's gone again.
Oh, he left. He left the server so that he could circumvent the cognitive dissonance roll. How did he de-roll himself of cogdis?
Don't know.
Because that's what just happened. Yeah, he left the server and came back. Okay. I know what to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly what to do with that. Roll circumvention. Bye. What? No noob. That was a veteran. A veteran of stolen valor. Anybody else watch Jameson Travels? Or Angry Cops? You're missing out.
Only you.
Whatever, man. Jameson's Travels is a good channel. He's fun. And then Angry Cops is just hilarious. Here. Here's Jameson's Travels. And here's Angry Cops.
What do they do on Angry Cops?
Yeah, right. So he used to be a police officer, and in like New York or something. I can't remember where. And obviously he's military veteran as well. But he would make funny videos. I think actually on Vine, if I'm not mistaken, and he made some controversial statements years ago and ended up, I guess, getting fired or asked to resign, one or the other. And it was pretty funny. But now he's a YouTuber primarily, and yeah, he's hilarious. He's got 1.15 million subscribers, and he's doing the thing. He banters with Brandon Herrera because they share similar interests. And then Jameson's Travels, he has 783,000 subscribers, so he's up there, but not as much as Angry Cops.
I'm gonna share one with you that I will say from the travel channels. This is a pretty cool one. It's kind of very organic the way he goes to many countries.
Okay.
He's a South African guy. Probably you've seen him. Kurt. Let me see.
Is this the guy that gives money? Oh no.
Bro, watch some of his videos. Definitely, as a travel channel, it's pretty good.
Gotcha.
Since
Yeah, there's
you
a
got
South African guy I'm subscribed to that like gives money to homeless people and then video logs it and stuff. I forget the name of the channel, but he's a pretty neat guy. Yeah, I'll check that out.
yeah, it's a good one, I'll say. He just goes to a country and he stays there for weeks and months, sometimes at a time, and he
Wow,
just
yeah.
lives there, stays there for a long time, meets people, stay with them, and yeah, he's been to many countries in South America, the Middle East. It's he's been to yeah to he spent the time just doing hanging out with people that live there and stuff and doing the things that everybody do in whatever country he's at, which is kind of cool.
The guy I was talking about is I don't know what letter this is. I think it's BL, Bill Fakathy, whatever name that is. Benny, what are you got some good art skills. I was just thinking. I wonder, have you also worked on Ladies Night graphics? Are you behind any of those? Curious.
I didn't make any like official ones, but I do have one.
Gotcha. Yeah, I like the most
I'll
recent
share
one you
it.
did.
Yeah.
That you were sharing with the 3 points and everything. That's good.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think I've seen that, Sasha.
Here's my ladies' night one. Send it in the group.
Yeah, that's nice. Technically, you could use that other one as your base to do, Ladies' Night announcements too. The The one up above the flat Earth 24/7 with the moon and the sun and the flat horizon.
Yeah, that's the style I've been doing recently because I like how the sky has like layers to it, but always evolving my style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm going to have a link to the video with the laser test down the railroad tracks. I do not. Laser.
What do you think about this one I just sent?
Yeah, maybe you didn't hear my feedback. I'd given a bunch of feedback when you posted that last time. Were you able to hear me talking?
No, I might have missed it.
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't a big fan, mostly because it implies it's to me it makes me think of the thing floating out in outer space.
Right.
So here's why I like the other one way more than this one. The other one is the way that we see Earth as human beings who live here, whereas it's very unrelatable to look at the whole of Earth all at once.
Totally.
But that's what people want, and it's interesting that that's what people want. But yeah, like my comments were it gets really tricky when you go to the level of trying to show the whole Earth, because then you have to kind of pick sides on what you're going to represent. Are you going to show pillars? Are you going to show corners? Are you going to show the firmament? Are you going to show water underneath the Earth? Are you going to show water above the firmament or the barrier? Like, are you going to show these things or not? And then somebody's going to be a critic. But when you demonstrate what we all see with the flat horizon and everything, it's just a more relatable and less opportunity for people to be able to straw man an argument against you or anything like that.
No, totally. Yeah, I've been with the other one. I actually took, like you said, a perspective, which I'm not the best at perspective drawing. Um, but I actually really like the one that you like because it took me the longest to do.
Lionel, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I'm gonna mute right now. Hold on.
Yeah, it sounds like Darth Vader in a fan, or anyway.
Sorry.
So
It's actually Transformers. Transmorphers.
Yeah, Lionel's transforming.
My gosh.
That's the old school
Um,
transformer sounded like.
Yeah. True. I like the light pastel color, artistically, of the circular one that you did there. I definitely like the color scheme or palette, from an artistic standpoint, but it makes more sense the way that you have it in the other graphic. I think it's great the way that it is.
Definitely noted.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I've been going through different like cultures and how they've interpreted
Yeah.
the drawing, like how they draw it, and then like, you know, modernized it so it's like clean cut and all that stuff. But yeah, totally. I like where you're coming from with the other one, especially because I can change the color schemes and go with like different locations on Earth.
Yeah.
Like that one's kind of like the beach. You know, I can do like salt flats and other stuff like that. So
Sure.
that one's
Yeah, you could actually change the general location to represent maybe even the different continents in a lot of ways. Show a Saharan type thing, show a desert type thing, a jungle, maybe, um, beach, mountains, snow. Yeah, you could definitely make a whole series of them. Turn them into NFTs, recoup some of your time.
totally.
Well, I mean, you might make nothing from it. If I'm not mistaken, it's around $20 to $30. The process could be wrong, or you could,
I've been working on. Go ahead.
I was just going to say you could, instead of doing it yourself, you could connect with somebody that kind of already is doing the NFT stuff, and then just be like, hey, I'd like you to do this, and I'd just like, if you make anything off of it, just give me a portion. I don't know. There's ways.
Anyone who knows how to do an NFT, hit me up.
Yeah.
I really like the ones that I really like doing are the infographics. I don't know if you saw the one about curvature. I like that you can
You're roboting a little.
curvature copy into the groups, and it takes the background out so it looks flush with the chat. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Seems to have cleared up,
Sorry.
maybe.
Yeah, I moved. I like how you can put a PNG into the chat and it takes the background away.
Yes, that is a nifty function of Discord. I agree.
That's kind of why I've been doing. You know how you say like, oh, you can include the firmament, blah blah blah, because you can get it just from an artistic, not like a complete logical perspective. It just looks really good. Not that it's accurate. But like this one, this is what I've been working on, so I could have like.
You upgraded that old graphic. Is that right?
Totally.
Basically.
Yes. I actually did the calculations myself in Excel.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, Bendy. I like the drop shadow on
Not
the
nine.
globe.
The opposite of 9.
You want us to use words like excellent, Jimsy? Is that what's going on right now?
Totally
You
radical.
should.
That's good.
Yeah, when I understand enough about how to make a solid argument, I want to have all these graphics. So if I do make a YouTube video, I have my own style on things. Just because when you take into consideration how used to like Globers are so used to like really nice CGI and they got short attention spans. So hey, this
Yeah.
is in segmented parts for you to understand. Okay, now let's go to the next point.
Hey, look at this. Add globe math. Boom. That was easy.
Add it to the database.
You don't have your signature on there at all.
That's
Do you
okay.
want to add it? I can remove it and add it back.
Do you think it matters?
I do not think it matters unless it hurts your feelings that you're not getting
No.
credit for making that graphic.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Well, even though my name is there, anytime that I use that, I will clarify that the Bendy Water made it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. That's
Do
good.
you have any other, just kind of a question? You seem pretty well versed on the matter. So, like curvature, so I have the graphic and I can easily go over like the black swan. But for like my next points in like say this, YouTube video,
Without
what would
having
you
to read both of those from top to bottom, what's the difference between the two?
Which thing are you talking about, Godrockin?
Hello?
Godrockin? Hello? Are you hot micing, Godrockin, and talking to somebody else?
Sorry, I had my speakers off.
Oh.
Did
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's the difference between those two graphs, if you don't mind?
Oh, I just turned it into a meme so that it could be referenced later on with the keyword globe math.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because we had something that was similar to this, but he just made it look better. So I just turned it into a meme, and now it can be called up anytime somebody needs it with the keyword globe math.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Did you see this, Bendy?
And anybody access the memes or no?
No, I think it might be golden up.
Okay.
Did you see this? I made this, but I am under the impression that it could definitely be enhanced or improved. Not that it necessarily needs to be, but yeah, I'm no graphic designer, so. But this is another quote unquote black swan example.
So, since you made this, from your interpretation, how are you reading this? Do you start with the top corner?
Yeah, that's a great question. That probably exposes exactly why I have a problem with my own graphic, is because I'm not even lining things up in a logical way that tells a story. So that is a problem. But what would be best would be to communicate clearly from Georgia at this lookout position at this elevation, which is that 1628. You can see Kentucky and Virginia, which is an elevation height of 2,440 feet, but based on the globe calculator, or however you would say that exactly, the target hidden height should be 6,328 feet. So what we see, we shouldn't be able to see based on the globe math. Now, I was thinking about changing this anyway because it just so happens that South Carolina is not 80 miles away, as it says on that stone. South Carolina is actually almost 120 miles away. So they grossly are misrepresenting the distance of Kentucky and Virginia. They're grossly misrepresenting the distance of South Carolina. They are misrepresenting the distance to North Carolina, and they are also technically misrepresenting the distance to Alabama because of angles. But
Totally. Do you
Alabama's
know
kind
those
of
numbers? We could.
a moot point. I was just using Google Earth.
So would it be wrong, in your opinion, to just like edit those mileages on that stone? Do you think that would be like inaccurate of a
Oh, I hear
representation?
what you're saying. I didn't consider doing that because I would expect somebody to be like, now you're the one that's lying. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's best to
Totally.
leave. I think it's best to leave it as is, so that I'm trying to zoom in here and give you a hot link to.
Well, even with the numbers that they show on this stone, it still doesn't match the globe model, does it?
Correct. That's correct. Even at the distances that they give, if you put those distances into an Earth curve calculator, you find out very quickly that it doesn't work even based on the numbers that they give. But the numbers that they give are wrong. So.
And they're all shorter, mysteriously, right?
They're all very underrepresented. Yeah, they deflate the numbers. Yeah.
Now, is this the way the stone appears in real life? I mean, when they went out and put this stone in the ground, put these arrows on it, and put these numbers on it, that they physically and literally misrepresented this stuff and installed this thing for people to go and stand on and look at, and they're all misrepresentations. Is that what you're saying?
I think that they're estimates from historical data that are inaccurate estimates. That's my best guess as to what's going on.
I think it's proof of intracontinental drift. And maybe those places have drifted closer towards one another because of the spinning ball, you know?
That's funny.
Oh, boy.
The distances are, according to Google Maps and Google Earth, are further. And the numbers on those stones are at least 120 years old, if not 150 years old. So, yeah, whatever that's about, I don't know why. You know, it seems
Let's go.
it's. What's that?
I was gonna say, let's go take an acid wash to that bitch.
Yeah, it needs corrected because, again, it's about 148 miles. Well, there you go, 146.8 miles exactly, according to Google Earth. You know, as accurate as that may or may not be, you know, it's what we have. And then again, South Carolina is horribly wrong. Like 80 miles versus 116 miles. That is horribly wrong. Like, that's not, you know, tomato. That is gross misrepresentation.
It's over 25%.
Almost 50%.
Yes.
Yeah. Almost 50%. Yeah. Oh, I get what you're saying. I'm sorry. It's almost 50% further is what I meant to say. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, using that link should take you to the spot. Let me see if it works. I'm opening up in a different browser. Yep. So if you follow that link, it will that link will take you to the spot where the lookout is, and that's where I drew my line and all that stuff.
It makes you wonder if they were this out in the distance from only, say, the last 50 to 80 years since this rock city was created. What's the potential that Eratosthenes and his mile distance markers and his angle measurements and everything would be at the precision that they claim it to be?
Yeah.
If we see that 50 to 80 years can generate massive variations in distances, and you often find it with like a road sign that says like 20 miles to the next place, and then you actually drive it and you see that it was 18 on your vehicle or 17, or vice versa. It
Yeah.
said that it was 17 and it's 20. So they're out on these kind of things for a really long time.
Yep.
Which is why no man has never, or how does it say in the Bible, put the measuring tape against this place?
Yeah. I think about that from time to time and just go, isn't that funny? Everybody's wanting a big picture of the whole thing, and you're asking for a hypothetically impossible thing. Isn't that funny?
Exactly.
Right triangle. Now, this was the other thing that I thought was super fun. 5, and then we would do what was the other angle? 2 point. Here, I'll just copy this.
Well, if it's flat, I mean, if the Earth is truly flat, then you should be able to see from edge to edge, right? No obstruction.
What?
No. Should be able to see for infinity, man. What are you talking about?
All right. Hey,
At
check
least.
this out. Flat Earth solar. You've heard the term the Rayleigh criterion?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, for sure. 1.22
right.
times the aperture.
Ditto.
You see what I put in the voice text there? Earth curve is just a hijacking of angular resolution, and I think it is hilarious.
Yeah, I do too as well. I just can't imagine.
Because angular resolution limit is 0.02, and it just so happens when you throw it in, the Earth curve calculator that you get almost exactly 0.02 on your degree. It just so happens. That's pretty funny stuff right there to me. All right, Chan. Please say hello, Chan. I saw your mic light up, Chan. Don't run away from saying hello. All right, I'll give you another chance. Oh, Chan is playing games. Great, we'll give you one more. Third time's a charm. You want to say hello, Chan? Say hello. Functioning microphone.
I'll just bail rather than speak.
But keep coming back. What is the sense in that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, thank you for that link, Tony. That's
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Oh, that's the same link. Yeah, I think I have this saved. Same one. Yeah, that guy the other day. He was having a really difficult time with this.
But Gospel Bear, your that thing you posted about the eye height being 5 feet to 100-mile target, then the triangle below, at the bottom of the list of things, it says angle beta. And angle beta is almost 90 degrees, but then they're showing the angle up in the top apex of the triangle and not the 90 degree. So angle beta should actually be where that little square box is between little a, little b.
No. The height A is so low in comparison to the distance of B.
Tiny angle of 1.98. Okay. I see.
Yeah. So the alpha angle, and here's the point, the limit, the Rayleigh criterion is that 0.02 degree angle. And it just so happens, and the 100 miles is, I just threw a number in there. That's besides the point. This is about horizon distance. It's specifically about the horizon distance of 2.7 miles, at 5 foot. Well, it just so happens that is the angular resolution limit. If that's not a hijacking, I'm not sure what hijacking means. Facetiously stated, of course. Alrighty. This means, all right. Cancel order.
Boy, what a rabbit hole this thing about light is, right? It's pretty wild. Seems like the
I
more
don't.
you look. Go.
I just wanted to say I don't think light is a thing. I think it's what something does.
Yes, that's what I'm more coming in line with myself.
The effect.
Yeah, it's just an effect of a perturbation of the medium. Like,
Like that last picture that you posted, where it's got it on the X, Y, and Z axis.
yeah,
If you've ever seen the GIF for how that actually looks when it's 3-dimensional, as the purple portions are contracting and expanding, in exactly the opposite timing, the green ones are expanding and contracting. And it looks like an object that's going from tall to wide to tall to wide to tall to wide. And then when you go down even deeper, it's in a toroidal, sort of like in a conical type pattern, on top of going up and down and sideways in a wave. It's nuts. Like what kind of force can get something to move upward and stop it at the top of the curve, send it back down, stop it at the bottom of the curve, and send it back upwards again? People just think a wave pattern is normal because I draw the squiggle on a piece of paper. It's like, what the fuck? How?
Well, isn't it mind blowing? Because if this creator created all these natural laws, that I mean, it would seem like he, whoever that is, would have to have created those. It's just mind blowing to me that how could all of that be set up? Like, how could the parameters? Like, there's so much that we don't understand. I mean, there's way more we don't understand about all of this than what we do. We barely are peeking at just like a tiny little fraction of what's actually going on. It's so wild.
Yeah, just surface level understanding, and it's probably 10 miles deep. You're right, Sonny.
Yeah. It's like the iceberg thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what is my question is like, what is holding all of these natural laws together? There's some fundamental force that's like created these things that are like unseen, but yet they're there.
I think it's my personal opinion is that we all live in this toroidal field, and the plane that goes through the center, and I think that's what causes all matter to stick together. I think if we were outside of the toroidal field, that matter wouldn't even be able to be possible. You wouldn't have dirt, you wouldn't have wood, you wouldn't have our bodies, our skin, or whatever. I think it's all contingent upon being inside of this realm that was created specifically for all these things to happen.
Yeah.
And I think outside of it, they don't. That's just my.
I would just say, Godrockin, that you must add magnetic toroidal field, because it's the magnetic field that they describe around us as magnetic, as toroidal.
Yeah, I'm not saying I understand the whole concept of it, but I just feel like that within this toroidal field, whatever it consists of, however it's designed, the magnetism, all of it combined is what makes it possible for us to be here and live the way we do and everything else to be here. I think that inside this realm, in this field, and these fields of whatever, magnetism and whatever else, I think that's a very special combination of everything that's needed for matter to stick together and for things to be the way they are. That's just, that's maybe a really vague description of it, but that's what I honestly believe. It's the same thing Witsit believes too. We talked about it before, and outside of this realm, I don't think that things are the same. It's a whole different set of laws, a whole different set of everything.
And God's realm, can you imagine what tools would this intelligence be using to put together things that are created with energies that are behind the screen or the veil, like we see reality? And then like what's even more astonishing is, like, think about this idea. Was it Bohm or Bohr? I forget which one of the physicists. I think it might be Bohm that talked about how that the mind actually, that like when we look at something, that our mind is not actually creating, but it's actually causing to come to fruition what is already there. It's hard to even talk about in words.
No, that's kind of the same in a different way. That's kind of the same thing I was saying.
About light. Mm-hmm.
It's just that things just, without the environment we're in, then we wouldn't have everything we have here. It just wouldn't exist, I don't think.
Yeah, it would have. Yeah, it has to have those parameters that we talked about electromagnetism, electrostatics.
All of it, everything. Even I'm sure there's stuff we don't even know about. But
the layering of fields, like you talked about fields, there's apparently, it seems to be layering or something of these fields. Like I don't know. And there's a layering of the sky above us. It appears to be different layers that, like, different lights are on in a different area on a different screen, moving at a different speed.
The rainbow represents some of that, I think. The layering effect of the light coming down. I think the rainbow is a good representation of this layering you're talking about.
I'm actually talking about a physical layering of the lights. They're in different places. So they're on a different disc, or they're on a different screen that's rotating like a clock at different speeds. They're in different places. Some are
when
closer.
you look into
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you look into some of this work that the guys have done on this toroidal fields, you need two counter toroidal fields, one above and one below, and then you get something called the dielectric inertial plane, and that plane is where all existence. It's where all existence can occur.
Yeah.
Inside of these, I've posted a pic in Livestream. But visually, when you see that, it's like you were saying about how this was spoken into existence, how a wave's properties was set in the beginning of any wave. It'll have an apex and a trough, and it'll have an amplitude between those 2 points, but it's always set. It's always confined by this idea or the system. There was a post earlier up in the stream where it was a quote out of the Bible where God said he made the ocean so powerful and roaring, but they're bound by the sand.
Yeah.
And that little bit of sand, that water will never cross. That raging ocean can never go over that little patch of white sea sand. And we know that the water distributes that sand continuously. It's always eroding the sand and redepositing. Right. But somehow it can never erode that layer to be able to go further. Or very infrequently, should I say. There are certain conditions that do cause hypererosion. But how a little layer of sand or a little patch of sand can hold back all the might of the ocean. Yeah. How this wave properties is designed this way. Then you think about the as above, so below. There is a realm below that the bad forces will inherit. And then there's a realm above where those that gain enlightenment will inherit. And it's this juxtaposition that we're on this dielectric inertial plane, and that's called a plane. And in all magnetic studies, they've always called it the dielectric inertial plane. It's not the flat earthers that called it this. And it's so mind-blowing that when you realize the flat earth connection to the magnetism side of things, that there's just so much truth that was always given to us, but we just thought of it as some like imaginary plane. It's just a fiction, No, but there is one.
We're standing on it, for hell's sakes.
So we're standing, we're right on the dialectic plane. So that makes so much sense if you can digest that, because it makes a lot of sense about and a lot of different areas, such as propagation of light and electromagnetism propagation, all those types of things, even airwaves.
Yep. It's all possible because we're inside of this toroidal field with the dielectric plane.
So
I do believe that thoroughly. I just had this epiphany one day, and I just got this feeling that has everything to do with our existence, everything. And when you say things were spoken into existence, yeah, certain frequencies or a certain, like just like God spoke things into existence, a frequency sent through this realm would cause certain elements to just automatically bond together and stick together. Like when he raised the earth up out of the water, it's because he spoke this frequency, and all of a sudden, all these molecules just gathered up and did their thing because they were basically commanded to with this frequency, and it created them. That's what I think. I mean, maybe that's a little too vague, but
No, it's cymatic. It's based on cymatics.
yeah.
We show a frequency and we watch the particles coalesce.
Yep.
We watch them recombine into a shape like a heart, or like a leaf, or like the lotus flower, the 5-petal flower, or a 6-petal flower, or a 12-petal. You can get all of those shapes through a frequency.
Yep.
In the Kabbalah, I think it was, that the Jews were searching for the sentence for creation, or the words of creation. So since the beginning of time, the ancient Jews, or the most, what would you say, conventional type, have been looking for what was that sentence, what was uttered to create this. And it's exactly what you were saying now, like what frequency or what. And when you go back to the ancient Hebrew had, there was so much wisdom to the language. So if you look at the first few sentences of Genesis, and they go and study it in the Hebrew, it's like the number of syllables correlate, and there's other layers of intelligence built into this text that our modern vernaculars seem to have lost that same. I don't know. I'm having a bit of a lack of words
The
now.
Hebrew has some sort of cymatic factor to it. The way it's spoken and the word has an effect into, let's say, water, or a cymatic effect. That's kind of like, it has some type of factor of that. The way is designed, the language.
But there was a different word than the cymatic effect. Can you remember what it was, Jamesy?
No.
Like they made a specific reference saying Hebrew possesses, and then there's a word for it's like some aspect of it. Like the word is what it sounds like and what it is, and it's got the right number of like syllables. And there's layers and layers of intelligence to that language. It's probably why they needed to strip it from our mainstream.
I don't know the term you're looking for, but find it and share it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Yahi Orah, Vaihi Orah. I mean, it's not really, I don't know. Yahi Orah, Vaihi Orah. That's it.
And what does that mean, gospel? What does that mean?
That's just let there be light, and there was light. Oh no. I chuckle at the idea of people searching for the code of creation, because I can't help but think that these little things that were made think that they could be the one who makes, because they found something out.
Right. Yeah, that's
But
pretty strange, because I can say all of a sudden I know these secret words that create these secret frequencies and different that and this and that, and then all of a sudden you have the power of creation. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty funny. You're right.
now imitation, I think imitation can be demonstrated over and over again, like with cymatics. It's imitating a higher thing. Is my personal opinion that you can't cross, that there's a chasm, that there's a line, that there's a categorical separation between creation and creator. That's my personal opinion. But it seems to me that there are certain people with certain ideologies that believe that there is no distinction between the two, and that ultimately one can fold into the existence of, or not the existence, because that's still the wrong word, fold into becoming the one who makes.
Yeah,
by becoming one with the universe. So what they're doing when they believe that, my opinion, is they are not deducing, they are downgrading the meaning of creator into the creation itself, refusing to acknowledge a distinction, and requiring the logical conclusion after that process, which would be that creation, that all matter itself creates itself ad infinitum, ignoring any possible infinite regress fallacies, and refusing to acknowledge infinite regress fallacies, refusing to acknowledge the what's the other natural law, the law of causality. These are the sorts of things that I think you have to abandon in order to go down that road. Not that acknowledging these things that can be demonstrated in our reality exist, like the imitations, and quoting, maybe some would call it a signature, or just like the golden ratio and any other patterns that you find in our reality. Those patterns are really nifty and neat.
I like to think of them as clues.
Yeah. Some people think of them as tools to become God, and I don't think that the people that think that ever put it in those words. I don't think that they admit that that's what they're doing, because they think, well, I mean, you're taking it too far. I don't want to become God. I just want to have unlimited power.
Yeah, I just want the power of creation. I don't want to be God.
Yeah.
That's pretty weird.
I don't know. I think about these things, and then I think about. Go ahead.
I don't think the human body in our form has the ability to utter the frequencies that are needed for creation. I don't think it's something that we possess. That's my opinion. I mean, even if we knew what the words were or the frequencies, I don't think we can produce them. I don't think it's part of our makeup. I don't think that's who we are.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a subjective thing, or a matter of opinion, because I'm over here going, well, what was the creator? Frequency, or the one who made, which was the creator? The frequency, or the one who invented frequency?
Who invented it and created it?
Yeah, I mean,
and uttered it. He's also the one who uttered it as well.
If you think about it this way, sorry if I intervene here very quick. Since we are within the frame of his creation, which is the painting, so to say, I like to use the painting. which means everything that he has created is some type of frame, which means he does not need to be within that frame. Nothing that he has created must be a part of him, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So like the same way as let me just keep it like this. Yeah. So nothing that he creates, if it's frequency, if it's the laws of physics, whatever, nothing must be a frame that he needs to apply to, right? Because he sets the timeline, he sets all sorts of things, but it doesn't mean that anything of this does or exists within his reality of existence, which means it's just vanity if man thinks he can find something out which will give him the equivalent of being a creator such as him, because we are just grasshoppers within a frame, and we need to accept that fact that he is the one who created everything. He is the one who created the ability that we can sit here and speak to each other and whatnot. So it's just men who think for themselves that they can find a state of getting anywhere like 0.000000001% close to what he is vanity. You will never reach anything that is close to his or him, who he is, because it says everything that is weak in man is the strength of him and so forth. No, the weakness of him is even stronger than anything you will ever find, so to say. So I just can't quote it as exactly as it is, as it is written in English. But yeah, I don't know. No, I actually think that everything is a certain limitation and frame, and I think he has not put himself in any of what he has created, either if it's frequency or whatnot. I mean, in the end of the day, if he spoke everything into existence, and we know everything is vibration and frequency and so forth, it is his frame or mesh or however you want to look at it, that he can form, that he can change, that he created, and that has it doesn't even need to say anything about his like his place of dwelling or existence, like where he what his circumstances are or whatnot. We cannot know, right?
I agree with that. So what it kind of sounds like what you're saying is that we're only seeing the effect of whatever he is doing. I'll just use the word he. So that made me think of something though when I was listening to you just now, that there's these people that apparently they're in this battle against this creator, and they've put us in the middle. I think that was an epiphany. They've put us in the middle to fight their battles for them. They're the ones that are having its battle with God. They want to be the creators. They're in competition. There's these men, they're in competition with God. How crazy is that for all these years?
Some knowingly, some seemingly unknowingly. Like, if you love the trees so much that you think the tree is your daddy, if you love the trees that much, you might not be thinking that you're at war with the creator. You may just think that you're, that you love trees or whatever, So I don't know. I give people the benefit of the doubt. I think that sometimes there's some ignorance involved in people's activities.
Yep.
Ignorance is only bad if you're willfully ignorant, in my opinion.
Yeah. So that's down the ladder from like the people that actually know, I would say, are probably the ones that are controlling everything that we are experiencing in life here on Earth right now. the controllers. They're the ones that hold the responsibility for their actions in this.
Good day,
And
boys. Oh, sorry.
and like I would like to say this because I used to have a lot of vengeance in my heart to like, but vengeance is the Lord's. Like I don't, I
Whoa,
like
we've
you're
got
in that mode.
triple joiners.
Let me back off so you can talk to these new people. But yeah,
Well, you can talk to them too. I'm just mentioning that we have, I guess, just double
I'm getting ready. I'm gonna
Go like
unbidden.
on him, boys. Sit back and watch you flex.
So crab and turtle. They're
crab and turtle. Hell, they're sort of related. They live in the ocean.
There's a dark Imperium too.
Crab, you can say hello.
Welcome to the chat.
Hello.
Crab. Uno, dos, tres. All right, we will do this to crab.
I like turtles and crabs.
I like turtles. All right, turtle. You
Hello.
can say hello.
I said hello. Hello.
Yeah. Thank you, Morvis. I assumed as much. That wasn't.
What?
Thank you.
Oh,
So,
you're welcome.
turtle, what brings you to the server?
Oh, I just don't understand flat earthing, so I want to learn about it. Is that all right?
Oh yeah, of course it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So you heard about it, and you're like, "Yeah, I got some questions." You got any questions?
I mean, not really. Why has no one been to the edge? Actually, that's my question.
What edge?
What edge?
Well, if it's a flat Earth, there's got to be an edge to it, right?
Why?
Who said that?
Me right now.
Okay, well, where did you hear that from, though? I'm just curious.
Well, it's not going to not have an edge, right?
Why is that?
Well, if we don't know what the extremities are, we're not going to say that it's something that we don't know about. So that's why I asked where you got that information, because none of us in here think or believe or say we know there's an edge. No one's been there.
So what is there then?
A big patrol boat.
That's a
Big
great
patrol boat that
question.
will stop you.
Santa Claus.
Guys, whoa.
I'm just joking.
Turtle.
Yeah.
There's land, and there's oceans.
Yep.
And there's one of the things that we see about water. For water to be in a place, water must be contained.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And then one of the other things we see is for air or gas pressure to be in a place, it
Right.
must be contained.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have these observations that we make about reality, and we just go, yeah, there's oceans, there's lakes, there's land. If you go really far south, there seems to be this really cold place with the highest average elevation in the world, apparently. I mean,
Okay.
that's the stat, right? And then if you go east or west, you just keep on going around in a circle. You could go east, east, east. You bump into land, you go around it, and then you keep going east, and then you bump into more land, you keep going east. You just go east, 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 over and over again. You're just going circle, circle, circle. Same with west. Same with west. Just
But
it's
that
the
would
way that
work
it is.
because it's a globe, surely.
No, but that's also valid with a central North Pole. If there's a central North Pole, then east is a circle tracing around that central North Pole. And this is both valid on a globe or on a flat plane. So if you were 1 mile away from the North Pole and you were tethered with a piece of string to the North Pole and you started looking east, your compass keep correcting back towards where the pole actually is.
Yeah, you'd
And
just be
then
doing a perimeter around it.
you'd be doing a circle, correct.
Yeah.
And that's what he's trying to explain, that traveling around in a circle
That's because
neither
north is
proves
in the
globe
center,
or
and that's why compasses always want to go north, because the magnetic center of our world is north.
Glad, did you know you're interrupting solar?
No, he was at the end of solar.
So sorry. Go ahead.
So is that what's south then? If
Well,
the
look-
center of this
Here,
this
Turtle,
flat Earth is
hold on just a second, Turtle.
okay. Yep.
I got you a roll. Okay.
What's that?
It's a Discord thing. It's a role that allows you to see more voice channels and stuff like that.
Sweet.
You should be able to see one called Livestream voice text now.
Yep.
All right. I just threw a little graphic there. Now, do we live in that picture?
Yes, we do.
I would argue no.
Why do we not live in that picture?
We don't live in any picture.
It's a reification error. It's or reification fallacy is the name of it. It's also known as the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, also known as the fallacy of the map is not the land.
Okay, layman's terms. I didn't really.
Yeah, the map is not the land. That is about as layman's terms as it gets.
It's just a representation. It's just a representation of what we think it might look like.
So I only
But you don't
say
know for
that
certain what it looks like, right?
precisely because nobody sits 10,000 miles or 100,000 miles or however many miles up in the air that you would have to be in order to see the whole of the Earth. Nobody's there. No one.
Right. Yeah.
You like the frame of reference from the outside to look towards it and give it a description of what you see. So
Precisely.
you like the frame of reference. Yeah.
So I post it for the sake of answering the question that you were asking, which it literally demonstrates in the GIF the answer of what is south.
Right.
Well, south is anything opposite of north.
So let's say the reality is even slightly like that picture, which I know you say it's a representation, but if it's even slightly like that, that does indicate that there is an edge beyond south.
Yeah. Good question. Yeah, that's fair. So the point is, when people go there, that cold place that's called Antarctica, do you know where they're going?
No, and I'm not suggesting that anyone has seen the edge or anyone can go to the edge if there is one. I'm just saying there has to be one in this concept, and there has to be an underside if the Earth is flat.
An underside? What do you mean by underside? You mean when we get to the bottom of the ocean, there has to be some land there that holds the water?
Yeah, land can't go down forever.
Okay, and what is your proof that it couldn't go down forever?
Well, it's impossible.
Why is that?
I don't know. That's a very good point. No, that is fair.
Let me point something out. I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy as far as this goes. Do they say that the universe is expanding?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'll give you the answer. The answer is they do say that the universe is expanding.
Okay.
They do say that in the heliocentric modern science terms. That is the conventional understanding of the universe, is that it is expanding. Why do they say that? Because they believe that it blew up from a singular point, and that it has been expanding, therefore it is still expanding, and they believe it will hit a point in time in the future where it stops doing that and potentially returns back to a state of infinite small whatever, and then just goes through the cycle. That's one potential idea on what they believe will happen. But my point is, you wouldn't be able to use the word expanding unless you knew the defined boundaries and also could identify that it was, what the thing was moving towards. So there has to be all these different mediums in the realm of quote unquote the universe in order to establish the concept of expanding universe as a theory in the first place. So is the universe infinite? I don't know. Is it or is it not? And how would you know unless you could go there and find out? But you can't, because infinite is kind of an unrealistic and unrelatable term to our natural experience. So I would tend to agree with you that it seems rational to say that the land wouldn't just keep going forever. We couldn't know because the deepest we've ever dug is 8 miles.
Can I ask Turtle a question real quick?
Can I just make one point and then that's fine. I think the concept that space goes on infinite, I guess, is because there is an absence of matter. There's nothing. Space is a vacuum. There are no particles, so it can just go on forever. Whereas ground and dirt and whatever is underneath us is physical, and it has I think the concept that can then go on forever. I know you say it must have an end, and we haven't seen that, but and the other thing as well is, do you believe that other planets are also flat?
No, that's why. This is why I wanted to ask you a question about the Earth. Do you, when you say flat Earth, or when we say flat Earth, do you, in your mind, do you see a flat disk floating in space and basically replacing the globe Earth? Do you just in your mind replace it in the same spot, like this disk floating in space? Is that what you see?
I did, yes, but since
that is nowhere near what we believe the case is. Okay. We don't believe that is our solar system. We don't believe that at all. We believe we live on a plane, a flat plane, and it could be the floor of the universe. That's what a lot of people hear, and it's something that I kind of subscribe to. I mean, I have no evidence for it, but so you can only go so far to Antarctica, and what I'm saying is it could just possibly go on for a very, very long way. This being the floor of the universe. We're not floating in space anywhere. The only thing in space is above us. Everything that we see is above us, that we see in the skies, and we are this flat plane that could potentially go on for a very long ways. And we're bound by this area because it's a frozen tundra. When you get so far south, it gets awfully hostile, awfully cold. There's no resources, so you can only travel so far. So far, no one's ever been able to go far enough to say they found anything but more ice.
Right.
Yeah. And so when you think of flat Earth, try to imagine it as the floor of the universe and everything is above it. That'll give you a little bit closer idea to what I believe. I don't know. I think there's a few other people here that believe that same concept as well. So we don't believe it's a disk floating in space replacing the globe. That's not what we think.
Yeah, no, you've definitely changed my view on that. Because I think, like most people would, I assume that the flat earther was just it's a disk.
To tack on to that, have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty?
Can we?
No. Okay.
Before we proceed into politics and philosophy.
No. I was just going to mention the standpoint of, because he kept talking about going to that point. So I wanted to say that we have video. It's publicly available of a boat that attempted to traverse the off the Bass Strait, which is the water between Australia and Tasmania. Mm-hmm. They got off coast of that and they crossed a certain point and they were warned by a big boat that they needed to turn back, which is, I'm just giving evidence of trying to go past that line. You will meet patrol.
Okay. So you will meet control, do you say?
This is
that what you said?
I will leave it alone. Sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, what's up?
I just wanted to address the literal most important point of all. They claim that we live on a ball. Balls have geometry. They claim that there's a radius to this ball that we live on. We can do the geometry, the math involved with finding out what that would be like from the perspective of standing on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And we could find out where the tangent point is from our elevation. And are you familiar with the word tangent? What that means?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So that would be the hump or the curvature blocking us from seeing the rest of the ball. Make sense?
Yeah.
So we do the math on what they say that is,
Mhm.
and then we make observations to see if our observations conform to that claim, or if our observations violate that claim.
Right. Yeah.
And our observations repeatedly violate that claim.
Hmm. So, do you not believe that we have entered space then?
Turtle.
Yep. Hello.
Yeah. So before we go on to other questions,
Yes.
the normal, like if let me just say, I just stole all the money from your wallet.
Okay.
Right? If I made that claim,
right?
Wouldn't you say, which makes more sense? Can you provide me evidence that you stole money from my wallet? Or would it make more sense for you to say, yeah, but what colored pants are you wearing?
I mean, it would make more sense for the first one.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So when I say our observations violate the claim of the radius,
Right.
why then ask about outer space?
Because
you see my
those
analogy?
are observations that
Are
would.
they? Because you use the word belief, right? Is that what it is? A belief? Is it something we have to believe in? Because if so, nah.
But
yeah,
is there
Turtle,
not like
Turtle.
copious amounts of evidence that we have been outside of the atmosphere?
I
Copious
understand why you asked that question.
Please,
now.
everyone, let gospel talk to him alone for a few
I
minutes.
understand why you asked that question now, Turtle. You're like, okay, you have evidence that it's flat, but don't we also have evidence that it's a ball? You
Yeah,
can't
exactly.
have.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
observation, right?
Yeah. So let me ask you this. Can you independently make a long distance observation over a body of water because it is here on the ground on Earth where you are? Yes or no?
Yes.
Exactly. Can you independently verify any of the quote unquote outer space images as your own independent verification?
If I had enough money, potentially, yeah, but not currently.
Yeah, you're under the impression that you would be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the way that we know that that's not the case is there's actually a handful of different ways that we know that that's not actually a plausible pursuit.
Okay.
One of those ways is by knowing that the images are just that. They are images.
Right.
They are not photographs. So that's important knowledge.
Yeah, yeah. No, so I understand that images can be doctored and edited and such, but I'm suggesting that things like private space travel and the ability to actually purchase things to go up on SpaceX rockets or Origin rockets is that is possible.
Yeah. Those high altitude visits that they've some of those people may or may not have done.
Yeah.
Are you aware of their elevation when they did those things?
No. I know it's very close to the atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it's high. It's high, but it's lower than the ISS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at the elevation, this is what's important to remember. It's like when you look into this stuff and you start scrutinizing the details, you recognize that, mathematically from the ISS, if the Earth were a ball, even from the elevation height of the ISS, you would still see no curvature. Are you aware of that?
But you would see no curvature from the ISS.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
How could you know that when the ISS quote unquote live stream demonstrates that it looks like it's super curved? Right? That's what they show us.
Yeah. And like the Tesla that was sent up. Well.
Sure, exactly. That'd be another example. So they demonstrate massive amounts of curvature, but then when you scrutinize it mathematically, and and I mean, people love models and trying to demonstrate things with by using models. You come to the realization that it's actually completely irrational to conclude that when the ISS mathematically can only observe 2% of the Earth's surface, why would you expect that the curvature that they show would represent way more than 2% if it was as curved as it looks like on TV? But mathematically, that's all they're observing from that elevation if everything is accurate. So somebody's wrong somewhere. Either the radius claim is wrong, or their elevation height is wrong, or something, or the demonstration of curvature is wrong.
You're saying from the ISS, the view from the live stream is showing a different curvature than it can be proved mathematically.
Then it should, if it were representing an accurate representation, yes, mathematically speaking.
But the thing is, so well, again, in my belief, I'm not a flat earther. I've seen that the Earth is not a complete sphere. It's not a perfect sphere.
Mathematically, it is.
No, it isn't.
Mathematically,
it's technically an oblate spheroid. That's what they call it.
Mathematically, that claim is misleading and disingenuous. Would you like to know why?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, it's because there's a fraction of a decimal that is the difference between the polar and equatorial radiuses. Are you aware of that?
Is fractional, like a tiny, tiny difference.
Extremely tiny, and you can do it for yourself. You can just if you want to verify my words. Just look polar radius versus equatorial radius.
There's a 13-mile difference.
Precisely, and then so divide
That's quite a lot.
No. Take the small number and divide that by the big number.
What? So what the equatorial?
Take the polar radius and divide that by the equatorial radius.
So it's saying the polar radius is 4,000 miles and the circumference of the Earth is about 24,000 miles.
No. Yeah, don't conflate.
I think I'm on the wrong
circumference with radius. Those are two very different things.
Oh shoot! Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, polar radius versus equatorial radius. Take the polar, divide it by the equatorial.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then look at your numbers after the 1. So after the decimal place.
Give me a second. Yeah, very, very minuscule.
Yeah. So I mean, I've done the math on this hundreds of times. I don't have every tiny little detail memorized, but some things I do. But because these things can be looked up and you can scrutinize the narrative or the claims, they're just there to look at, and you can just go, okay, this is what they say. Does this check out? Well, they do use that term, oblate spheroid. That is absolutely a common phrase that's used. So I'm not going to fault you for using that phrase, but I am telling you, and you can see for yourself, it's disingenuous to use that phrase because the difference is all but irrelevant, especially in terms of long distance observations we may be making on the surface. So anyway, long story short, like I was talking about earlier, our observations here that we make falsify the required geometry.
Right.
So let me point out this. We see things getting blocked, but like over water, for instance, at distances much shorter than should happen. So what I mean is things, you know how they used to say boats disappear from the bottom up, and that's Earth curve?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it just so happens that you can make short distance observations that mathematically could never be blamed on curvature, where the bottom of a boat, a little RC boat or something like that, could be blocked, right? It could disappear from the bottom up in a very similar way. And mathematically, you could never blame curvature because the distance is much too short for curvature to be the blame. So these sorts of things can be demonstrated. Okay. It can even be demonstrated on a kitchen table in some instances. Okay. So Drace just posted a representative video of what I was referring to with short distance observations, which I think is quite clever to keep in mind that we can rule out curvature as the cause of why things obscure from the bottom up. Now, with that said, geometrically speaking, we make long distance observations that are completely impossible on a ball because the ball would be blocking us from seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah. So you're saying you can see that, therefore it's not on a curvature. Is that what you're saying?
It's like saying, hey, I can see you. Yeah, like you are talking to another person, and they're like, no, you can't. I'm around the corner, and you're like, actually, you're not around the corner. I can see you, and they're like, no, there's a corner blocking us, and you're like, I literally see you. Therefore, there's not a corner blocking between me and you. I can see you. Yeah, but there's like curvature and I'm behind the corner of the building, therefore you can't see me. There's no corner because I can see you. It's like that conversation. I know it's a little silly, but you understand the analogy?
Yeah, I think so.
So that is the analogy of what we observe with our reality with long distance observations. We see what we see, and to claim that you're seeing around a corner would need some you'd have to demonstrate that you can see around corners. I mean, think about the advancements in military technology if you could see around corners.
Right. Yeah.
I'm being a little facetious when I say that. But the fact of the matter, because of short distance observations, where curvature couldn't possibly be the cause of obstruction, and because of long distance observation, where you couldn't possibly see what you can actually see because curvature would be blocking, on both of those accounts, curvature is completely ruled out as the cause for what the claim ships disappearing from the bottom up because of curvature. No, curvature is actually ruled out because of those two types of observations. Therefore, we see what we see from where we're at because of all sorts of factors, and none of those have to involve curvature. You'd have to prove curvature in some other way. But it can't be curved specifically because long distance observations.
Yeah, because you can see it.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a couple of observations. One of them's a mountain that's 273 miles away, and if you do the math with the curve calculator math, it should be over the edge, over the ball, and there should be a mile of air, a distance above the top of the mountain. If indeed we lived on a ball the size they tell us we do, using the radius as the curve calculator numbers, we got this mountain, and it wasn't even taken by flat earthers. It was taken by long distance photography people trying to set a world record. I think they've broken the record since then, but we do have one that's 273 miles away. We can show it to you, and it's just right there. You can see it, and the calculator says it should be a mile, not just a little bit, but a full mile over the curve. But it's right there, straight in front of us, and so that's the type of long distance observation he's referring to. is that we see these things time and time and time again. And so this curvature rate that they're telling us, this radius that we can use the calculator to figure, is just not valid. It's just not true. Either the Earth is 100 times bigger than they've told us, or it's flat or nearly flat, basically, because we're seeing things that are just demonstrably too far away. So in order for that to be possible, the radius number has been debunked. It's not right. The number they've given us is not true. We can show you over and over and over and over again how we can see way beyond the parameters of a ball that has a radius of 3959.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys talking to me.
Yeah,
you've definitely given me a lot to think about.
Yeah, good stuff.
I did.
You about to leave?
I want to give Dark Imperium his chance.
All right, before you leave or whatever, I want to mention real quick, there's a bunch of rooms below, just to be aware of, where it says, if you scroll, it'll say additional information. I just wanted to mention that to you, because you'll end up having questions, and categorically, they're answered below.
Okay, I had one more question before I was going to leave, which not necessarily expecting you guys to have an answer to, but why would they lie about that?
That's a boy.
I understand you're not going to have an answer to this, but
do people lie?
Yes.
Why do people lie?
I don't know. For all sorts of reasons.
There you go. There may be one answer. There may be 100 answers.
Yeah, it just seems like a very, very large scale thing.
It seems that way, but the more you learn about it, you'll understand that it's not a matter of conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a matter of what is. Right? I gave you a couple of analogies.
Yep.
So it's not a matter of philosophy or emotion or conspiracies. It's a matter of what is the case.
Yeah, observable.
And independently verifiable. What is the case? And it seems very much the case that we could determine that for ourselves, and we don't have to relegate or relinquish anything to someone else's authority, but rather we can actually discern for ourselves what the case is.
And if I can just add something quickly, just on top of what he said, very, very concise as I can put it. They postulated that we lived on a sphere before we even had aeroplanes. And then they started to do mathematical calculations, which when you start to learn about optics, how the eye sees the world is often exactly where they say the curvature starts. So it's very much an optical phenomenon. But the point is that they thought we were on a sphere prior to us having anything that could go up and prove it. And then when we did start going up and saw no Coriolis effect, and we saw that we also could never really get higher than this common line, that we're almost always playing in low Earth orbit. There's restrictions involved in this whole thing. We've never been high enough for us actually to see the entire Earth all in one snapshot. So there's often been postulations put towards what was seen. And then once they did discover that it isn't how they thought it was, they had to make a decision. Do they share this with the public, or do they continue going head forward towards the ideology of the spherical religion, which you'll see it as once you start to scratch the surface? So it's not necessarily like you say, why would someone wake up today and try and convince you you're on a sphere? It's not necessarily like that. They postulated that it could be, and now we've gotten to a point where we've disproven that, but yet they're still resisting to present that truth, which the governments have. There's over 44 government documents that state that the Earth is flat and non-rotating in government documents, and that all ballistics and trajectories of missiles and aircrafts are all derived using a flat, non-rotating Earth. If you're taking anything that goes from point A to point B off of the surface of the Earth,
Are those
you
available?
have to assume it. Of course. Look further down in the sections below. There's tons of information. The point is that they're deliberately withholding this truth. They're withholding it from the public deliberately.
Yeah, let me just add one little thing about that. When he says that these documents say that they tell all the airplane builders and everybody that builds anything that flies over the Earth that you must design it so that it's designed to fly over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Now, can you imagine what the design would have to be if you were to leave the Earth, it spins at 1,000 miles an hour, and then you're going to try and land your airplane back onto this rotating surface. The landing gear and everything would have to be completely designed differently to absorb the spin, depending on the angle incidence that you land on the globe. It's just the reason they tell you to design all your airplanes and everything as if you're on a flat, non-rotating surface is because that's what you experience when you leave the Earth. It doesn't seem to move. And when you go to land, you're not trying to land on a surface that's moving. And if you were trying to land on a surface that was moving, that would be so dangerous. I don't think you could land an airplane on a surface spinning 1,000 miles an hour. That'd be impossible. That's just my take.
I think that the sheer size of the Earth and the fact that the point of rotation is through the poles, the further out you would go, the slower that rotation would feel. That's why we don't feel any rotation on the surface of the Earth.
How do you know the size of the Earth, though, dude? You got to get that first. Got to get that radius.
The tangential speed, though, it would actually be the opposite of what you just said.
Yeah, it increases. The bigger the circle are, the rotation has to go faster to keep up with the...
But it's going a larger distance.
Just imagine if you took off from the hypothetical North Pole and then you flew all the way to the equator, you still have 1,038 miles to catch up to the Earth because you never had any momentum, even in the globe conception.
Yeah, you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Yeah, people are posting supporting documents relevant to the conversation there.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing them. Yeah.
All right, cool. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm reading them.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a reason why they tell everybody to design their airplanes to fly over a flat, non-rotating surface. There's a reason why all military, all commercial airliners, everyone is instructed by the government and by the people that want, having this stuff built, that you must build it so that it's designed to fly and land on a flat, non-rotating surface. Why would that be if it's not true?
By the way, Turtle, congratulations on not being cringe.
Okay, thank you.
I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, he's been excellent.
Okay, thank you. I was just, are these documents, are they based on like teaching flight dynamics, or are they genuine like gospel, for want of a better word, for like this is how you? Because I can see this as like
not account for curve or rotation.
Say that again. Sorry, cut out a little bit.
They genuinely do not account for curve or rotation in flight dynamics.
Okay. I just it reads like a like a science question, a maths question, where it's saying just assume that it's a flat Earth and assume non-rotating, because there is no reason to include. I need to have a think about it, but I will have a look. I will definitely have a look.
Those are more .gov references.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No,
They
I'll
tell
have
you
a
to
look through
assume that
this.
because they don't want people dying.
Yeah, and there's one thing I want to leave you with before you leave, and because as soon as you start talking to someone about this, there's a good chance they will jump to the first ad hoc excuse to try to find a way to make the globe work, even though we can see for miles and miles beyond the geometric supposed limitations of the globe. So there is an ad hoc excuse they try to bring up, but they have no evidence for, and that's refraction, but they don't understand refraction. So that's why I like to show the Canigou picture, because that's a world record long distance photograph that was taken by a globe believer. It was verified, and he got the record for it. And it was taken, he took one in infrared and one in visible light. And so when you look at refraction and how light refracts, different wavelengths of light refract at different rates, and infrared refracts very little to not at all. So if they were correct, and all of the times when we can see far beyond their geometric limitations, which is almost all the time when we use optics that have a bigger aperture than the human eye, which is where they got the horizon from in the globe, from looking at the horizon using the human eye, we always appear to see further in the infrared, which is completely opposite to what would have to be if their excuses were correct. So we've already done their work for them. They had the burden of proof, and we proved it for them that they were not correct.
And the person that took this was a globe earther, you said?
Yeah, I can give you the details as well. We contacted him as well to get more details.
Okay. Cool. All right, I'll have a look at that. I'll give Dark Imperium's a friend of mine. I'll let him a chat. But thank you for talking.
Neat.
Cheers.
Somebody else can take it away. Dark Imperium.
Hello.
Just making sure your mic works. Good to go.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear?
I can hear you pretty good.
Fantastic. All right. I talked a lot last time, so somebody else can take the floor. And I figure you heard all of that whole time anyway.
I was listening.
Fantastic.
So, did you guys think the flat Earth is rotating about the North Pole?
What evidence is there that Earth is moving?
Probably hurricanes.
The things in the air moving is the evidence that the Earth is moving?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's all one big system, right?
So, I hate to use this as an example, but it's a little silly. I'm not going to use it. It's not a good enough analogy. We're here on Earth, and I would agree with the understanding of it being a closed system. That seems to be the best way to describe it. Thinking that the Earth is the thing that makes the sky do what it does, I don't actually understand the logical connection there.
Well, of course it does, because the reason the atmosphere there is because of the Earth's gravity.
Oh, okay. So you're under the impression that air exists because of gravity?
Well, it's the reason the atmosphere is there. It's because the gravity of the Earth is sufficient enough to hold in the atmosphere.
Yeah. And can that be demonstrated experimentally?
Well, I don't know, but if you
I do.
look at okay, sure.
And I'll give you a good example. So they say that our Earth is this ball out in space and all these different things, and that it's right next to a zero pressure or next to zero pressure system or a vacuum or whatever, right? And all these different things. So we can actually demonstrate good examples. I'll give you the sulfur hexafluoride is a good example. Okay, and you can look it up. You can look up YouTube videos. Neat demonstrations of sulfur hexafluoride being poured from a container. Thank you, Bendy. I'll save that and take a look. That's very neat looking, very clean. Thank you, Trace. Perfect. I'll save that. So, have you seen this before? Sulfur hexafluoride?
No.
You see it in the chat?
No. Where should I be looking?
Yeah, live stream voice text. Now that you have the role, you should be able to see the live stream voice text.
Oh yeah.
You see the GIF yet?
Yeah.
Cool. So sulfur hexafluoride is a gas that's denser than air, than standard air. It's a lot more dense. It's one of the, I don't know if it's the densest gas necessarily, but it's a very dense gas and more dense than air. So here's what's really neat. What you have here is an analogy for what they claim to be the case for our system. You have a pressurized system based, and let's pretend it's gravity that's causing the sulfur hexafluoride to be heavier. I'll just use the same terminology, right? Within the paradigm of the heliocentric and gravity model that you're under the impression of, right? So the sulfur hexafluoride is heavier than the air. You follow so far, right?
Yeah.
All right. It just so happens that when you pour sulfur hexafluoride into this container and do this little demonstration, in a matter of about half an hour to an hour, all the sulfur hexafluoride is gone. It's no longer in the container. Despite the fact that it is heavier than the air, it disperses. Now, this is because of the nature of gas in general. So the nature of gas in general is that gas travels in all directions. It doesn't just travel up and down, it travels in all directions. Yeah. And because of the second law of thermodynamics, summed up in the word of entropy, high pressure to low pressure, right? A system of higher energy to a system of lower energy, or whatever the case. Because of those natural laws, it must evacuate eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The same thing in a reverse way. We were just talking about this earlier today when we were talking about the satelloons. If anybody has the link to NASA, actually, I might have saved it somewhere. I forget what the link was, but anyway, on NASA's website, they talk about their satellites. Not satellites. They're actually called satelloons. They're helium balloons. Well, it just so happens that they have ones that last super, super long, very, very, very long, like up to 100 days. This is very interesting. What's more interesting is that these are open containers, as in the top of them are closed, but the bottom is open. So exactly flipped upside down of the sulfur hexafluoride. But the fact of the matter is, the helium, even though it's much lighter than air, eventually escapes out of the bottom of the balloon. And in a reverse way, sulfur hexafluoride escapes out of the top of the container despite it being heavier than the air. And this is the nature of gas. So the point here is that when we demonstrate what gas does, in order for gas to be in a place, it has to be contained. It has to maintain containment. In order to have gas pressure, you actually have to have a container. There's no way to demonstrate gas pressure in our reality without a container. Now, when you claim that gravity is the container, and then you try to demonstrate that, reality laughs in your face. Not trying to be mean when I say that. I'm just saying it just doesn't work out that way in reality. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay. So long story short, the claim that Earth is just holding a bunch of gas to it via this force of gravity idea, well, that idea was superseded over 100 years ago by that guy named Einstein. And his idea is currently being superseded with other people like Higgs, right? The newer conceptualizations of our physical reality. I don't think that any of those are accurate. I think that they're all very interesting fairy tales, personally. That's my opinion. But the fact of the matter is, Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass, has never been demonstrated. And it's fallacious. So not only is it a fallacious idea that's never been demonstrated, when we actually demonstrate what gas does uncontained, the answer 100% of the time is that it goes where it can go. That's how gas behaves. So if there is a place for gas to go, i.e. or e.g. space, outer space, then it would go there. It would have to. Go ahead.
You made such a good point there that mass has never been demonstrated to attract mass at no point ever. But yet we believe wholeheartedly that gas, which is unbonded, can somehow be attracted to mass. And gas is always, again, on the inside of a container. It's never on the outside of a mass, simply remaining on the mass because of the mass of the mass.
I have a question.
Yeah. Before the question,
Okay.
I don't know who said, but Dark, does all that make sense so far?
Yeah, but don't you have to take into account? Oh, okay.
So was that a no?
No, I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, so you understand what has been said so far. That's all I wanted to get to the bottom of. For the most part.
So don't you have to take into account that the temperature of and the pressure, well, mainly the pressure, it's going to fall exponentially with height. Okay. And
yeah, you're talking about gas pressure gradients, which require gas pressure, which requires a container. It's a simple thing. You just look into it.
So this kind of relates to my question.
Go ahead.
What about then? You had like greenhouse gases, right?
A greenhouse, does that have a lid?
Yeah.
Or is that an open container?
They have lids.
Those are great for growing plants, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead with
greenhouse
your
gases,
question.
right? They can't dissipate into space. That's why they're being held in, right? That's why global warming is a thing.
Yeah,
well, there is no adjacent vacuum of space, is what he just explained. So they wouldn't dissipate there.
But don't they like absorb light, or they absorb?
There's stories about that. You might want to. I mean, it's not a stupid question, because you're just talking about you're asking questions based on the narrative that you take for granted. And I'm not trying to say that in an insulting way. It just is what it is. If you look into it, you'll recognize that. For instance, go look up the hole in the ozone layer. Does that ring a bell? Does that sound familiar to you? The hole in the ozone layer? Go look that up. Kind of interesting.
Every year over Antarctica in the spring, and then it closes up in the summer as stratospheric.
Can you demonstrate a hole in gas?
Well, here's my point in
It's
bringing
not
that up.
a hole in gas; it's a hole in the The ozone layer.
Yeah. Here's
Ozone
my
layer
point.
is a gas layer. So it's a
I
supposed gas layer with a supposed hole in a supposed gas layer.
know
And
it's just a
therefore, I
little.
asked you simply, can you demonstrate a hole inside of gas?
It's kind of beside the point I was trying to make. I don't want to get stuck in the weeds with that specific element of that. The reason I asked him to look it up is because people were under the impression at one point in time that there was a drastically terrible thing that was happening, and we caused that thing to happen. That was a belief. Okay, and that was the narrative. That was the story that was told. And then in coordination or association with that story, we were told that worldwide they were going to ban chlorofluorocarbons. I think that's how you say it. CFCs, whatever. All right, and that this was going to solve the problem. Lo and behold, we solved the problem. Therefore, we have the means to cause problems and to solve the problems. Yay for us. Well, in reality, when you actually scrutinize the details, you find out it just so happens that there are patterns that repeat. Now, I'm not saying that the ozone layer and the hole and stuff is necessarily a thing, but if it is, in as much as it is a thing, whether or not they're interpreting what they're looking at correctly, maybe it's something completely different and they're calling it a hole in the ozone layer, but it's actually something completely different. Whatever it is that they're looking at, regardless of their proper interpretation, it is evident that it is a cyclical thing that then gets a story attached to it in order to accomplish a goal. That is what is evident. Now, this same reality is attached to all of the other narratives. There are cycles that we observe on this earth, repeating cycles, and you can potentially utilize those cycles and apply a narrative to them. Okay, but in reality, it's a cycle. It's actually perfectly natural, and to place a judgment against it is really just subversion to accomplish a goal. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Somewhat. I get what you're saying. That they've added
They made an observation,
and they've added a
disregarding the
story to
fact
that,
that it
right?
was a cycle, and then accomplished their goals, whoever they are, whatever their goals are. You can look into that. I'm not trying to be too specific there. You can make your own judgments about them doing that stuff. But they accomplished a goal, and this is seen over and over and over again. My point.
Okay, so you're using that as an example to show
Precisely.
where they've used they've tried to apply a narrative
For
by
sure.
ignoring certain aspects.
Specifically, the cyclical nature of our contained realm. Yeah.
Or the spherical nature.
Like, for
Yeah.
example,
In order
another
to
well
invoke
known
spherical, Freudian slip there, because whatever. You would need to demonstrate curvature, buddy. But we already went over the falsification.
Yeah,
of
no,
curvature.
I was just that's fine. I wasn't trying to correct you. I was just.
I know you're just trying to throw it out there, but if it's been debunked, it's been debunked.
Okay.
I mean, doesn't that make sense, bro?
Yeah.
So you need to. Listen. This is the sort of thing you need to do. Okay, I'm not yet convinced. I need more evidence about how the curvature has been falsified, because you keep saying that the curvature has been falsified. Just show me more evidence. That's the kind of thing that you would say rationally if you were. I'm not yet convinced. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Right? Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get that if the radius is wrong, then the whole model is falsified.
Yeah. But I've joined this Discord call not believing anything, and I still need to do my own research based on what you've given me here. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that's what
To make
that's
a
what we,
decision. I
yeah,
understand that you're saying that that's been debunked, but we've spoken for what, like almost an hour. I'd need to look a lot more before I go. Okay, yes, this is.
Yeah, and I don't think too many people understand that when you say that a gentleman just said a minute ago that the whole model falls apart. That's because this radius value that they've given us, this 3959, that's how they determine the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, the distance to all the stars, rocket telemetry, all these things that are true, the distance to the sun and all these stars, and the fact that they can launch a rocket up and have it orbit around a specifically sized globe. You have to know that. Otherwise, you're going to send this rocket up into a realm where if you're going to send it up using 3959 and that's not right, how is that rocket going into the proper orbit? So, in other words, if that radius is wrong, then all these other things are wrong as well. You have to recalculate the distance to the sun, the stars, the moon. You have to make sure that you have new rocket telemetry for all the rockets. And so, in other words, that's what he meant by it all falls apart, because they use that radius number for everything. I mean, it's part of all the calculations for practically all the information they give us. And we can prove that that radius number is wrong. We over and over and over and over, we have debunked that radius value. And so, yeah, just let that digest for a minute. You know what I mean? Think about what I just said and realize that, they can't be doing these things or telling us these numbers and distances if they're using a wrong number.
So how do you think that those orbits work then?
Okay,
I don't think they work at all. They're not going into orbit. That's my opinion. I've never seen a rocket go into orbit. The only thing I've ever seen a rocket do is go up, arch over, and then head straight back down again. And you can watch rocket launch after rocket launch. That's what they do. They go up, they arch over, and they go back down. And they try to tell you that it's falling over the edge of the planet when falling into orbit. Well, do you know how far away that would have to be? That would have to be over 4,000 miles away, probably more like 5,000 miles away from the rocket, from the launch pad. Do you think you can see a rocket or a bus or anything 4,000 miles away?
No.
But you're saying a lot at once.
You can't see a jet airplane in the sky after it gets 50 miles away. It disappears. It's too small to see.
Yeah.
So these rockets are going up, arching over, and going back down. They're only 100 or 200. They're only 100 miles away.
Yeah, but what about the rockets that are going up for several months and then coming back down, or at least parts of them are coming back down?
I've never seen one that didn't come back down during the launch. If you have, then
no, I'm saying that they come down after a significant period of time.
How do you know that?
No.
I've never seen that happen. I've always seen them arch over and come right back down.
The moon landings.
Okay, the moon landings were not real, man. Okay, so what we're trying to break down, why was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, have you ever tried to verify the moon landings? Have you ever researched them?
Yeah, I read a couple books on them.
Okay, so there's like a million different things wrong with the moon landings. Okay, but the point that we're making to you is that you actually can't see the part of the ocean that the rockets get shot to. Okay, and the rockets have been found in the ocean. So why are there rockets in the ocean?
Because that's where they landed.
No, they're not supposed to be there though. So there's one place they claim, it's called Point Nemo. Mm-hmm. And they claim there's over 250 satellites and like one rocket there. And it was only recently, and that's called the Falcon from SpaceX. But numerous pieces of rocket debris were found in a different location in the ocean. So they're not supposed to be there. So why are there rockets in the ocean? I've actually watched the rocket launches live. I went and documented numerous launches. They go up in the air, they come back over at a low altitude, and they go out to the part of the ocean that isn't accessible, typically towards the Bermuda Triangle. And we found the rockets in the ocean.
Right.
So that's
So
not
you,
adding up, is it?
I mean, that's not every rocket that has been up into space, though. And how do you claim, like the Mars rover, for example?
Okay, so can you please substantiate that the Mars rover is really on a rock in the sky 34 million miles away?
Yes.
How?
Because they come back with samples.
Really? They come back with samples? That's crazy. How can we verify these samples are from Mars? Did you know that 1/3 of all the claimed moon rocks were found on the Earth, admittedly?
Admittedly, yeah. Because there must have been some sort of, there's a whole social thing and a monetary gain if you've got a piece of the moon. But that's, yep.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but I have a challenge ongoing with another guy who talked about Mars and how great the stuff is and so forth that they're doing with this Mars rover. I have a challenge for you. Find me one video, okay, showing a test of that Mars rover being remotely controlled as it should be, right? Because it's very, very far away, remotely controlled on another so-called planet here on Earth, okay, where they do not have huge, thick-ass cables. Sorry for my language. I'm sorry. Shouldn't say that. Very huge cables on the back of it, very big in diameter. To move it around a couple of times and some weird NASA videos. Show me at least one video seeing that thing being remotely controlled, because that's something I would expect from a machine that is being used to operate, at that distance, that you would at least test it at being remotely controllable on Earth. So if you can find me that and provide me that, I would be, open to look at it.
No, I will have
challenge.
have a look at that, but I feel like that's definitely out there. I've definitely seen that before.
Yeah, send me it, man.
Okay, yeah. I genuinely,
Listen,
because
man, you need
those
to
cables, I'd imagine, are for testing and for diagnostics.
Okay, you're obviously not understanding. Your questions prove that you don't understand what we're trying to tell you, okay? Whether it's the moon landings or rockets going in orbit or the ISS's supposed location or going to Mars, they're all the same. They all require the radius value because you have to get what's called a radius of orbit. That's a distance from the rocket to the center of the supposed globe. So you have to know the distance from the rocket to the surface and then the distance from the surface to the core to have the radius of orbit. If the radius value is wrong, every single story they said about going to space is false. All of them. It doesn't matter if you want to say, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, what's up with these pictures? It's all irrelevant. If that radius value is wrong, all the stories are false. There is no whistling past it and asking a million different questions about claims of space because we have to have that radius value for any of them to be true. Yeah. Tough pill to swallow. No.
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I can show you a picture of Superman, dude. NASA was founded with Nazis. SS officer named Werner von Braun, a Nazi, is the one that supposedly took us to the moon. He was admittedly showing fake rocket videos to Germany right before that. Admittedly, propaganda videos, fake rocket videos. Okay, so videos and pictures don't mean anything. All right, so we have to boil it down to the radius value. If that's wrong, we don't have to go into speculation mode about every story they've told. They're all false if the radius value is wrong. That's why we keep harping on it, because it's all the globe earthers, as we call them, they love to just whistle past it. They want to go to, why would they lie? Oh, how many people are in on it? What about this Tesla that was in space? They want to talk about everything else except for the radius. But that's the most important thing. Yeah, like you go to space with that. Yeah. So it's like, if you really want to know the truth, even though, dude, when I heard this, I thought it was crazy. It's really kind of uncomfortable. It's a huge lie. We get it. But if you actually want to know if they lied, then you need to hone in on the R value. Everything else is irrelevant.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
keep that in mind. Yeah, it's a good point.
And dude, we've done it with lasers, electromagnetic propagation. The railgun that the military uses debunks it. We've shot radio waves 10,000 miles, which debunk it. Okay, so there's a million different things. Okay, hundreds of things to test the R value. That's where you focus. And then you're like, okay, we're going to throw this model in the trash. We're going to throw these pictures in the trash. And we're going to throw all these claims from NASA in the trash because they can't be true. Right? And then we can go over here to try to figure out maybe what's going on. But it doesn't matter. What we do know for a fact is what they told us is not possible. It isn't possible.
That 10,000 mile transmission that you just mentioned, those types of transmissions are line of sight. They're point to point. So they sent a signal for 10,000 miles line of sight. But they tell you that after 1 mile, the Earth starts curving away from you. After 10,000 miles, remember the radius is only 3959, which means 10,000 miles is more than the entire diameter. But you can send a signal perfectly flat, horizontal, line of sight for 10,000 miles.
But they have to be point to point.
Always is with microwave transmissions.
Yeah, because they're really, really small radio waves, aren't they? Like tiny, really high frequency. They're
And they
really high
don't-
frequency.
And they don't curve or bounce off of anything. If there's something they hit, then it stops the transmission.
Yeah.
If there's something in the way, then the transmission fails.
Okay. So you just keep going until there's nothing in the way, surely.
Yeah, that's the only way you can have a microwave transmission that far, is there can't be anything in the way. It can't be over the curve. It can't, it can't be behind a mountain. Nothing can be in the way. Nothing. It has to be line of sight. Like if you draw from the transmission dish to the receiving dish, you've got to be able to take a string line and go straight from each one to each one, a straight line. Otherwise, the transmission fails. It's the only way those microwave transmissions work, is from point to point.
And you're saying that with relevance to like satellites talking to each other on Earth? Or
We're talking about
land-based.
This is a land-based transmission.
Yeah.
From surface to surface.
Yeah.
Not
now you're going to satellites again, and we've told you that these rocket launches are in the radius. How are they putting a satellite in orbit around something when they don't even know the size of it? They're using this radius value that's wrong. Where are these satellites at then? Where did they send them? How did they know where to send them?
And with an Earth with a radius of 3959, over these sort of distances, the Earth would get in the way of that transmission. Your supposed curvature sphere would interrupt the transmission, which has already been documented and proven to occur. What we're talking about is I think it was the Trans-Pacific radio wave. I think they were using LORAN, and they sent signals over 10,000 miles, point to point, line of sight from the Earth prior to satellites.
And over 10,000 miles, you're saying that would be impossible if the Earth was spherical.
If it was a 3,000 mile sphere, 3,900 mile radius sphere. So the total sphere is only 8,000 miles. The total width of your sphere in your mind.
On the other side, it would be like trying to take a radio wave and send it through the center of a basketball to the other side. It would never work.
Oh, so it says here that there is a 5.9 mile curvature for 10,000 miles. Or is that meters? I can't see.
No, it's
Yeah.
6,000 feet, so it should be about 5.9 miles.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Okay.
5.9
And
miles. Yeah.
that's
In how
for
many
every.
miles?
That's for every.
For
what,
10,000
100
miles is 5.9
No, that's
vertical
false.
curvature.
No, that's not correct at all.
I've got it here.
They
So
say
you
that's
take
what
you
the
take
curvature
the
of
miles,
the Earth
you
in
times the
10,000
miles.
miles.
It's 8 inches per mile squared. So if you're talking 10,000 miles, it's 10,000 times by 10,000 times by 8
doesn't work.
inches.
No, that doesn't work because 8 inches
dropped
per
the
mile
link in.
squared is only accurate up to 1,000 miles.
I've dropped the link in anyways, if you wanted to have a look at it. But it is saying here that, 5.9 over 10,000 miles. Hello?
So what formula did you use?
I didn't use any formula. This is a website, bro.
Okay, well, the link that you just posted is referring to meters, saying 10,000 meters,
Oh,
which
is it?
10 kilometers.
50 meters. Oh, my bad. I just saw M, and my British brain said miles. Imperial.
But still, in 10,000 miles, you'd be clear over around on the other side of the globe. That's way more than 10 miles elevation change. I mean, just use common sense to think if you're going to go all the way from where that's like going from the United States to Antarctica. I mean, you're on the bottom, and that's way more than 10 miles drop. That's thousands of miles drop. I mean, you can just visually realize that.
At that point, the drop is so much that you're going to be upside down when you're on the other side of the drop.
Yeah.
Anyway, like Witsit was saying, it's the radius value is so important that everything they've told us is based off this radius, and we've proven we've gone out and measured the Earth hundreds and hundreds of times with laser beams and various different radio frequencies, like the microwave transmission, which has to be point to point. It has to be over flat surface.
Holy
or
shit.
it's not going to get. You can't have it. You won't receive the reception. And so,
Is it genuinely point to point over 10,000 miles? Like that
yes.
exists?
Yes.
Is there a link to that? Is that in the voice chat or the chat thing? Because I would like to see that. Because that is not okay.
Yes, it is correct. It was during World War I or something, wasn't it, guys?
Correct.
If someone could send me that, that'd be.
With the development of radar, with the development of Doppler and radar technologies, they were testing to see how far it could go. All the scientists said it's impossible because of sphere, and then it was executed reliably, consistently, and then messages were sent across the oceans, point to point, line of sight.
Yeah, this is pretty famous. You probably heard of Marconi, the first wireless telegraph for transmission.
No, I haven't.
Well, you could probably look it up. It's
Yeah, no, I can see it in this screenshot that someone sent. Oh, that you sent, I think. Marconi. I'll have to have a look at that. That's really interesting.
And just note there that it states, because of your mathematics of the sphere, that your horizon distance can be no further than 35 miles. If you look at all of those distance measures, they were sending signals in the 10,000 mile range.
Yep.
And the horizon limit of where that signal should have been blocked would have been around 30 to 35 miles.
Since this little graphic is right here, it shows Knickerbein, Hill beam, and beam 2. These beams were used by the Germans as a targeting system for their bombers. They used it on the UK, by the way, and the UK generals said, "No, that they can't. The Earth curve will protect us. The beams would be so high up in the air, no plane could ever use that to target us." And then the Germans used it and bombed them.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna need to look at this. Flipping out. Okay.
Yeah, and just keep in the back of your mind, for this to occur, it's point-to-point line of sight.
Right,
Target
yeah.
A,
Yeah,
target
radio
B.
waves.
And that means line of sight. It means you could see, if you had a large enough telescope or zoom lens or something, you would be able to trace that point-to-point line of sight transmission. And like they said already, 10,000 miles is more than on the opposite side of your sphere. More than. So it's actually going a little bit past halfway around your sphere in your mind, that it's line of sight point to point. More importantly, water is level, and water occupies 70% of the surface. So if 70% of the surface of this place is level, and that's usually where these line of sight microwave point-to-point transmissions are occurring over large bodies of water, which are level. If 70% of an object is level, what shape do you think we're tending towards?
Yeah, a flat.
Or just level, because
Yeah,
ground has undulations. You have mountains and valleys, hills. Hills are not level. No flat earther thinks that a hill is level or that a valley is level. And that's why we always go down to bodies of water to do our observations, because we know water is level. It's even called sea level.
And it's definitely existed and definitely happened. This Marconi's thing.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. It's quite interesting.
Marconi is the godfather of the radio. The fact that you can listen to your radio in your vehicle while you're driving is based on his technology, based on him sending these signals this distance.
Yeah.
And then it's about the level of skepticism that you're applying to this now. Because now you're almost postulating that could the Knickerbein technology have actually existed, or could Marconi have really sent that signal that distance? But in the same breath, maybe it wasn't you, but in the same breath, you'll assert that gravity's holding air down without a demonstration. And no one has ever said it. And no scientist puts his name to it. But it'll be claimed as absolutely self-evident. But yet when something that is truly self-evident, like radio waves, the fact you can listen to your radio anywhere, because the radio waves are traveling line of sight, point to point, across this horizontal plane that we live on.
Well,
When
they're
that's
bouncing, right?
But when that's demonstrable, usually people take selective skepticism and start being a little bit skeptic of the flat earth evidence, but zero skeptic of what they claim to prove their globe. And what we just want to try and get people to do is apply the same level of skepticism across what you believe as well as what we can demonstrate. Because in my books, a demonstration is better than an explanation. Would you agree that demonstration supersedes explanation?
Yeah. But demonstration. Say that again. Sorry.
That demonstration supersedes or exceeds a simple explanation.
In most cases, yeah. But
Well,
again,
you can demonstrate something and show it to you right in front of your face. I mean, an on-site, in-person demonstration, that means where you're actually there. It's right in front of your face and you see it. And so you know that it's happening in comparison to someone just explaining it from without you seeing it, without you knowing for sure that he's even knows what he's talking about. He's just explaining, well, because of this and this and this and this and this and this is what happens when you've got a demonstration that you can actually visually see with your eyes, be present for. You're saying that only sometimes the explanation does not supersede a demonstration?
Well,
demonstration would supersede every single time. You're actually there. You're witnessing it.
But that you're not witnessing that. Those, for example, right? Yeah, I know you're suggesting that it's point to point and it's a straight line, but it isn't. That's not how radio waves travel. They're a wave.
It is.
They're bouncing.
But
if it is point to point and direct, how does my car while traveling getting those radio waves?
What you've just done is demonstrated your limited knowledge of the topic, and that's why you need repeater towers to repeat the signal to keep the signal strength strong enough in a line of sight, point to point fashion. When you look at waves in detail, they travel through the air on a plane. If your angle that you start the signal at is either above or below your receiving tower, you don't have transmission. There is no, well, I'm just going to send the signal out. It's going to bounce off a cloud and then come back down to surface level.
It's not off the cloud, is it?
And then bounce off the earth and then go back into the sky again and then bounce off something else and then eventually hit the tower and still receive a transmission.
No, it's bouncing once off of the.
Not bouncing.
It is.
Listen,
it's not bouncing off. No, listen to me.
You don't have transmission. If it's bouncing off of something, it's interfered with. Then
yes, but that interference is not completely destructive. You will always have radio interference. That's why nothing sounds exactly clear.
You can look it up, bro.
I'm looking it up. It's here. Ionospheric propagation. It's bouncing off the ionosphere, which is radiation from the sun, which is your greenhouse gases, like I mentioned previously, and
greenhouse
it is taking.
Slow down and listen to what you're actually saying. Listen to the words coming out of your mouth. You're saying you can bounce a signal off of air. And then you're saying
off of the ionosphere.
Correct. Which is a presupposed layer of air very far away from the surface of the earth. Now, what we know about the surface of the earth, that there's more pressure down by the surface and less particles and less air further away from the surface. So like I said, just slow down. I know that you were excited because you thought you had an answer for something, but the ionosphere is an imaginary zone, of air. Now, show me a microwave transmission where I bounce off of air. It's never been demonstrated. What do we do if we're bouncing off of something? We know we're bouncing off of something physical if we're truly bouncing a signal. And yes, they have calculated where that signal is going to return. So they can do the mathematics of if I aim it at 30 degrees up at the sky, it's going to return at a certain point, suggesting we have a ceiling because there's something physical returning that signal, because everything that either receives or bounces a signal has to be physical. You cannot bounce a signal off air. But secondly, once that signal returns to ground, it's grounded. That signal is grounded. It is gone. But in your diagram, they'll describe ionospheric bouncing, that it goes sky, ground, and it keeps going around the edge of a sphere. Sky, ground, indefinitely until eventually it magically hits the target wherever you needed that target to be.
So it's
Again,
actually hitting
it's an explanation.
electrons in the ionosphere, which causes them to vibrate and then re-radiate at the same frequency.
That's a great story,
Only
but do you
works for
still actually think you can have a 10,000-mile line of sight radio wave transmission on a 39, 59-mile radius ball?
Okay, let me answer that
It's
question.
just yes or no.
No, it's not a yes or no, because
it's
it's
just
not
yes
a
or no.
line of sight. They're bouncing
Direct line
off
of
the
sight.
ionosphere. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about Marconi's transmissions.
Yes, and the Marconi's transition worked by bouncing off the ionosphere.
False.
It's propagation.
It's
Okay.
false. This is
It's
what you.
reification for your globe is what you're trying to do. Trying to
Okay,
tie
so
the globe back into it
there's
somehow.
a difference.
Viable.
There's a difference between leveling out your radar to send a signal out horizontally to be received by another receiving tower, also on the same horizontal line of sight, to pointing your signal up at the sky with the intention of bouncing it off of something physical.
But if you're aiming it straight,
those are two different activities.
On a globe, it's going
Only
to
the
hit the
imagination.
ionosphere because there's
Listen.
a curvature.
Listen carefully. Those are two very different demonstrations. And they are not necessarily mutually inclusive. So just because you found ionospheric scattering or ionospheric bouncing does not mean that every signal ever sent is pointed up at the sky.
But long distance
That's a leap of logic. False.
And you're still
Prove
just
it.
assuming your sphere, which you're trying to reify, which is why you're going to the sky in the ionosphere explanation. But there's no curve, so you don't need to do that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the ionosphere was also invented after.
Well, you've come in with the flat Earth thing, and you're trying to prove it's the same thing.
The ionosphere was invented
Same
after the transmission, and
it was invented, was it? The ionosphere was invented.
Yeah, you can't verify it. Yeah.
Is it?
Do you mean discovered? I think that's the word you're looking for.
No, the whole globe was invented. It's just a societal
right.
concept.
Okay. Yeah.
Is it all that stratosphere?
Well, I mean, do you think that there's a sorry, Sasha, but I'm just wondering if he thinks that there's an 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop outside.
We'll come back to that. I want to ask him about that spheres, that layers of spheres.
What do you want to ask about them?
When they are finishing, you know.
Yeah.
We have like are they moving or they are stationary?
I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You said that is there some ionosphere or how you call it?
Yep.
How distance is from the Earth?
I can have a look for you. I'm no ionospheric expert.
What is down to that ionosphere? What is nearest to is it atmosphere?
Yeah, it's after the atmosphere, right?
It's after the atmosphere. Okay.
Well, it's a part of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is made up of layers.
Okay.
It's not just like a big bubble.
So, but I already explained this, that there's more dense atmosphere at ground level. So you're telling me the signal goes through all the dense air where it's packed all closely together, and there's lots of electrons to bounce the signal, and then it makes its way.
They're not radiated.
Listen. Then it makes its way all the way up to the top of the atmosphere, where we now have 1 particle per cubic meter, and it somehow finds that 1 particle's electron to bounce off of back to the Earth. But it just managed to bypass every particle where the air is denser on its way out till it reached this really thin atmosphere zone where there's no more particles, nothing really to bounce off of, and now it chooses to turn around and go back in the opposite direction.
Yes,
It's
because
nonsensical. You say
okay,
yes.
if you're
All right.
yes, let me.
Go ahead.
Can I?
What about all the
Blame your
particles?
nonsense.
What
Hello,
about all the
fucking
particles
hell!
that are
Can
only?
I answer the fucking guy's question?
Yeah,
Jesus.
you don't need to be rude. I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead.
I apologize for swearing. Sorry. It's those in the atmosphere. You know, the further down you are, those aren't as irradiated as the ones higher up because of the atmosphere. That you have the I forget the name of it, something sphere that's basically protecting us from radiation. I think magnetosphere, right?
You're telling a lot of stories, and all of them assume the sphere. So why don't we just get down to brass tacks, and you just show us that sphere?
Well, no, I'm.
Yeah.
It's part of the word. It's a magnetosphere. It's
Yeah,
the
but
Earth's.
your entire concept of how this works with the
Reification.
layers of the atmosphere, yeah, it's a reification of the sphere that you're presupposing in the first place. So we need to see that.
No, I'm showing you evidence that proves a spherical Earth.
You're not
No,
actually,
listen,
because
listen.
I haven't seen
No,
8 inches per
just
mile
listen
squared
for me for
curvature
1
measurements for you,
second.
so that's not what you're doing.
But
You're
by
reifying your
suggesting
sphere.
that every single one of my arguments is just trying to reinstate the hello. Can I Jesus
Well, that
Christ!
is exactly
I've
what
been
you're
letting
doing.
you finish your sentences this entire time, and I can't even finish one thought. This is ridiculous.
I want to
If you want
understand
to have
what
a proper debate, then don't talk over each other.
I don't want to
I've been
debate.
being
I
really
want to understand.
respectful and
I
actually
want.
listening to you guys and listening to your points and trying to understand, and now you're just
I
talking
want.
over me when I'm disagreeing. I don't understand it.
Well, I'm just
It's not a
hoping that we
debate.
could get to this globe measurement is all. That's all, because that's the crux of the whole thing. So I'm
Okay,
just
but
hoping
just
we can
hear me
do
out
that.
for 1 second instead of blurting in and you know, there's a whole group of you and there is one of me. I'm trying to get my point across to you and you're just interrupting me.
I'm not actually. I'm letting you finish.
Not you specifically, but I'm saying you as a general group, okay? Sorry, Central 2.0. I apologize to you
No worries.
specifically. Okay. But by suggesting that every single piece of evidence that I'm, you know, again, I'm by no means coming here as an expert of spherical Earth or an expert of flat Earth, whereas you are in a flat Earth Discord with flat Earth in your name, a lot of you, and you probably know a lot about this. But by saying all of the evidence that I'm suggesting to you is purely based on the like a presupposition that is a spherical Earth. I can say the same about the flat Earth.
Except we're not making presuppositions. We checked the Earth, we measured it, we found that there is no curvature drop that the
You measured
39
the
mile
Earth.
radius sphere would require. Yeah,
Yes,
you can measure it the same way that the Globers claim that they have measured it. You can go and you can do that. You can measure it for a stretch and find out whether it is curving at the necessary rate to be the globe that they said that it is, and it is definitely not. So that falsifies any story that you tell based on the presupposition that that is what it is.
Yeah, you can't really
Let's take an
project. No,
observer.
wait, just a second. You can't really project your stance onto us because we were globers who wanted to prove the globe to be true and went out and checked it, and the globe is not true.
My friend, have you ever thought about an observable distance of like 60 kilometers?
Can't say that I have.
Pardon me?
I can't say that I have sat and thought about a 60-kilometer
So
distance.
over a radius. So that means I'm at the node. The node is the crown of the circle. Okay, globe, whatever. I'd be standing at the top of that point, and that means over a distance of 60 kilometers. Not saying I could see to that distance easily, but 60 kilometers would be an observable drop of 800 feet. Now, if you have anything that's accessible to you readily, then I advise you look there. Maybe you get a point of reference, but I'll advise you. I'll have a look at the Statue of Liberty as an example. That is 306 feet to the very tip top.
Mm-hmm.
People who are driving their boats down the Hudson don't observe the Statue of Liberty sinking in water.
Okay, the Hudson River is in New York, right? Where's the Hudson River?
That's correct. The Hudson River.
It is, yeah.
New York. 306 feet to the top of the Statue of Liberty.
Okay.
And you can go on YouTube and look for videos of people in the Hudson, tons of them, with their camera phones, observing the Statue of Liberty. And she sits right on top of the water the entire time. Like, you could
And
observe even the foundation she's sitting on upon the water.
that's the same principle that we've demonstrated with lighthouses, whereby lighthouses are only 300 feet tall, sometimes 400 feet tall, but yet they can be seen more than 100 miles out to sea. Sometimes 70 miles, sometimes 80 miles. Some lighthouses are visible more than 100 miles out to sea. When you go and do the maths, according to a sphere of 3959 radius, it's impossible to see those objects. It's impossible to see the Statue of Liberty while traveling down the Hudson River. It should be behind the curve. Lighthouses should also be only visible for, say, 10 to 20 miles. Then they should be behind the curve.
As another point of reference, I just threw in the... Oh, sorry.
Really wanting to go.
So you understand, before we can get the stories of the globe in space with gravity forming these layers of atmosphere upon it and so forth, that the first thing that we need to validate is the globe itself, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to add a little something to this whole conversation, is that we've been doing this for 5, 6, 7 years, and it's, I don't want to say annoying, but it's sort of condescending when people come in here and try to present certain things. Like, we've heard all this stuff before. Over the course of 7 years, I honestly don't think you could suggest anything that we haven't already discussed 100 times or more. And so, I mean, it's like you're trying to say, haven't you heard of this, or what haven't you done? Yes, we've had this discussion 500 times already, and we know that it all boils down to certain parameters, and it's very, and when it comes right down to it, all of these things can be all very simplified to, like the gentleman was just saying before, if we could just validate the globe, if we could just validate that there is curvature over water, and you could show it to us, and we can actually see it in any way, shape, or form, validate it 100%, then we can move on from there about all these other things that are contingent upon the 3959 radius value, which means so many different calculations. Even gravity uses that number. If we could just get to the globe, then it would bypass so many of these ridiculous arguments that we always have to get into. Like you guys, like they come in here and says, "Well, hear me out. What this, that, da, da, da." We've done that 100 times in the last week. Generally, it's like it all still boils down to proving the globe. Where is it? We cannot find it. We cannot find curvature. We have tried and tried and tried, and we've asked thousands of people to please show us the curve, and no one can show it. We can't find it, bro. Can you please be the first one? Get a silver medal. You'll make the history books. You'll be probably the most famous man alive for a moment. If you could just please show us this ball Earth that you speak of in reality, not some drawing or some. Show it to us somehow. Get a camera, devise some telescope, whatever. Show us that this curve and this ball is truly a reality, is real. Then we can just move on from there. But until that happens, we're really stuck with all these other things. You talk about satellites, all these different things. They have to use this radius value in order to put them in the right location. They have to use the radius value to tell us the amount of force of gravity that's pulling the air to the globe. We have to use this radius value. It's in everything. We just want to see this radius in reality. Please show it to us, please.
So, yeah, I understand that perspective. Obviously, you know, if you've been doing this for however long, and you can understand also my perspective. I probably think you've met a lot of people like me. My one thing with the, you know, seeing things over a distance that you shouldn't be able to see, light, like being able to see something is light traveling, right? And that is also that has a wavelength, that has a frequency, you know. That is a point to point from what you're looking at to your eyes, and that is through also, you know, that's over the ionosphere as well. That's why you're able to see those things.
That mean if I go in reality and want to make the photo about one island, I'm not shooting the island. I'm shooting the projection of the island.
Yeah, you're shooting the light.
Okay,
I'm
tell me.
I'm not shooting the real island. That means I'm in Croatia, and then behind it's some island, and I know the name of the island, and it's on the map of the island, and that island exists, but still I'm not shooting that island.
Where do you think the ionosphere is?
You are telling me that.
I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Okay.
You say the lasers are going over the Earth and reflecting off the ionosphere. Is that correct?
Well, again, I'm by no means an expert, but that's the way I would see it. Light is also a frequency, and so it's not necessarily a straight line. You know that it can't be.
No, that's just assumptions. First of all, ionosphere.
Yeah, I am assuming a lot of things because I'm by no means an expert.
Let me finish. The ionosphere is not claimed to be right on the surface of the Earth. It is claimed to be really high up in the sky. Yeah, so when you're shooting a laser, measuring the Earth and seeing if there's any deviation of the Earth away from the laser, then it's not going to any ionospheres, not reflecting off of any ionospheres, because they're nowhere near where you're doing your observation.
I'm using it as an example, though, right? Because light is an ultra high, it's really high frequency.
We understand how light works. That's why we test it with lasers and infrared, because we understand how light can refract.
Mm-hmm.
And so we tested it under the conditions where there is limited or no refraction. So under those conditions, the geometric horizon would have to be at the exact location they claim it is. But instead, when we look in infrared, which should limit the horizon and make it be closer because there's less refraction, because they always claim, and that's the only coherent excuse they have, and it's an ad hoc excuse they have no evidence for, by the way, which we had to go out and test for them and show them that they were wrong in their assumptions. It's obvious when you look in infrared cameras that you actually see further. You see, and I have a citation from NASA which admits that they even use infrared to see further when they're looking up into the sky, because it cuts so well through the diffusion and scattering which affects visible light, and of course there's little to no refraction in infrared. So this destroys the globe. On the globe idea, the horizon would always have to be closer where the geometric horizon is, but in reality, when we look in infrared, we can actually see further than invisible light, and we can see 255 miles in the world record long-distance photograph, and one of the mountains we can see in the back there should actually be behind the curve, about a mile down. Not visible, hidden behind a mile of curve.
But we see shore.
And I
May I interrupt, please?
You're not interrupting. No one's speaking.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if you still want to continue on the path that it's refraction, so at this point that's just a baseless assertion. It's like I'm calling you gay. What do you have? What evidence do you have? Well, I don't have any evidence. I'm just calling you gay. Right? That's a baseless assertion. So at this point, you have to prove your claim to be true because you're claiming refraction. So is the anti-flat earthers, right? I don't know if you're new to the subject or whatever, but anti-flat earthers are saying, yeah, we can see too far, but it's because you're gay. I mean, refraction, right? So see how it's a baseless claim? I have no evidence of your homosexuality, right? But if I just say it, does that make it true? Right? So you have to prove that the light is, in fact, bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, which just so happens to be the exact same curvature rate of the Earth. What a coincidence. And at this point, if you go down this path and this is what you believe, that's fine. We don't care what you believe. But, if you call us a conspiracy theorist, it kind of makes you look like a coincidence theorist.
I haven't called you that
Yeah,
at all.
not only do you have to
Not
prove
one
that the
point.
light is curving that way, though, you also have to start by proving the thing that you say is being refracted, which is the Earth curve itself. You can't just apply refraction to an illusion or a hologram or a story or a belief. You got to demonstrate the thing in physical reality before you can say that there's an image of it being refracted.
And to be clear, I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just giving you like scenarios so that you can understand the point that I'm trying to convey. In no way am I accusing you of being a homosexual or any kind of degenerate like that. And I hope that you don't take it personal. I'm just trying to convey a message.
Yeah. I think I haven't been calling you conspiracy theorists or anything like that. I think I've been quite respectful.
No, you have been. I agree. Been very, very pleasant to talk to you, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'm not trying to call you a coincidence theorist, but I'm saying for the people who just go on and believe this, right, that it's just a coincidence that, the sun is the same size as the moon, apparent in the sky. It's just a coincidence that the light bends down at 8 inches per mile squared, which is the curvature of the Earth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a coincidence that the cops did a no-knock warrant and someone else died, That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And when it comes to refraction, I've been kind of a nut over that for about the last month. I've spent literally hours and hours and hours looking at every single observation, every single demonstration, every single thing they have on refraction. And what they have is through one media, which is air, regardless of the temperature changes, the humidity changes, regardless of all of that, the only thing that they actually admit to is that light gets reflected or deflected from going in a straight line to another straight line. They never use the word bend. They never even try to postulate that it gets deflected one every inch to another inch in the air to where it's this perfect deflection of light where it appears to be bending. They do not, no one in the academia world or anything to do with testing or showing refraction, it's always deflection or reflection, and it's from one straight line to another straight line. And then the amount that it deflects and reflects is in no way near enough to account for the curvature. It's such a minute, it's minute, and it deflects it. It says it deflects it in all directions. It depends on the angle of incidence. Like when the light hits this particle of water in the air, imagine if this particle is a round ball, like it probably is in the air, a round like water droplet. Now, if you hit that water droplet with a ray of light on the top, like halfway up of this round spherical shaped water droplet, then the light gets bent down. If you hit it the bottom of the water droplet, then the light gets reflected upwards. If you hit it on the side, it gets deflected sideways, and the other way sideways. So in other words, when this light is coming towards our eyes, if there's refraction involved, which there is, then what it's doing is it's sending the light right, left, up, down, all these different things. And what ends up happening is the image becomes blurred. You get less and less light to your eyes. I mean, the object you're looking at, the light reflected off of an island or whatever, 10 miles away, coming straight to your eyes. Then if refraction is actually there, then that island should actually be blurry. It should be broken up because not all of the light is coming to your eyes. It's been deflected or reflected.
Which is why we can't see things so far away.
Right.
With
So it just becomes a blurry, muddy mess. It doesn't, they never once used the word bend, that light bends in a single media like air. And so, this refraction thing is they're using it, saying that it causes light to bend. And I'm being totally honest with you. I have searched through every possible thing I can find about refraction, and they never say that it bends light. Now terrestrial refraction, that's different. That's when two different mediums are being used, and they'll use glass or plastic and glass and water or salt water or whatever, all things that are not anything close to reality when you're looking out over the ocean.
Yeah.
You're never going to be looking through a sheet of glass or through a plastic bottle or a tank of salt water or sugar water. Or see, none of those things are in reality. But that's the only way they can show light bending in a lab is when they create this environment with using all these different things. They use a piece of glass and then salt water and a laser light and various different things. And then they'll show you that light bends. But when does that ever happen in reality?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Light doesn't bend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are right. Yeah.
You're right. Thank you for that.
Yeah. No. Yeah, you are.
And even if it did, we'd have to have Earth curve before we could have a bent image of Earth curve.
This is good question. Ask yourself who in this world accounting on curvature and rotation, any job, anything, any project, anything.
Yes, Hollywood and Disney. Hollywood and Disney, they do that.
Apart NASA, of course.
The one thing I'm
Disney.
struggling with,
even NASA,
this infrared image. Sorry, yeah, carry on.
Even NASA is claiming that they are working above the flat plane. You have 35 documents saying that the Earth is flat.
So this this infrared, the thing that I'm struggling with, this infrared thing, I'm not really sure how it proves flat as opposed to curve.
Okay.
You're just proving that
No.
infrared can see better than the human eye or a regular camera.
No.
It absolutely destroys the globe geometry. Or you want to go ahead?
How?
Jason?
That's what I'm struggling with.
I'll help you out. Look at this picture I just posted. This is where the horizon should be. The geometric horizon should be on the ball. Do you see that geometric horizon in the infrared picture?
I don't know.
The correct answer is no.
What do you mean?
It is not present in the picture.
But if it's not present, then there's a curve, right?
That means there's no curve. You don't live on a ball.
Turk.
I'm confused by that.
I just posted a link of NASA. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just posted a link of NASA where they claim that you should have a curvature at one point. And with that video that everyone just posted to you, you're going to see that one of them is lying, or it is NASA, or is the guy who made the film.
Yeah, we're talking about something else, so maybe bring it up afterwards. So if you look at the infrared picture, you see the coast on the other side with all the mountains marked in?
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't see any of that. That should all be behind the horizon.
Okay. And is that based on the curvature
that based on the size of the globe as they claim it, accounting for refraction and everything.
Accounting for topography as well.
Yeah.
How you measure topography?
It's based on elevation from sea level.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Oh, and by the way, Kansas is flatter than a pancake, and they extrapolated and worked out the rest of the United States, and the rest of the United States is also flatter than a pancake. So if the whole of the United States is flatter than a pancake and water forms into hills because of gravity causing it to be a ball, then all of the United States would just be a giant lake and would be underwater.
See, if I was you, my English speaking friend, I would say, what are you talking about flattering the pancake? Show me. And that's actually the proper thing to do. Have someone cite the source. So would you be interested in seeing what he's talking about?
I didn't get a lot of that. Your microphone's not great. Sorry. Do you mind repeating that?
So I just posted it in the live stream.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to read it.
Yeah, it's screenshots from two papers. One of them started with Kansas, but you can just look at Kansas and see how incredibly flat it is.
Yep.
Yeah, and they extrapolated basically that they would need a mountain that is 9,908 meters tall for Kansas or America to not be flatter than a pancake. And since the tallest mountain in the world is only 8,848 meters tall, every state in the U.S. is flatter than a pancake.
Hmm. So you're saying that the whole of the United States is flat when it shouldn't be?
Oh, it's just flatter than a pancake. It still has, if you look at the image of the pancake, it still has a little bit of ridges and stuff, which would essentially be the mountains and stuff. To quote Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you shrank the globe down to the size of a beach ball and you ran your fingers over the biggest mountain ranges in the world, you wouldn't feel anything. It would feel smooth like a cue ball or something, he said.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a matter of scale. So if all of America is flat and we have to believe that gravity causes water to form into hills, then all flat surfaces would be able to contain water in hills, and so America would be underwater.
But there is contained water in America, though.
Yeah, it's called lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
So-
doesn't mean that the entire state is underwater because the
No.
state is flat.
Yeah.
Are you from UK?
I'm confused as to how that proves.
Are you from UK?
Well, yes, but I didn't. Can we carry on with?
Yeah, because it's important. Because UK
Okay.
is great. Because UK is Ireland, you know.
Yeah.
Let's say one hill in the middle of the UK.
Mm-hmm.
It's measured because of sea level, reference to sea level. Which from the left, or from the east, from the south, from the north, or from the west? Which sea level? Because in distance it's curving.
What?
If we have the oceans and seas curving, that means also land is curving. How we can measure all that hills if it's curving?
By taking into account the curvature.
Where? Through the land?
Well, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I'm not.
But
a geographer.
Even Drake told you we know that we measure the all elevation, all topography referencing to the sea level everywhere. Switzerland, for example, this country has no sea. How we know that all that mountains has that height?
We don't.
referencing to Atlantic Ocean, Adriatic Sea, Mediterranean Sea, or which sea? Because Switzerland, it's near to Adriatic Sea.
You can't know.
But we know, we have that heights.
We don't.
We actually do. We
have.
do have the heights of the mountains.
From
Also,
sea level.
Yes, that's how we get all the heights of the
And
mountains.
you've measured that yourself, right?
No, I didn't say
Exactly.
that. I'm not saying that I personally did that. That's something that's verifiable and doable in reality. Just like these salt flats over here are a good example of what I'm trying to teach you. So this is a massive flat area that gets flooded. And so when it gets flooded, there's not a massive hump of water in the middle of the flat zone because it's on a ball that's holding water into hills of water and shaping it around this ball. It doesn't work. It's actually equal throughout the entire length of the salt flats. So there's no hill.
Okay. But that doesn't suggest a flat Earth.
Oh, it proves that
Wait a
there's
minute.
open. It's 100% flat. What do you mean it doesn't suggest that?
Well, what is the size of these salt flats, right? What are the sizes?
Thousands of miles.
The one in Bolivia is 9,000 square kilometers.
9,000 kilometers. What's 9 miles?
No, square kilometers.
Yeah, I work in miles. I'm British. It's 5,000
Okay.
miles. Yeah, sorry. This helps me to. I've grown up with imperial measurements.
How we can have perfect refraction in the sky on the curved mirror?
But just let that sink in for a second. The radius is 3,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And they just told you the Bolivian salt flats is 9,000 square miles.
No, square kilometers, bud.
Square
yeah,
kilometers.
it's not only the salt flats in Bolivia. There's Salt Lake City. There's, these things exist all over the world. And then you got to take into consideration the Great Plains, like Kansas, right? Megiddo in the Middle East, and then over in Asia. There's Great Plains everywhere. In Africa, they're known for it. The deserts and everything, right? And then the abyssal plains, right, which is a steady, gradual slope until you get to the middle of the continent where the ridge is. The ridge is where it stops sloping down. So if you look at the abyssal plains, they make up more than 50% of the Earth's surface, if you don't include the water. Over 50% of the Earth is a plain, according to these measurements, and they're actually measuring it with radar like something they call LIGO, I think, or like an echolocation. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So it's not like they're looking at it and eyeballing it and calculating. They're actually measuring it with radar-like equipment.
Yeah, but you understand that. I know the suggestion of a sphere it's not a perfect sphere. It's just not. That's why you refer to it as an oblate sphere, because it's not a perfect sphere, so there will be flat spots.
I thought we already went over this.
It won't let me send any images. I'm not sure why.
It's not any kind of a sphere, and you can't have flat spots on a sphere. It's all curved. Did anybody do the black swan with them?
Yeah, I think we also went over this.
Why won't it let me send? Can I send an image somewhere?
It's not very much oblate. It's only 13 miles, which is a tiny percentage of the difference.
I'm trying to send something. Here you go. I'll just send it as a link.
I'll give you perms. Give me a second.
No, it's all right. No, it's okay. I've got it as a link.
Is it in Livestream NASA when from ISS visible? Is it visible from?
You think that's actually?
That's a moon rock. Holy crap!
No, it's actually just a graphic. It's not actually. It's based on the gravimetric readings, and I have a different graphic for this, but this is not actually how they claim the globe is. Have you compared this image to the NASA images? Are you having cognitive dissonance yet?
So that again, cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Is
Compare this lumpy potato with the perfect sphere of NASA, and then
What's the perfect sphere of NASA?
the images they give you.
Yeah, but that's they aren't. You know, you've got water and you've got the atmosphere from those images, making it
Oh,
appear
really?
as a perfect circle. Yeah.
Are you saying that what is from video live stream that it's something what is look like that, but real Earth is that what you posted?
You have Photoshop making it appear as a perfect circle. NASA themselves told you this.
Yeah, by the way.
There you go then. Yeah.
Yeah. So you admit then that just NASA just wants you to believe it's a perfect circle, but you believe it's this.
NASA don't want you
then.
to believe it's a perfect circle.
But
It's
that's
just
the images, all of the images they portray of it.
Has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
NASA doesn't want that.
Yeah, boy.
That by the way, was NASA designer who made the blue marble from data and flat maps wrapped around a ball, and those are his words.
Robert
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
So now you've given us 3 different globes. Which one is it? A, B, or C?
A, B, or C. What? Oh, in the chat. Sorry.
Which one is reality?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to realize that.
Probably B.
That
maybe D.
Think about this. What consequences Earth would have if oceans are flat?
Think about the consequences if the oceans were flat.
Yeah, think about that.
You'd have no tide.
Yeah.
You'd have no waves.
How that can be dangerous if oceans are flat?
You just don't understand what a reification is, do you?
No, I'm not sure what that word means.
Well, you just keep trying to make your story concrete with other parts of your story. Like you're just retelling the story.
Right.
Like your tide
But
story
do you understand
depends
why,
on the
right?
globe, right? Your tide story depends on the globe. If you get rid of shit, so I got noise. Yeah, if you get rid of the globe presumption, then the tide story doesn't follow, does it? None of the globe stories follow without the globe, right? That's what you keep doing. You just keep going back to a globe story to reify the globe.
Okay. Do you know what? Did you read the text that accompanied the image you linked us to?
I just linked it as the image link. I didn't read the website.
Yeah, so you didn't know what you were posting then.
I wanted to send that image as a representation of what I was talking about, and that is the link that it was set to because I didn't have permissions to send the image.
Yeah, I checked out your link and read what it was about. It's supposed data on the gravity and sea surface height models. So this is a very fantastical idea, but it has no relation to actual reality.
How so? How is that not?
Because it's basically just I have another one of these which is a little bit older. Where is it? Here it is, and this one is one that's wrapped around and one that's in a box shaped. But you can wrap anything around a ball, and these are just. This is just.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
showing you how where the field anomalies are by raising it on the ball. It's not actually doing anything to any ball. This isn't how the ball is.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, they've mapped it as a flat and then wrapped it round. to represent the globe.
Yeah, it's also like how much it bulges out or goes in is based on the values from the gravimeter. It's not based on how the Earth bulges in or bulges out, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. It's a representation of it's like a graph basically, rather than a actual gravimeter. Yeah, I see. Huh.
Is everyone quiet, or am I just missing something here?
Now everyone got quiet.
Okay, just didn't want to overtalk. So, Tree, have you seen the Black Swan? Going once.
Who are you talking to?
Oh yeah, Turtle. Sorry. Yeah, I crossed
I
your
had
name with
I
another
had
T
Tree
name.
or
I wasn't
something.
looking at. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at my screen. I
That's
knew it
okay.
was a T name. Yeah. Have you seen the Black Swan?
I don't know what that is.
Picture with the oil rigs.
Black Swan. It's a movie, isn't it? It's quite a good one.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that. That's not the Black Swan.
Oh, is this thing? Yeah.
Before you go into it, let me preface it real quick.
Go for it.
Because the Black Swan is a comes from Karl Popper's principle of falsification, and he's very respected within the scientific community. And it's basically it goes a little something like this: the statement "all swans are white" is falsifiable because one can observe that black swans exist. So the claim is essentially on the globe's part. All swans are white. The Earth is a globe, and we go out and we look and we find black swans everywhere.
Yeah, you only need one of those to falsify the claim that all swans are white, right?
Yeah.
So, anyway, in that picture, if we're on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. We're supposed to have the geometric ball edge at 1.2 miles, right? That's the boats going over the horizon that they talk about, right? Based on the globe geometry, that's where it would have to be, 1.2 miles, right?
Yeah.
Do you follow?
Yeah. Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, no worries. So You've seen the picture. Do you see where the horizon is?
I think so.
Yeah, so those oil rigs, those are there so that you can sort of judge the distance to the horizon. The furthest oil rig is at 9.4 miles. The horizon is seen behind it. So clearly the horizon is well beyond that 1.2 geometric limitation of the globe, right?
So you're 1.2 miles is the max distance that you would be able to see.
Yeah, that's where that geometric sphere edge is supposed to be, the thing that blocks boats as they go over the horizon, as it were, right?
Yeah.
It's the globe
but-
geometry. That's their math. That's where it has to be if the ball is the size that they said it was and everything is true.
What is that 1.2 miles distance for every what in height?
It's 1.2 times the square root of the height in feet.
Okay.
The observer's height.
The observer's height in feet. So wherever your eyes are at. In this particular picture, it was taken with the P900 camera, and it was set on the beach at 1 foot off the water. So, and I think the calculations.
But I'm talking about the height of the oil rigs.
Right. Well, that's kind of irrelevant. Those are just there so that you can judge the distance to the horizon. You know, based on the furthest oil rig, that the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles, which is a huge error for the globe, right? That's their only purpose in being in the image.
So
it's
you
not
can
about
see
the
that
rig.
Okay, right.
They're distance
It's more about
markers.
the horizon.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're just using them to show you that horizon is beyond 9.4 miles. So that is a colossal error for the globe to get a geometric ball edge around 10 miles. The globe would have to be 6 times the size that you guys think Jupiter is. Do you think that's possible?
Probably not.
I don't think so either. And I don't think that there's anything that light can do in the air to refract the image of that globe to make it look like it's a globe of that size either.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. And this isn't even the worst case scenario like observation that we have for the globe. There's other horizon observations that would put the apparent radius somewhere around 1.8 million miles, which is like 3 times that you guys say the sun is.
So in other words, if it were still a ball, I mean, if we're still saying that it's a sphere, to see that far on a sphere, the sphere would have to be enormous for the so little slight amount of curvature in 10 miles. Then that would be possible to see it on a sphere, but the sphere would have to be bigger than the sun, or what they tell us the sun is. So that's what you're getting at. That it's just by comparison. If you're still postulating that it's a globe, and we're seeing 10 miles, well, then that globe would literally have to be 2 times the size of the sun.
Yeah, and at that
in order
point,
for it to look that flat for 10 miles.
Yeah, and at that point, it doesn't really matter that it is a globe because the globe is so big that all of the known Earth is just a tiny, tiny little dot on the surface of this flat, apparent globe. You've just turned the scale so much that it becomes flat.
So yeah, well, I was just getting that. I was just saying that you could see that far on the globe, definitely, but the globe would have to be so enormous to be flat for that, for 10 miles to still appear to be flat. It would have to be so enormous. I mean, it's like ridiculous.
The distance you're able to see is based on the conditions that you're in. So, for example, that the day that they've taken that photo may have been, weather conditions and other like
absolutely
variables that would mean you'd be able to see further than normal.
No,
I would say
through
no,
light refraction.
I would say less. If there's weather conditions that are causing some sort of phenomenon, then you're talking about reflection and deflection of light. It would make it so you could see less. There's no type of atmospheric condition that would allow you to see further, because what you're talking about is cloudiness, more moisture in the air, more humidity, whatever. All those things are blocking. They're not extending. Those are not attributes that would allow you to extend your view. It would reduce your view.
Essentially,
but how do you know that the view isn't reduced unless, like, for example, that photo?
Let me give you an example. Essentially, the clearer the day and the clearer the weather and the better the conditions and the less refraction, the further we see.
Yeah, I said that.
So that's the opposite of what it would have to be on the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so refraction is only going to make your vision a shorter distance, not longer. There's no such type of refraction that lifts up an object, from 10 miles away, 70 feet up into the air. And not only that, the islands right in that very same video that we're talking about are 29 miles away. That would make your radius 500,000 miles, or a 1,000,000-mile diameter Earth. There's no refraction that could do that. Let's say the refraction did do that at the oil rig, the last oil rig. Let's just say that for the sake of argument. Okay, so if it did it for the 10 miles past Habitat oil rig, it couldn't possibly do the same thing to the islands that are 3 times further.
Yeah, it's also invoking conditions that just don't exist in reality. If there were some magical conditions between you and point A and point B, in order to bend it around the globe, that would still not allow you to have those conditions between you and all other points on the horizon, which would cause the horizon to be like this weird squiggly line. We just don't see that.
Yeah. Anytime you try and start invoking weather conditions or atmospheric conditions, I mean, just common sense. I mean, that's going to block your light. That's not going to extend it.
There's
the refraction can make you sort of see round and see the horizon.
How?
As you would normally see it. The refraction of the light of the horizon.
No.
Refraction doesn't bend light. We talked about that a minute ago.
Don't go over this again. Okay. When things refract, especially visible light, things refract at different rates. So if we were seeing the oil rigs refracting, like you say, then all of the light from them would be causing us to see multiple images of them. Because it's optical dispersion. When the light gets refracted and it's columnated white light, the different wavelengths separate. So we're not seeing that. We see no effect of this excuse, and we have already excluded it using the infrared.
Yeah, I know, Turtle. This thing is it's a massive hard pill to swallow. It really is. But you know what? I used to be a glober. I was a glober. I used to love space. I loved all of this stuff, man. I was, and what did it for me is I looked at the stuff without a bias, without going, yeah, but what about this? And just look at it for what it is and consider all the things and then kind of go,
You've definitely made me question that. I think it's one of those things I need to look
automatically. I understood that it wasn't what they told us it was at the very least.
Here's 2 questions. Here's 2 questions for you.
Okay.
You stand on on the plateau and you watch a plane fly overhead at 650 kilometers an hour. That's a known fact. 650 kilometers an hour cruising speed of a plane. Okay?
Yep.
You don't observe yourself moving, right?
No.
Okay.
Because
Yep.
Because you're in a closed system.
Go ahead.
The airplane is a closed
system. Anything you wanted to add, my friend?
Huh?
Okay. Then we go up in a hot
What'd you
air
say?
balloon. Then we
Yeah.
go up in a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
We get to however far up. We're looking down the entire time. Do we observe the ground moving beneath our feet? Bear in mind, we parked our car at the recreation center to go up in the hot air balloon.
Say that again.
And
Sorry, I was coughing.
there's wind. Wind is not a variable.
Why is wind not a variable?
It's a calm day.
So,
You go up
I'm
in a hot air
not sure
balloon.
what that is. Condane.
A calm day. There's no wind present.
Oh, I see what you
You
mean.
go up in a hot air balloon. Do you observe the ground moving beneath your feet?
It's an impossibility. There is always wind.
So that wind will push the balloon.
Yeah.
Has that been something you've observed where a hot air balloon goes up and drifts a substantial amount of distance that would substantiate the Earth rotating at a constant rate beneath it? Remember,
Yes.
it has to be a constant rate that you observe. Every time the hot air balloon goes up in the air, you have to consistently see the ground moving beneath your feet at the same rate they claim in order for that to be an observable fact.
Well, I can't say that I've
You
looked at
can't
it
include
specifically for that reason, but
Do you know what they say about the rotation and the atmosphere? They say that it's somehow attached to the Earth, which violates all gas laws. Gas does not bond to anything. We cannot
gravity.
find
That's how it works.
No, just a minute. It doesn't bond to the Earth. It doesn't bond to it. So
No.
what I'm saying is
the gravity keeps it there.
Just a minute. Let me finish.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead. Sorry.
Please. Let me finish, please. They say that the trade wind, I live in Utah, and so the wind comes from California, it comes from west to east, and it's going faster than the globe spin. How is that possible? If it's glued to the surface, you would think that it would follow basically the same rate of speed. The atmosphere would follow the globe, but yet it's going faster. 200 miles an hour faster if you want to get into the jet streams up above. How is that even possible that the spin of the Earth is attached to the gas, the atmosphere, and making it go faster than the globe spin?
That's wind. That's what wind is.
I understand that, but how's it going faster? That means the wind, in essence, would have to be going like 1,200 miles an hour in order to be going faster than the Earth spin.
And how is it going faster in the opposite direction of the spin?
No, it goes the same.
The same direction.
Yeah, and not only that, gas doesn't bond to anything. They can't find any demonstration that shows gas bonding. It bounces off, is what it does, and goes in all directions. So it violates gas laws 100%. It's a total violation of what they say gas is supposed to do. It's not supposed
you still
to
have. I don't think they relate. I think that the wind and the wind cycle and whatever the rising of hot air and those what do you call them? I forget what you call them, but the generation of wind and storms and things like that is separate.
Yeah, did you know that wind goes in all directions on the Earth? It goes east, it goes west, depending on where you're at. It doesn't blow just from west to east.
No, it doesn't.
The rotation of the Earth would be. So if it were attached, it would have to consistently blow east to west. And
it's not attached, though. You've said that as well.
Right.
I agree with that.
But the Globers say that it is.
I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying that it keeps contained by gravity, and then the atmosphere that creates
gravity,
is where the wind
atmosphere, your going to need a globe, and you're going to need an outer space vacuum for both of those.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why we have
So just
one.
Well, we just showed you the black swan that you do not. So why do we keep going in circles?
Yeah, we keep going in circles. He keeps denying that we've debunked the radius, and he just keeps forgetting all these things that we've showed him.
I'm still concerned. I'm still concerned that we're latching onto the observable drift of hot air balloons based on wind, when that's not a detected constant. That's no.
There is constant.
There's no way. Pardon me?
There is constant wind.
No, I'm sorry. No, on a calm day, right? I can't accept the fact that you're going to sit there and tell me that wind is going to push a hot air balloon at a constant rate that's going to give you an observable drift beneath your feet. No, my friend. I'm sorry. No.
It's not.
So you understand that your gravity was supposed to form the Earth into a globe, right?
I'm confused by your question.
That was what gravity was supposed to have formed throughout the universe. Balls, right? The Earth is supposed to be one of those.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's that at? What happened
Say that
there?
again?
Where's that at? Where's that globe at? What happened there?
Yeah, where was it measured? When,
Doesn't seem like there's
where, and
much
how?
gravity.
I'm really not following. I'm sorry. It's quite late.
Well, that would have been
what
what gravity made here, right? Is a ball, the thing that you think you're standing on, right?
Yeah.
So it comes back to this again. Where is that ball? Do you understand how every time you invoke gravity or layers of atmosphere, these are reifications of that globe that no one can show us?
Yeah, we can also show that gravity is not holding gas at ground level. Otherwise, we would be able to show that within a vacuum chamber at ground level, where gravity is claimed to be the strongest. Instead, the second law of thermodynamics is not violated at all.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Because of the black swan theory, anything I
It's not a
say
theory.
from then on, it is.
No, we've just shown the horizon
Sorry,
to be
sorry,
well
let me
beyond the
specify. The
geometric
black swan
constraints
theory.
of the thing
No,
that
listen.
you believe in.
You literally said it's called the black swan theory by someone.
No, I
named
didn't
Pepper.
say that. I literally
It's
did not
not
say
you.
that.
Okay, someone. No, listen to what I'm saying. No, let me specify. Let me specify before you go on. Let me specify.
It's a principle,
I'm
not
trying
a
to
theory.
speak. Hello?
I'm correcting you. It's a principle, not a theory. It's by
Oh.
Karl Popper, and it's a logical consistency. Is what we're doing here. We're either it's logical or not. If all swans are white and you find a black swan, that means logically that all swans are not white.
The
You
black swan
understand that?
theory, or theory of black swan events, is a metaphor that describes an event that comes as a
This is
surprise as
not what
major
we're
effect,
talking
or is
about.
inappropriately
We're talking about something
rationalized
unrelated what we're
after
talking
the
about.
fact and the benefit of hindsight.
It's not what we're talking about. You brought that into here. We're talking about a
Yeah.
logical syllogism here. It's not the same thing that you're talking about.
Yeah, you're bringing up something completely unrelated to what we're talking about and trying to attribute it to us. That is called the strawman fallacy. Please stop. Consider for a moment and try to act rational.
Tartan, this is not black
So I
swan.
want to speak up just for a second, if that's okay.
Hello?
Can I interrupt?
Am I not allowed to? Okay. All right then.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason that
Sasha, you're
said
coming
the
through
black
super
swan
quiet.
theory
It's
is because
you
I
might want
had
to turn up.
I had a tab open that said black swan theory.
I want to shout only one sentence.
What do you say?
Only one sentence, and that's it, and I'm done.
Okay, you can leave whenever you want to, my friend.
Yeah, but I will. Oh, okay, can I say that sentence?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay, great.
I thought you were giving me one sentence.
I will give you 10 after that. I will give you 10 hours. I will give you 10 hours after that.
Okay.
That means it is not a point about black swan, whatever. It's a point about horizon principle.
I know, I understand that, but I refer to it as a theory because that's how I'd seen it online.
Let's call it now horizon principle.
Okay,
Let's
the
forget
horizon principle.
Okay, horizon principle is this: there is no curvature in reality. Point.
Yeah, no, yeah, then that's what I was saying.
No black swans, no birds, nothing.
So
It's
to
only
go
that
back to what I
there is
originally
no gravity.
said and change one
Yeah,
word.
that is horizon principle.
To
There
go
is no
back to what I was
gravity.
saying and change one word. I
No, there is
I
no
understand
point
your
to speak
point
about
of
black
saying that
swans
it get.
now.
I thought you were having one sentence, bro. What happened?
Okay, great. But no point anymore, black swans. No birds anymore.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm rephrasing what I said earlier, which seemed to cause some controversy. I understand why my points are getting because of the black swan principle.
Again.
That we've seen the horizon thing. I understand that. That's what I was trying to
You
say.
got to
I'm
understand
sorry
that
I
that's
used the
the
word
total
theory.
geometric falsification of the
Yes.
ball. That's the whole point, right?
Yes,
That
that's what
ball
I'm
edge has
saying.
got
That
to
is what I'm
be
saying. I
at that
understand that.
the 1.2 mile distance if the claimed dimensions are true. That's just it. And it's
Yes,
so far
that's
beyond
what
that
I'm
that it's
saying.
impossible for it to still be that thing, right?
I don't think that's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
But I slipped and said theory, and everyone
Yeah, it's
got
not really
mad. And
theory.
I
But go
know,
ahead.
and I understand that now after the full discussion we just had. That's all I was saying. I get it, and I know what you're saying is what I'm trying to say.
The problem is also you read
what is
something that is
theory?
not related to what we were talking about.
That's
You
because you
said
had a go at me for saying theory because I slipped. I apologize. That I read the tab and the reason why I said theory.
Honestly, you
But
said
that's
one theory
beside the point
before.
of that I was trying to make.
No
You
worries,
zoned in
no
on a
worries.
word that's beside the point that I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make was that I understand that because of for example, that horizon thing that you mentioned, that the rest of the I guess concepts that I'm coming up with don't respond, don't work because
Right, the
of the
geometry
black
has to be
swan.
there. The
Yeah,
geometry
exactly.
for the globe has to be there first, right? It's the very first thing that we need in order for any of those globe stories to have any merit, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was agreeing. I wasn't trying to. I just said
Okay.
theory accidentally. I apologize.
No worries.
But you
Jesus.
used in one moment you used theory.
Yes, I did say theory. You're correct.
No, you
Yeah,
said
it's
gravity.
okay.
That's
We're
theory.
moving on.
Yeah, let's just
So
move
I just
on.
want to say, something if I can interrupt, guys, if you don't mind. So, get your name, Turtle. Turtleneck. So the thing is that these arguments aren't meant to convince you that we live on a flat stationary plane with no vacuum above us, right? It's meant to make you go outside and find out for yourself, right? Because you've had, what, 20, 30 years worth of brain. What's that?
It's done its job. You've done your job.
Right, good. Good, thank you. Yeah. So I'm just pointing out that you've had 30 or 40 years worth of brainwashing, depending on how old you are, watching television, right? And if you see things that aren't real, you hear things that aren't real, sometimes your brain might, think, like when you go back and you watch the movie, and you think, well, the government's capable of like zooming in from like deep space to like a titty on the beach, which is a movie that I saw in like the early 90s. It's like they don't have that kind of capability. Like they can't do that. And then you realize that we went to war in Iraq because NASA provided, some satellite footage that showed weapons of mass destruction. Don't you have to take a biopsy of something to see what it is? Because I could take a picture of something and it could be something like totally fake. So we're not asking you to believe the picture that we're showing you of the black swan. We're wanting you to go to that spot on, the British island where you can see, what it was, France? I think see France from the UK. I don't remember exactly where it's at, but we want you to go to places like that and like check for yourself, right? And the thing about light, the behavior of light, and I use the word behavior specifically, is one of the most confusing things that have confused us. I'm sure you've heard someone say that if you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand quantum mechanics. And that's because the double slit experiment, the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, where the behavior of light is changing depending on whether or not there is a camera watching it to see which light particles go through which slit, right? So the way that light behaves is very confusing and it's not easily understood. But from what we understand is that you get the most amount of refraction when you hit the barrier between two media, right, at a certain angle. But if you're just like looking at a shark in the ocean, the shark's right in front of you. It's right where you're seeing it. right? But if you're looking at a shark in a tank, right at the corner of the tank, you're going to see the shark on the left and the right, right? That's because there's three media that you're looking at the shark through, and you don't know where the shark is at. It's somewhere in the tank, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know where. You can't place it. Just like the stars when they get close to the horizon. You don't know exactly where they're at, right? But when they're right over your head, the constellations map out perfectly, like they have for 32,500 years, according to the BBC, the oldest known star chart. If you were to type in those words, you'll see that Orion was carved on a mammoth tusk, right? So 32,500 years, the stars haven't changed from a Big Bang explosion where galaxies are like flying through space and expanding to a certain heat depth. We haven't seen any parallax in the stars. We haven't seen any curvature on the Earth. We haven't seen any spin of the Earth, right? But they're telling us this stuff is happening. So it's like this, right? The way the scientific method works is you manipulate the cause and you see the effect. Are you familiar with that? Independent, dependent control variables?
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about? Okay. So if someone says the moon's gravity is causing the tides, right? Then you would ask, how did you turn off the moon's gravity and manipulate it to see if it was actually the cause? Well, you can't do that. Oh, that's pseudoscience, hon. You can't call that knowledge, right? It's a just so story. So what if I said there's actually green grass on the dark side of the moon and it's very dense and it's what's causing the tides? You'd say, that's funny. That's a funny story, bro. Well, I can't manipulate my cause to demonstrate the effect either. So they're both equally scientific, exactly non-scientific. They're both equally non-scientific statements, right? So not everything that they say to you that comes out of theoretical astrophysics is like verifiable. Like you can't verify dark matter. You nor any other man, woman, or child on the earth can verify dark matter, black holes, dark energy, all these things that they say that is happening. If you can't verify it, then it's not knowledge. If you can't falsify it, it's not science.
Yeah, but people are working on finding evidence for those. That's the point of that. That's why they're theories. So we know, as of yet, there is no proof for those things, but people are working on finding proof. That's the point.
Okay, that's good. Well, why are they teaching it in every school on Earth?
Why are they, or why aren't they?
Why are they teaching the globe if it's not been proven?
Oh, the globe? Well, I don't know. That's the educated governments, I suppose.
Oh, by the way, it's not a scientific theory because a scientific theory requires systematic experimentation.
Yeah, which is what they have with dark matter and like you said,
No,
physics.
they don't have any experiment in cosmology, astrophysics, or astronomy. There is no valid experiment in any of those.
It's just a layman's theory. It's the same as going down to the corner of the street and meeting a drug addict and him telling you how the pink unicorns control the sky. It's the same kind of story.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I think I'm
So
going
what
to
we're trying to teach you is the difference between a just so story, like it just so happens to be that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Let's go get them, boys. And then it just so happens to be that there's no way to verify that. Oh well, we're going to spend your tax dollars until your dollar doesn't buy anything,
no, I get it. Yeah.
and you're going to enjoy it. And what if? And this is this is hypothetical. I don't know if NASA was the public relation arm of the U.S. military-industrial complex, and everything they do is to mislead you into think that we're exploring space and we're not bombing brown people into the Stone Age because we need to install a Federal Reserve, World Bank, IMF type bank in their country because there's only a few countries left that don't have them, and they just happen to be the bad guys like Iran, Syria, North Korea. It was Venezuela, but that's changing as the world is rapidly evolving into a new paradigm. But you get my point.
No, I get what you're saying. There's definitely corruption in every government. There's so many lies. But yeah, I think I'm going to go to bed. It's quite late. But thank you for talking.
Peace out.
I have
Thanks
one
for listening, bro.
question before I go. Actually, how do we see the sunset?
Goes too far for you to see it. It's not because of Earth curve, because the horizon's too far. Remember?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Check your thing.
So it's just going out of view, kind of thing.
Yeah.
All optics have a limit to how
Yeah.
far it can see. Like
Yeah.
if you look down this corridor, you can see that the corridor appears to come together on the sides and come together, the ceiling and the floor, but it's
Yeah.
not actually coming together. That's
Yeah, it's
just what it,
perspective.
yeah, it's just what it appears in perspective.
Yeah.
So if you take the walls away, that point would now turn into a horizon line. And so if you had a bunch of ceiling lights, for instance, and you kept walking away from them, the ceiling lights would appear to descend into the horizon. There are other things that play into things at the horizon, and where is it? Just a minute.
Do you know how big the sun is on in our flat Earth scenario? Do you know how big it is?
I think I saw earlier you said it's a lot smaller than is claimed.
Right. So keep
Yeah.
that in mind, so that when the sun goes away, it's going away from you. Seeing how it is much smaller, the further it gets away, the sooner it's going to disappear.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's much, much, much smaller, and it's much, much, much closer.
How are we protected from its radiation?
Well, because this fallacy about this Van Allen radiation belts is not true. It's not reality. They've
The
made
sun
that up.
does emit radiation.
Yes, it does. It does make radiation, but it doesn't make this dangerous amount of radiation because it's not the size. Now, if it were the size that they say it is, this at 93 million miles away, and it's like how many thousand times bigger than the Earth?
Yeah.
If it were that big, it probably would put that much radiation out. But it's just this little tiny thing. So it's only putting out a small amount of radiation that's not dangerous. Not in the same way. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The sun is a black body, and it radiates all waves of the spectrum, and so most of the waves scatter in our atmosphere or air and don't reach us. So that's where most of that actually goes. And to go back to what we were talking about and the sun and the horizon, Sasha posted one picture which I was looking for, and the other one is another picture, and it shows you the two different conditions. Can you guess what's the difference between these two pictures, condition-wise?
One has zooming and one is static, I suppose.
Well, the big difference here is one is taken over when you're looking over the ocean, and the other one is taken in a desert. And so the desert has very, very, very low humidity conditions, and that's where you can see the sun appear to get really, really small and disappear above the horizon. When you are in a very humid environment, it lenses the things in the air, making them appear to get a little bit larger. So as they go away from you, it compensates for them shrinking, making them then appear to descend into the horizon, losing the bottom first.
Yeah.
I can show you where we replicated this using just a simple lens. This was all, though, based on a globe meteorologist talking about this and talking about lensing, where we first got this idea and started looking into, like, how could this work? And we started looking at just all images of the sun setting from all over the world until we found, like, anomalies and things that were different, and what were the conditions of those anomalies. And it's really interesting. The more you look into this, the world is an amazing place, and they just don't want us to look at it. They want us to believe them, so that we just do what we are told and follow what's on the news, and don't look around and figure out what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. 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 So thanks for talking to me. I'll have a look at some of those. Do you guys do a stream like this?
24/7.
Oh, damn. All right. Oh shit. Yeah, that's the name of the Discord.
Thanks for being
Sweet.
here. Thanks for being open.
Yeah. Thanks for talking to me.
No problem. Have a good one.
Yeah, and you. See ya.
See you later.
Imagine that, an open-minded person capable of entertaining a thought without believing in it. An educated mind.
I like it.
Those are
And
so
opener
rare.
moment.
Yeah, I don't think we made much of a dent in his realizing that we live on a plane, but I think that we did raise some questions in his mind, and hopefully he'll look into it further. But he just kept going back and back to so many different things that he clearly wasn't taking on board very much of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been asking the questions he was.
It's going to take
I
some
don't
time
know.
to
I
break
think
that
he was.
program.
Yeah, like he's doing the total normie reaction. Like that's kind of what you would expect. He's going to keep going back. He's in cog dis. So, but he'll probably awake at bed at night. You know, like.
I'm just saying, I don't think he's actually taken any of it on board yet. He might, hopefully, but
Oh, we got to let it
still think
marinate.
he's going back and back with this cog dis is really causing him some grief right now.
Yeah, it's supposed to. Supposed to. He'll be all right. He'll be back. He wants to know if the streams, you know, like how often do you guys stream? All the time? Oh, I'll come back, I guess.
It was definitely more promising than most. You're right.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
I tried to ask somebody to post that GIF where the sun disappears over the horizon, then it zoomed back in with the P900. I wanted him to see that before he left, but I didn't get it in time.
It was posted 33 minutes after the hour.
I'm kind of lazy. I don't save any of those kinds of things because so many people have already done it. So I apologize for being so lazy and asking for other people's stored information, but that's me.
I made that mistake in the beginning, and then I was like, does anybody have this? And no one had it. And I was like, oh no. Thankfully, if you look hard enough, you can generally find it, especially if you talk to people here.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it Rob Skiba that kind of did the lens test? Was he the one that started that?
Be more specific.
He would even. I mean
Oh,
he would take that lens that you would get from those magnifying lenses, and make the little landscape and the sun, and like show you visually kind of what atmospheric lensing does. Pardon the sphere, but anyway, he's the one that I watched, and on his website he would sell that kit. He would sell like a little landscape and that lens with the sun, on a little sliding. He would just make all of that, like that whole set. And he's like, take this to every meetup that you go to, or take this over to your buddy's house and flat smack him with it. Like, show him what the sunset actually looks like through a lens, like the air when it's lensing the sun or whatever. And I mean, to me, it's one of the most condemning, kind of representations of what happens because it's so spot on. Like the sun is going away and yet it stays the same size, and it, you know, it just looks like it's sinking into the earth, but it all has to do with perspective and, you know, angle and magnification, and it's really very cool.
Yeah, the more you learn, the more magical the world gets, and you're like, but how does all this other stuff work?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest roadblocks that we do have in all of this is we do have all these atmospheric lensings and different, you know, things that happen that there's an explanation for it, but it's complex, a lot of it, and it's not like real easy to absorb. It's like, well, this and this and this happens, and it's all because of these magical, circumstances that allow for it to happen. And I think that's kind of one of our biggest roadblocks, because it's like, well, now you're having to convince these people of, or show them so that they become aware of these effects that happen when it's not like actually falling into the horizon. It's due to this other reason. And I think that's really hard for a lot of them to absorb, that there's actually other explanations for what happens. Like when a boat disappears bottom up, there's clearly another reason for why that happens. But, you know, they don't, they have a hard time with that.
The crazy thing is that the absurdity of the story, the narrative that most of the world believes, right? Like that's way more insane. We could say, yeah, I guess atmospheric lensing is complex or whatever, but to me, it's so much more simple. And since it's Speculation Tuesday, the same thing applies to, oh, they're bouncing radio signals off this ionosphere. It's like, doesn't it make more sense that they're bouncing television, you know, radio signals off of a solid surface, like a dome, perhaps? Like, you know, it makes way more sense. It's pretty simple. No, they're bouncing it off this ionized air. It's the dumbest bullshit in the world.
Just grasping at straw after straw.
Yeah, well, they claim to be reflecting it off of two surfaces. So we don't know the composition of whatever is above us. We have no real idea, other than like we can reflect off of something up there. What it is, no idea. What's its composition? No idea. How far away? No, I'm not sure. Because we don't know what medium the stuff is going through, so we can't really assume the propagation rate.
Fair enough. I got to believe, though, that somewhere the height, you know, and the vastness of that thing has been measured, right? Because if you can bounce something off of it, any kind of radio signal, then they can measure how far above us it actually is, and you know, get a good idea of what the lid looks like.
Yeah,
and I would be interested to know.
That requires us to know the propagation rate of the waves in those mediums, and we don't know the mediums that they're going through. So what we have is their assumptions based on their assumptions on what's up there. So based on the assumptions of the mediums, it goes down to almost nothing, so they can just shoot those waves wherever and bounce it off whatever they want, and it comes back. And it's so dumb, but it's all based in those assumptions. We don't have any way to verify what it is there.
I think they're assumptions, but they're assumptions for us, because I think they do know. I think they've been up there near the Kármán line. I think they have mapped out the dome with Operation Fishbowl and Dominic, or whatever that was. I think they do know where it is. They do know how high it is, and thus they have the ability then to use it for this reflection of radio frequencies or whatever it may be they're using it for. I think that, yeah, these are assumptions that are only we're subject to. I don't think they are. I think they very well know what's up there.
You are right. Like with the Russians nuking over all of Russia to test the was it illumination rate, reflectivity of the firmament. So yeah, that's how they literally described it themselves, the firmament. So yeah, they blew a bunch of bombs up in the sky to try to figure out how to reflect stuff from the sky. So there's definitely something up there, and they definitely know how to reflect off it, but is it just it's kind of like with gravity. Like you can see what it does, but you don't know what causes it. Like you can see that things drop. This is how the globers think of it. We of course understand that like there's relative density and things go up and down, but we don't know why things operate on relative density. Just like we don't know why the second law of thermodynamics keeps working, and hot always goes to cold and high pressure always goes to low. It's just the way it works. So we know how it works, and we can see how it works, and they have tested it and shot things up there and seen how it works, but I don't know if the assumptions on how it is working are correct.
Well, I would just maintain that they know a whole lot more about it than we do, because of all the tests they run. Like you said, all the bombs they sent up. I think they were mapping out the shape of it. That would be my assumption, and the distance to it. And once they get that information, they know where it's at, and they know basically maybe what it is. I'm not quite sure that they know exactly what it is, but they know it's there, and I think they know where it is. And so then now they can start experimenting using different frequencies or different this and that and the other to use it to deflect radio frequencies, whatever, light, whatever. I think they do know where it's at. But exactly what it is, maybe not. But I'm pretty sure they know where it's at, because they seem to avoid contact with it as much as possible. Because every time they do become in contact with it, it either stops what they're doing, the rocket either explodes or starts skimming across it like a boat skimming across water or whatever. I think they know where it's at. I really do.
Yeah, that's why I'm
But
leaning.
back to. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I'm leaning towards something like. There's probably something like Get keeps talking about liquid helium and all that stuff. There's probably a layer of density difference or something up there.
Superfluid liquid helium.
Yeah, there's probably something up there enough to create a boundary for total internal reflection, which would give them the lower boundary to reflect off, and then there could be the top of the container just so high up that we just can't see it. The light from it would never reach us, depending on the medium that's between us and it.
I think the gas thing you're just talking about is pretty sound theory, and I think that's why the entire sky glows blue, like when the sun comes up, because it's maybe similar to the northern lights, where they get illuminated from whatever causes those northern lights to the gases to light up. It's possible that the sky itself has got some property that when the sunlight hits, it just illuminates.
Yeah, if you look at neon signs,
the entire sky is blue when the sun comes up. It just suddenly becomes blue. It's being illuminated.
If you look at neon signs, they use noble gases, which are present high up in the air. And noble gases, when subject to electromagnetic fields, actually start glowing.
Yeah.
And they glow in the same colors as the sunrise and the sunset and the blue skies and all that stuff. So it's very interesting, and it actually fits with the claimed composition of the upper air. So it's very interesting.
That's exactly how I believe it to work. The ether, the composition of what's under the firmament is the ether, AETHER. So each element and all that connects all the elements. That's exactly how I see it. With the introduction of all the different gases that compose what is beneath the lid of what's inside the pot.
Yeah, I think the ether, believe it or not, this is kind of a strange theory of mine, but I think the ether acts as though it's a solid. It is so present that, so you can transmit, from one side to the other instantaneously, like a metal rod. You can vibrate it, and at 10,000 miles away, it vibrates exactly the same as it does on this end, because you can pull it back and forth. You could do Morse code across the entire universe with a single rod of steel, just going, bringing it back and forth. Did it.
And how do you get to that conclusion,
Exactly.
Rockton?
It would be instantaneous transmission.
Exactly.
I think the ether functions on that exact same level.
Because again, guys, hold on. Let's
No,
unpack the premise.
I would like to hear how we get to that point. Is it just a theory, an idea, or is it based on something?
Well, we're basing it on the idea that the lid, being the firmament, right? And gases always seek to fill the area. So I would presume that if we look at it upside down and zero gravity, apparently you can achieve that at the very tip top of the quote dome. We've seen the Lance Stephenson clips of him hitting 0G for however long it is, and then he falls back down. So
Parabolic
I'm thinking,
flights?
pardon me?
What are you talking about? Parabolic flights?
Isn't that, would it be parabolic flights? Is that the name of it? I'm sorry, I don't know. I apologize.
The Vomit Comet or parabolic flights where they fly a airplane up into the air and then drop it down again and simulate so-called zero gravity?
Okay, so there's not a point at all. I apologize then. I skimmed past that then. So there's not a point in the atmosphere where they ever achieve zero gravity then?
No.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so I'm going by a premise of, again, gas filling a full space and maximizing the space, right? Based on what was just said, the idea from going from one spot to another, the ether filling that space, and again, the composition that the ether is like water, fire, all the elements, all four elements, including including the composition that connects those elements, being the ether, AETHER. That is why transmission can happen from one spot to another, the proposal prior to what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't see how that works.
Okay.
Especially because all of the things attributed to the ether, like the Sagnac effect, the ether wind, which is the Sagnac effect was built on, and light transmission, because light can be transmitted through a vacuum. So they say that it's not the medium of air that's being mediated through. It's not, the air isn't waving, and light isn't the waving of air like the wave of liquid or water. So that's where they postulated that maybe there's some other medium that is so fine, that's so much finer than gas, that it actually just seeps through everything, including closed containers. So they wouldn't be able to evacuate it and wouldn't be able to detect it. So that's where they got the idea from. I don't see how that is gonna create instant transmission, especially when the ether is supposed to be rotating in these swirls, and the swirls are rotating at different speeds, and I don't see the connection.
Imagine this, that the speed of sound is like 700 miles an hour in the air. Do you know what it is underwater?
The speed of sound underwater is very fast.
Very fast, 4,500 miles an hour, I think. So the denser the material, the faster that sound can propagate through it or vibrate. Like a steel rod. If it vibrates on this end, it's going to vibrate on the other end, or you can pull it back and forth. You get this instant transmission. So if there is an ether, I'm maintaining that it's so dense that this instant transmission can take place, even though the density of it it's got to be some kind of a very mysterious type of substance that, like you said, travels through all matter. It's so small, but yet it's so dense that it doesn't, even still being so dense, it doesn't affect anything passing through it or whatever. It seems to be basically non-existent in that state, in that matter. But my personal opinion is that it is dense in a different way. I just think it's denser than steel. But its composition allows things to flow through it, and it to flow through other things in a way that we don't understand.
My personal opinion, ether even is not defined. Gravity at least is defined.
Yeah.
Not even defined.
So taking the idea, and this is a bit of, it's out there, but we are water.
Well, love is
Right?
there
We're
also.
composed. Pardon me?
Hate, love is there also, and hate is there also.
So we're composed of water. The human body is what?
Yeah,
How much percentage water?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so the human body is
70,
composed of what?
80%. Who knows?
Okay. So 80% of
Contain water. Is it water containing water, or is it like a lot of water inside a container?
Our skin contains the water until you press break, you switch, and your
So
skin is made up of
we do have
all the food and minerals
water,
from the
but
ground.
we do have water, but it's not like we are water.
More dense water contained less dense water.
You guys have any interest in talking to Buck for life?
Yeah, I could speak.
Yes, please, God, let's talk to that person.
I
Thank
can
you.
speak with Buck with Life for a Buck.
Yeah, he wants to talk. He's been in the lobby talking for a while, so let's put him on there.
Bring him.
Why wouldn't we be interested in talking to him? That's what I want to know.
Hi, Buck. You're live. How are you? He's going to be one of those broken mic gangsters. He's typing right now in the lobby. He's going to tell me, oh man, my mic's broken. Oh no, he's just ignoring us.
Back to Waterboy. Yeah,
Buck for
we're
life,
all comprised of the elements of the earth, right? I mean, our mother literally uses the father's, genetics, and I mean that directly from the father, the creator, and she creates, a meat suit, right, for us to inhabit like a vehicle. That's what I believe. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I'm thinking is going on.
Well, that's my idea, that with the collective consciousness, this is what collects us as one, so to speak. The proposal.
So when your mother eats potatoes, after conception, right, she's getting all the nutrients from the ground, right? And she's literally using, Texas to create a meat suit for you, right? And when you're born, then for the rest of your life, you say, well, I'm a Texan, right? Unless you move
Your
somewhere else.
child.
So if you are what you eat and you are what your mother eats, then you're basically, you and the land are synonymous.
Oh man, am I a potato? I might be.
You might be. But yeah, you and the land in legalese, like the people and the land are synonymous. Unless you were born on an airplane or something, I guess. Then you have no country. You were born in the Pacific. So basically, we're given this like level 1 meat suit, and then the more you learn about genetic expression, epigenetics, as they call it, it's like I can level this thing up. And like today, my wife was, telling me she weighs 100 pounds soaking wet. And she's always going to be small frame, and she was telling me like I can work all day, not get tired. And I picked her up and I like grabbed her and I like pushed her against like the ceiling almost. And I was like, yeah, but I'm much more powerful than you are. Your meat suit was very efficient. I'll give you that. But I'm extremely powerful.
Hey, Hank, I feel like you're having an epiphany on air right now.
No, I haven't had one of those in a while. But yeah, an epiphany is a subtle realization of later, isn't it? You know what that word means?
It's fine. Whatever. That's fine. You're fine. It's fine. We're fine. It's whatever. This is fine.
Well, that was an interesting day. Couple of real thinkers coming in here, trying to piece it together, man.
They're trying to outsmart the truth, and I just,
Well,
yeah.
It's tough,
Weird.
man. You know.
Tough for them. It's tough out there for liars, right?
Well, people that are completely, cognizant or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's tough, man. But it's fun to see it in real time, and you just oh shit, I know. Why would they lie? Like, oh really? You had to go there? That was your last question, dude?
How about
Really?
this? How about this? You say, well, you've lied before. Why was that? You know?
Right. My response is, why do actors act?
My response is, why would I lie to you? Why would I lie?
Right.
Not like anybody's paying anybody to talk about how the Earth's flat.
People
You gotta
don't
be
lie.
fucking
Okay, let's
kidding
go
me.
with that. Why am I lying?
Because you're an asshole.
You sound like you wouldn't do the necessary research or experiments or measurements. Therefore, I don't like you, and therefore, Earth's a globe. Okay.
I love the oblate spheroid explanation today. How you
what a cope.
divide the 13 miles by the and you end up with a bunch of zeros, man. It's like completely negligible. It's not even a consideration. The oblate
Oblate
spheroid
spheroid
kicks
is a
my ass.
confusion. Is a mass confusion.
Exactly. I
You're
laughing
supposed
my
to
ass
believe that
off.
it's a sphere and it's an oblate spheroid at the same time, and it's also a pear shaped at the same time, and then you must be an idiot. And NASA's been
Where is the dome?
NASA's been given its perfect sphere since 1969. So there you go.
Yep.
Where is the dome?
Where is it?
So it's not a pear shape. It's not an oblate spheroid. It's just a sphere, regular sphere, just like in the dictionary.
Yep.
I would say it's
like a cue
above
ball.
us.
A cue ball's not pear shaped. A cue ball's not an oblate spheroid.
Yep.
So we got Buck for Life in the chat now asking us some questions.
Come on here, Buck.
Where is it?
Go, man.
Where is the dome?
Much easier to answer your questions just talking to you.
He's asking, where is the dome? Where is the enclosure, the containment? I would say above us.
No question.
Yeah, it's got to
Can
be
you show
above us.
it?
Yeah, just look at the sky. There it is.
That is what he
I
created
only
on
see
the
the
second
sky,
day.
not a dome.
Yeah, it would have to be an enclosure for the gas pressure. So yeah, you're looking at it. Just take a look at the sky.
Or the ground.
It's got to be below us too at some point. It doesn't go forever.
Now he's asking for proof. This conversation is just going in circles. Well, that was the first thing we did. The gas pressure is the proof. That's an antecedent, right? Or the containment is the antecedent for the pressure, right?
Gas
Yeah,
pressure
gradient.
without a
It doesn't thin out to 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. That goes on forever, though. So, yeah, the gradient requires pressure, and the pressure
10
requires
minus 17
containment.
to 10 minus 17.9999, then 17.9998, 9997, 996.
Nice numbers. Now we'll have to see the measurements. Yeah, don't you hate it when people ask you to prove your shit?
I know, right?
Yeah, same thing he just came in here doing. Don't you just hate it? Yeah, I told you, look up at the sky. We got gas pressure here, right? So something's containing it.
Yes, I see atmosphere.
There you go. Yeah, something's containing it.
In what?
Oh, an enclosure.
Show
Containment
me
of
the
some sort.
enclosure.
Yeah, it's the sky. Just take a look.
Look up, man. It's blue during the
I
day.
look up, I see the sky.
Yeah, there's some light pollution during the day. Maybe try at night. Might get a better look. Maybe try going up there if you're really keen.
At night, I see no dome, no firmament, no barrier, no enclosure.
You don't see a sky?
But you like
You don't
to
see a
breathe.
sky?
I see a sky, no barrier, no dome, no firmament, no enclosure.
Blue. The sky's blue, man.
What dome? Who said dome?
That's your proof?
That's
The sky is
Yeah.
blue, so there is a dome. Okay, got it.
Did I say
Let me
what?
ask you a question.
Well, I just wanted to
So,
say real quick, Buck, when I look up, I don't see an infinite vacuum. But anyway,
Did I say it's infinite?
Where's the edge of space, man? You got a picture of that?
so let's say I have roast beef, right? You say I don't believe in cows. I say, but I'm British and I'm eating the roast beef, right? And you say, but I don't see cows. I don't believe in cows. But sir, I'm eating the roast beef. So I'm breathing right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you breathe? You need gas pressure. How do you get gas pressure? Well, gas particles, unlike what they tell you on the television with science, instead of them coming together like helium and
Gravity.
hydrogen to create a sun like gravity, that's not actually what happens, right? If you want to buy propane because you want to cook on the grill for your mother on Mother's Day, you're going to have to buy the propane accessories. So you're going to need a container. You can't just go get the gas and hope that gravity holds the propane together until you get home and you can put it in your grill, right?
What's your point?
My point is that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, just like you can't have roast beef without beef cows.
It's a weird analogy.
Well, is it true? Can you have roast beef without beef cows? Is that a true
Not
statement?
the same. Not the same.
Is that a true statement?
Yes, it's not the same.
It's not the same. So, can you have gas pressure without a container?
I mean, the entire universe.
Okay, so prove that. How
It's
would
in
you
the
prove that?
definition. The definition of gas pressure is when gas collides against the walls of the container. That's where the gas pressure can be read with the gauge. It's because it's colliding against the walls of the container. That's the definition of gas pressure. We have gas pressure here on Earth. Where, how can we have it without the walls of the container?
Because the walls in question is the center of mass. It's compressed towards the center of mass.
Gas pressure doesn't it requires a container. I just told you. Walls of a container, that's how you get gas pressure. When the gas presses against the walls of the container. Where's the container?
There is no pressure. The atmosphere.
Oh, it's the center of mass containing gas. Can you demonstrate it?
starting
Do
with
you
that
fly?
globular mass that you think is pulling things to its center, can you demonstrate that?
If I go on top of a building and jump,
Prove it, buddy.
I don't fly.
Yeah, that's affirming the consequent.
What's that? Yeah, that's because the atmosphere doesn't have enough buoyancy to hold you up and keep you from falling.
Buoyancy.
But what would
The
happen?
equation of
Hold on.
buoyancy includes gravity.
Oh, so it's
You
an
don't know
equation.
that?
So it's arbitrary mathematics, right? Can you
You
demonstrate
cannot
with a
have buoyancy
scientific method
without gravity.
that gravity? Prove it, because I can make things fall by manipulating the
Google the
relative
equation
density
for
of.
buoyancy. You
Bro,
have
you're talking
gravity
over
in
me.
it.
Equations are mathematic and arbitrary, right? They're not real.
Mathematics never
They're
wrong.
man-made.
Hey, Buck, you know what the problem with your little demo here is? Is you're assuming that it's taking place on this globular mass, the globe. You're assuming that this is all happening on the globe in outer space. So you're going to have to confirm that first before your little jumping off a building demo really proves anything.
Newtonian gravity has been superseded over 100 years ago. It doesn't work. They've proven that.
And he's got no ball for down to be relative to
Right.
anyway.
I know that. I'm just saying that the gravity he's invoking is not even what they teach anymore.
So like you say, Buck, prove it.
When you jump,
did you not
you
hear
go
what I
back
just
down.
said to you?
Down
Are you
is not what you seem to think.
okay? So Buck, are you assuming that when you jump, that you fall back down to a ball, a globe? Is that what you think's going on there?
All I know is that I go towards the center of mass.
Oh, so the center of a
The only
globe.
thing limiting me is the ground.
Okay, so you think you're getting pulled to the center of a ball. You just didn't want to outright say that, right?
A ball of 24,000 miles in circumference.
Okay, great claim. Now show us that ball.
I'm 6'4", and you want me to show a
Yeah,
ball
no, we
of
want to see it. Yeah, we want to see
24,000
that
miles?
ball. You came in there asking us to, where's the dome? Show me. I want to see this ball now that you just told me that I'm standing on.
There's something called a photo.
Yeah. I got plenty of
blue
those that
marble.
show that. Yeah, I got plenty of those that would be impossible to take on that ball that you think you're standing on. That's pulling you to its
A
center.
blue marble, 1972, before CGI.
Yeah, great. I got a photo
Before
of
CGI.
I got
So
a
a
photo
painting?
of big. I got a photo
Before
of Bigfoot.
CGI.
Hold on. I got a
No
photo of
fisheye lens.
Bigfoot, and I have a photo of a unicorn. Bigfoot and unicorns. Then they exist because there's a photo.
Yeah, that's compelling evidence, isn't it, Buck? Unicorns,
right?
Do you
Bigfoot.
know the difference between a photo, an image, and a drawing?
Yeah, I don't think you do
Do
though.
you?
I don't think
You
you do.
say a unicorn. You draw it. It's not a photo. It's
Yeah,
drawing.
so
Photo of a unicorn. Yeah.
You guys let one person talk.
So that's how they get their, their so-called photographs of that blue marble thing that you think that you stand on, that you can't show us
Do you
any
think they
measurements
draw
for.
it?
Yeah, they draw it, or they CGI it, or they Photoshop it, or they do whatever sort of
1972,
manipulation that
no
they have to
CGI.
do. Yeah, they do whatever sort of manipulation that they have to do to contrive that image. Maybe it's a painting from 1979, or maybe they just cut out a small frame of the Earth and take a picture like that, circular frame.
Circular frame.
NASA even
We have this
admits
video.
that.
We have a
NASA
video from NASA. Sorry, go
They
ahead.
admit that
I know
NASA
you hate
admits.
everything about NASA. Okay.
No, they
But the
admit
blue
that they
marble
don't have any
is
real
not CGI.
photos. They admit it. That's all I'm saying. They tell us they don't have real photos from space. They tell us they're all composites.
Give me the
or
citation. We
fake.
said we have no real photo.
None. Zero.
Give me.
Well, of course they don't, Buck, because we measured the surface. It's not curving at inches per mile squared, so it can't possibly be that thing that they're showing you in their cool cartoons that you believe in
Where
on a
do you
religious
get that
basis.
8 inches per mile square?
Yeah, we don't see that
Where do
anywhere
you
in
get that?
reality.
It's
Oh,
not
I got that from your globe claim.
a
That's where.
parabola.
Yeah, no, I got that from your spinning ball ideology.
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah. That's what we should be
It's
seeing.
not
Should be able to go
curvature.
out and measure.
It's a
Yeah,
parabola.
no, that's fine.
Give us
That's
a
fine.
correct measurement. Hang on. Give us a correct measurement if you think it's a parabola. Put it in live stream.
Height of curvature, depending
Yeah,
on
but
the height
better-
of the observer.
Okay, great.
equals
Put
R
the actual. You're telling
radius
us
of Earth
you're
times
telling
1
us.
minus cosine.
Yeah. Okay. So provide that in the live stream. You're telling us we have the wrong math, so we want the correct one. So could you please correct us? Thanks.
Yeah, we'll go do the
Google it,
correct
for
measurements.
fuck's sake.
Yeah, we'll go compare the Earth to the correct formula if you get us that.
Yeah. Give us a correct one. We'll go out and measure Earth's surface just like we did before.
Do it yourself.
I mean, I agree with you, Buck. They're all incorrect because it's not curving at all. And it is parabolic up to a certain point. A parabola fits perfectly on a circle to a certain point. So within a couple thousand miles or so, that would be the curvature rate. We'd be able to go and find that at 5, 10, 20 miles, no problem. We don't, so that's the end.
That's the end. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the end. Game over.
The end.
So those little cartoons
over.
that you like so much are just that.
Game over. What
Yeah,
do you
game
think
over.
about
Game over
all
for
the
those
videos
cartoons.
of ISIS?
Buck, game over for those cartoons that you're trying to pass off as photographs. That's what that means.
Cartoons?
Yeah, the blue marble cartoons you were just talking about.
Formula, new formula, please, new formula.
What do you think about Imawari 8 and 9?
New formula, please.
Well, I probably think the same thing that I just said, which is the ground isn't curving, so all of your story tells are just that.
Formula, please. New formula in chat that we can see everybody. New
Who is
formula.
talking?
Yeah, grab us a new formula, though, too. Because you said the parabolic one was wrong, so get us the one that you like.
he claimed you guys are wrong about the 8 inches per mile. So can you please correct the people in here about the curvature of the Earth? What's the measurements of
So
that? Can you?
you base the entire flat Earth movement of something that is never used.
Something what we are teaching kids in the school. You are
That's all you
saying.
say.
It's not
Flat
used.
Earth exists because you use
Yeah,
a
it's
formula
never
that is
used.
bullshit.
So
You're right.
you're disowning your geometric claim. Then you're saying that there's not 66 feet of drop at 10 miles. That's not true.
Prove it.
Well, I think
66
we've already
feet
done that.
instead.
I think we've already done that. There is no 66 feet of
Hey
drop.
guys, he wants us to prove a globe. That's great.
Yeah, I don't even know what he's asking me to prove at this point. I don't think he does
He
either.
wants to prove a globe. Has
Your
he seen the
8
black
inches per
swan?
mile squared, where does it come from?
That comes from your
Where?
3959 mile radius globe claim. Yeah, so that would be the curvature rate up to about 1,500 miles.
A stupid
Hey,
website, I think.
I already took you through all this. It's kind of repetitive. So let's just do maybe like the horizon or something like that.
It's called geometry, my friend. Geometry. You know the size of the ball, so you can figure out the drop rate. It's called simple 5th grade geometry.
Hey, yes, 8 inches per mile squared has nothing to do with the ball.
That's
What the fuck are
ridiculous.
you talking about?
Okay, you're gonna have to check the live stream voice text right now. Should I give him verified so he can do that? Yeah, I guess so. Just so I can see what we're gonna post.
Show me.
Well, we can just take it away, I guess, after we're done talking, if we so choose.
Yeah.
But
If he continues to be spouting his religious doctrine, yeah, then we'll take
okay,
care of it.
I got a very important picture for you, Buck for Life. Take a look here.
Calculator. This was made by Globe Earthers. So if you look at the Earth curve calculator, does it come out to 66.6 feet after 10 miles? Because if it does, that's 8 inches per mile squared. You know 2 plus 2 equals 4, and so does 2 times 2. You know that, right? We yes, I know that 2 plus 2 equals 4, and 2 times 2 also equals 4, right?
What's your point?
In
There are
your
different
globe,
formulas to arrive at the same results.
in your globe, does it curve 66 feet at 10 miles? Physical curve at the surface? Yes or no? If not, how much?
What height?
0. Just the curve of the Earth at 10 miles. It should be 66 feet of curvature. Does your formula provide that? Can you show us?
Because you're telling us we're wrong.
Do you measure 0
Physical
feet?
curvature.
Do you
No,
measure
No, we
0
can't
feet?
measure any curvature. That's why we're flat earthers.
You say
think he's
line
a
of
little
sight,
confused,
0 feet.
bro. Hey, he's a little confused, bro. You know that image or that photograph that you claim that's the Earth, that globe thing. So that globe has a certain geometry, right? And the radius is 9,500. What is it? 9,000.
3959.
Yeah, 3959. My bad. So it has a certain geometry. So they're telling you when you measure that geometry, it should add up to those numbers. But when you do the measurements, it doesn't add up. So for you to claim the photography that you were claiming earlier, you have to agree that it has a certain geometry. Does the globe that you claim in the photographies, does that has a certain geometry or no? Does it grow and reduces every single day? Is it different every day?
I mean, the radius is not the same everywhere.
Yeah, but it would be more or less the same. It wouldn't vary to the point where in some places the radius is
Sorry.
Hey, Buck, it wouldn't vary in some places to the point where it's, say, I don't know, 250,000 miles in radius, would it?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Would it, Buck? Would it vary so much that in some places the radius would be 250,000 miles?
No.
No, it wouldn't. So explain this pic I'm about to post then. Explain that. You see that?
9:59.
What's going on there? Your radius varies out to 250,000 miles in that spot? Is that what's happening?
So he pointed out the photography from space or whatever, right? The globe. So that globe has a certain geometry. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, he agrees. You see? Now point out to him, guys. Come on.
Yo, Buck,
Geometry of the
question
globe.
for you, dude. Have you looked at the Statue of Liberty?
In photos?
I was just hoping he was going to show me, what's going on with this globe at this spot here where we have a 10-mile sagitta at the 1-foot height, which would suggest a 250,000-mile radius. So what's that, Buck for life?
Maybe you did wrong?
I didn't get that. What was that?
Maybe you cannot do math? I don't know.
No, I did the math, so if you're questioning that, I guess it's just you who can't do math. Is that the best you got? Just you not being able to do math? I can walk you through it. I can help you out with the geometric horizon formula and everything that you need to check it out, see that it all adds up.
You talk about horizon?
Yeah, I talk about the horizon. Yeah, that's what I just posted.
On a flat plane? Horizon?
Or AKA a sagitta on a
Talk
ball.
about an oxymoron?
What's that?
How the hell? How can you have an horizon on a flat plane?
Oh, well, you
Makes
just
no
don't
sense.
He said the
see forever.
horizon on the flat plane is oxymoronic. He said that.
That's pretty funny.
How can
A
you have that?
horizontal horizon on a horizontal plane is oxymoronic?
Of course.
Of course, because you can see forever, Buck for life. You can read a book from across the room or from 2 miles away. You can do that? You think that's how optics works? Really? Can you even see a book from 2 miles away? And you think that's because the curve of the Earth? That's the reason why you think you can't see a book from 2 miles away, Buck for life?
Okay, Earth is flat.
Okay, good.
Horizon is always at eye level, right?
No, there would be a slight dip from eye level down to the ground.
Just a slight dip, right?
Yeah.
Not a massive dip.
No, from eye level to the ground. So if you put a camera, say, right at sea level, there'd be no dip. And yeah, that would be eye level. Yeah. So what do you say? I mean, you said that the radius
2,000
varies
miles,
though, and we got a 10-mile. I got to get you back to this because we got a 10-mile sagitta at the 1-foot height, and like I said, that suggests a 250,000-mile radius. You are claiming a 3959-mile radius for your ball. So I'm just wondering, did it vary out to 250,000 miles in that spot?
No.
Nope. I wouldn't think so either. Well, I'm glad. I'm happy with that. So, Kiwi, if you want to take him.
I'm still waiting on the correct curvature rate because, I would hate to, think that for the past 7 years,
Well,
I've been
I
using the wrong.
want to enforce the curvature
Yes,
rate, and I
that's
want to
correct.
ask him about the Statue of Liberty. My guy, Statue of Liberty, what's the deal? 306 feet to the tippy top. Okay, we're gonna go cruising down the Hudson, right? Hudson's like.
With the base, right?
Pardon me?
You include the base.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The base,
Okay.
yep, included the base, 306 feet to the tippy top. Foundation to base. Foundation to top. Okay?
Yes,
We're
yes.
going to go cruising. Pardon me.
I think you can see it 50 miles away. You can see it.
I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm asking you to just be with me on this journey. We're going to go down the Hudson River, which is that's the river, the pan that the Statue of Liberty sits in. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to jump in the boat. So for this part, you can hop on YouTube and you can look at Hudson River Liberty Statue of Liberty view. There's tons of tons of video that you can look at. Okay, and you're going to drive away from the Statue of Liberty, and the amazing point is her shins don't touch the water the entire time. She stands on the water the whole time. Want to know why? Because the Earth is flat.
The entire statue.
Yes, my friend, the entire statue.
Clear day.
I'm here. Did you do that?
I'm watching.
Also, when you get a sec, don't forget to drop that correct curvature formula in the voice text for us.
So
I'm really worried about that.
You're looking
Yeah, we
at
need that.
the video of you sitting on the Hudson, right? You're watching a stationary object and you're driving away from it. Now, I want you to look in the chat and I want you to look at what I just posted up. Just loading now. This time we're going to go across the water to a stationary object. And the same thing happens because the Earth is flat. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that ball edge way out there at 10 miles. Huh, that must be a really big ball.
And the thing about that platform of that oil rigger that's sitting on the water, the platform, that means the high spot of where the guys work and where they hang out, that's 150 meters in height, my friend. 150 meters in height. It's about 450 feet. Do you equate that over a ball at all? Or do you think that the Earth is still round?
So then what would be the cusp of the Earth, like the edge of the Earth? Let's say in the North Pole.
That's what we're trying to find. If we're looking for the edge of the
There's no
geometric
edge.
horizon, your Earth is a sphere, then it would have to have an edge, right? And this is the thing that we're trying to find. Where's your edge? How come we don't fall off the ball? Where's your geometric horizon? How come we don't fall off?
Yeah, we were supposed to have that edge right there in that picture
Come
at
on,
1.2 miles, but for some reason it seems to be showing up around like 10 miles. So what is this? Like a ball that's 6 times the size you guys say Jupiter is? Like, what's going on?
Well, the Earth is round.
Like a table?
You mean like round like a frisbee?
Or like a penny?
I mean circular, like a soccer
like
ball.
a pizza.
Like
Circular, like when you make a circle on top of a table, you draw a circle.
Like a soccer ball.
Oh, you mean a sphere? Okay.
Oh,
Let's use our words.
sphere. Oh, sphere.
Use our words.
Is it a?
He means that the Earth. You mean that the Earth and the waters of the Earth are curving at a certain ratio to create a sphere, a shape? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the Earth is round. That's what I'm saying.
Are you going to put specific
If it was
dimensions to
round,
that claim? Like how big is it? Maybe a 39, 59 mile radius?
How big is that sphere? Yeah, good question. How big is it?
Google it, my friend, so you can give the right answer.
Who is talking to who?
We're just talking to each other.
Buck, what do you think about the Statue of Liberty, dude? What do you think?
Wait, someone brought a claim. MDC, he brought a claim. He's claiming that the Earth is round or sphere.
Yeah.
And it's still in the table. Like, what are the dimensions of this sphere that you talk about, MDC?
Yeah, DC, let us know what we're working with here so we know how to test it. Help us out.
And Buck, when you're ready, tell me how much your Earth curves at 10 miles.
All he has to do is give us the size of his ball and we'll figure it out.
MDC is doing some Google research at the moment. to give an answer.
Yeah, I suggested that to him a minute ago. Hopefully he does.
And Buck has a Earth equation, but he doesn't know how many feet that is. Can you put that in feet at 10 miles?
Bro, guys, over a 60-kilometer distance. It's a 60-kilometer distance radius out. Big circle, distance around. There should be a depression of 800 feet. We don't see that anywhere.
We know,
Buck,
but I
what
don't
do you
know if
think about
NBC knows. Well,
60
NBC
kilometers
especially.
out. How about the NPC plays with this fact? NPC, 60-kilometer radius out. Do you observe a drop of 800 feet? That's pretty substantial. That's like a building. Building. What do you think?
You mean skyscraper?
Pardon me?
It's like an 8-story building.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I was on a call. I hear my name, MDC. What's going on?
Okay. Well, we're just asking you to put specific dimensions to it, like what size ball is this?
Oh, I have
Can you
no
give us a
idea.
radius?
Just
Oh,
from
yeah.
the beginning of time, we've been told it's.
Okay,
Oh, it's a
MDC.
story.
So listen real quick, guys. So you said that the Earth is round, then you change into sphere, and now we're asking what are the dimensions of this sphere that you're claiming, but you're saying you don't know. Can you provide the name and the
Essentially,
method?
I'm just saying.
The name, real quick, the name and the method, because you said it's been done in the past. Can you provide the name and the method of who did it and how he did it to establish that the Earth
I'm a
is
sales executive. I'm not a scientist or whatever it is that you need to be to figure out
Hey,
all this
MDC,
stuff.
if I measure a table, am I doing science?
But it's impossible.
Nice.
It's almost impossible. Essentially, you're saying the world is flat, right? So why is it that when you're on the edge of the Canadian border, okay, well, when you're on why don't you fall off the Earth, bud?
Okay, hold on.
That's what that's what we've been asking you.
I want to ask you something here.
I'm trying to have a back and forward real quick.
Dude, the Earth is round. Gravity keeps you on the Earth, man.
Pizzas
so you're
around.
saying the thing is the
Bring
problem
me to
is
the edge of the Earth. I want to fall off the Earth.
Now you're asking me why don't I fall off the Earth? Because you have a picture in your mind. So what is the picture that you are imagining when you think about the Earth? You thinking first you said round sphere. Now we're talking flat Earth. Now you're thinking about a disc flowing through space. Is that the image that you have in your mind? That's why you think you might fall from it?
You picture the Earth, you picture a globe. That's what I'm picturing.
Yeah, that's what when you think about the Earth, you think about a globe. But now that is in question, and we said flat Earth, now you're picturing what? A disc?
I'm picturing. Type in flat Earth on Google. That's what I'm picturing.
Okay, so you're picturing the images, the picture, the cartoons that have been given to you, and since you saw that on the Googles, that's what you think the Earth is. But let me tell you this, bro.
I'd
The
love
Earth
for
is
you
not a
to share
cartoon.
your picture.
Sure.
No, the Earth is not a cartoon. The Earth is that stuff that gets between your toes when you stand on it, and when you jump in the water, the bodies of water. That's the waters of the Earth. That is not a picture in the internet, bro. Just letting you know. It's not an image or a cartoon in the internet that changes.
No one here thinks it's a disc floating in space. Take a disc and replace it, put it in the spot where the globe is. This disc floating in space that you could walk to the edge and fall off of. That's not what we think, friend. Not at all.
So enlighten me. What is it that y'all think?
When you reach NDC, when you reach the seashore, can you fall from the seashore? You fall into the water, right? So the edge of the earth will be the water, right?
He's telling you what we think. We think the Earth is dry land, right? And when they discovered the New World in 1492, that was the only kind of world that you can discover, right? Like Antarctica would be another new world that we haven't really set foot on as a full population, right? So if everybody like could open up the gates to Antarctica and the Antarctic Treaty ended, we can go to the new world, which would be Antarctica. So you're claiming that we live in a ball, right, in space, and the Earth is in a circle, like in a spherical shape object, right? And there's more dirt in the sky that you can go walk on. We say there's no dirt in the sky that you can go walk on. The only dirt that you can walk on is like here, we call it Earth, the dry land. So when you ask us, how come you don't fall off the edge? I've never fell into the ocean. I've jumped into it on purpose, but that's what the dry land is. It's earth, right? Dirt, the stuff that the earthworms live in, right? When I say earth, and you picture the blue marble, that's a model of the earth. Do you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche? Do you know the difference, salesman?
There, your order's ready. He might be on another sales call.
I'd like to ask him if he observes movement in his everyday life.
He doesn't observe a globe. It's just a story that he was taught. He wouldn't know what to look for because he doesn't know what its claimed dimensions are.
Yeah, it's like two new people in the conversation. Try to have at least a couple back and forwards with any of them. With you guys, like, good job, guys. Just try to bring them to a logical conclusion about any point that they bring up.
Yeah, let's get it to the end.
MDC did it this. He came here first time and he assumed everything what we think about flat earth or whatever without speaking with nobody here inside before. That means he has in the mind what we think, what we know, without speaking with any person inside before and ask why you think that earth is flat, why this, why that.
He said that he searched it in Google. He said when you search it in Google, that's why he thinks the Earth is what it is.
That's weird. Why would he ask Google what we think? Why wouldn't he just ask us, MDC?
Yeah. We are
well,
here.
he did actually ask, but you guys were not listening. He did ask that.
Yeah, there's too many of us talking.
No, the thing is that what did he ask? What was the question again?
He asked like then what you guys think the Earth is.
He asked to present.
Well, he asked why we don't fall off the edge of the Earth.
Well, I was trying to get from that.
That's why I gave him the reply that when he pictures this disk flowing through space, that's not what the Earth is. So first he has to delete that image that he got from the Googles, because he said he got it from the Googles. He said when you go to Google and you search flat Earth, this is what you get. So he has this image, and that's why he thinks you can fall from the Earth.
But I wanted to get from that
first
to...
we gotta address that, and then maybe give him an idea. And I told him the Earth is the soil that gets between your toes, and then the water is another thing.
Sure, but I think he's kind of reversing the burden on us there a bit, because we were supposed to have a geometric sphere edge everywhere, basically, and we can't find it anywhere. So that's the same question I have for him. Where's your edge?
That's where we're going, but he's not replying. But because I guess he's on a call, he said he's on a sales call or something like that. He's a salesman, so yeah, we gotta.
I thought it was funny when we asked him how he measures it to be spherical, and then he tries to sell us gravity. But he's not a scientist.
No, he said when we asked him about the measurements, he said he doesn't know. He's not a scientist. But the thing
But
is,
then he's gonna tell us the
you don't need
gravity's holding him down.
yeah, you don't need science to measure anything. You can measure
Right.
something. It's not a scientific question. It's not
But
a
why,
how
so if
is.
he's
It's
not
not.
a scientist,
It's a it's a
how
what
does he know
is.
gravity is?
Yeah, that's good
It's a
question.
what is question. You
Fancy.
measure the table, and the table measures with certain dimensions, but you don't need to know how the table was made just to measure it.
Yeah, Chelsea, but question,
It's
guys,
just a
before you
cop out. He just says he doesn't know how to answer. He said, "I'm not a scientist." But then when then he can claim he knows gravity is keeping us to a sphere. I guess he doesn't need to say he's not a scientist for that. He just believes it.
Yeah, then we have to address the gravity. Sasha, you were gonna say something. Go ahead, Sasha.
No. I wanted to repeat that he's saying for the gravity, you know, he's saying that he's not scientist, but for gravity, he knows that gravity is working because that's
Yeah, but
science.
normally when they say gravity, that's just like a word, like parroting a word, and he probably doesn't know what it actually means. Just like he said, the Earth is round, but he doesn't mean that round. It's a description that can also be flat, like a round table, a round penny, a frisbee, a pizza, right? And that he might be doing the same thing with gravity. He's probably saying gravity, but he doesn't know what it is either. So
he's new.
But
yeah.
to claim something what you didn't hear, like why you Jamesy, why you Jamesy pulling the apples, putting salt and throwing to the window?
Why not? Maybe I'm doing a delivery and I have to do it through the window.
Yeah, but you never said that you are doing that. But why are you doing that?
Maybe the person getting the goods is disabled and cannot get to the door, so I have to do it through the window.
Like for example, James, if I speak with you, you will never ever tell me about edge anything, you know. But I will ask you, what will happen if we fall from the edge?
That's the issue because people just when they start on this questioning this kind of stuff and they do the Googles, they do the Google search and they see these images, these cartoons.
I don't
They
understand.
go
Somebody
based
wants.
on that. Yeah.
I don't understand. Somebody want to be honest and to say I'm open mind. I'm honest. I want to hear. I want to hear what these people think and not immediately to go to say like you will fall from the
Yeah.
edge. Where is this? What is that? No, why you think that Earth is flat? That will be my
Exactly,
question.
because he's not asking us, he's strawmanning, and instead of having the conversation, he's saying, you guys believe what I saw in the Googles, but it wasn't a long enough conversation to clarify everything. He's busy, I guess. So yeah, that's the thing. He needs more time to get it.
We still got Buck for Life in here that could help us out.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about you, Buck for Life.
Formula.
About what?
New formula.
Yeah, you could step in and fill in for Buddy there, MDC. He's too busy right now. He's too busy to defend the globe, so maybe this is where you come in.
And don't know him.
To provide the curvature measurement, right? You have that, right? Did you get that?
He said ours was wrong. So he's got the right
Maybe
one, right?
maybe he can take it back, guys. Bugs, do you take back the claim that you said that the 3,959 miles radius is wrong and the 8 inches per mile? Do you take that back or do you have a new one?
Just read.
What did he say?
He said to just read. He's posted something in live chat.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for that new size of Earth because apparently we got it wrong. So, oh, he left now?
He posted something. Let me just take some screenshots of it, and we can go from there.
Oh, he's still here. That's right. Posted something. Earthcurvature.com. Let's see what. Okay, great. Well, yeah, guess what? That's based on, bro.
Exactly what you guys said in here, I think.
Exactly. 3,959 miles. Huh, interesting. Hey, so Buck for Life, what do you say about the thing you posted? Is that different than what we're saying? Buck
You
for
said
Life.
66.6 for 10 miles.
That's correct. That's what we've been saying.
It's not the case.
Oh, really? It's not the case, huh?
Don't look at the numbers upward. Only look at the another word using the circumference. You read that. Not anything better.
Buck, how come I'm getting exactly the same numbers as what your curvature table here shows when I just do the 8 inches per mile squared calculations?
Don't look at the table.
You posted it. Now we're
Yeah,
not supposed to look at it?
Yeah, don't look at your post? Okay.
They
sure,
showed
we'll
the
just ignore
table to
that.
say it's wrong. For fuck's sake.
Okay,
Well,
well,
then you
we're
don't agree
asking
with
you
the
for the
globe
right
either.
one. We're asking you for the correct one. You were supposed to
Yeah.
bring the correct one. Where's the correct one, Buck?
What he's actually saying is he doesn't agree with the globe either then.
Well, we're in agreement, I guess, Buck. What's the problem?
Yeah, I think he's
we all
denying.
agree.
Welcome
we all
to
agree
Flat
that,
Earth. Yep.
Yeah, we all agree that this math is wrong. It's not represented anywhere in reality. We agree.
Yeah, Bob, good job, man. You got it. It's not the curvature is not correct.
Buck for Life, you just debunked NASA, man.
Awesome. Good work, Buck. You done
Hey,
good
you are Bob, you are ahead of the curve. Good job.
Yep.
Buck, you just debunked the globe. Now, do you have another globe with different measurements? I'd be happy to hear that.
I think he might have more than one globe.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Buck.
I'm also just going to post the fine print from Buck's link here. It says at the bottom there. 8 times the distance in miles squared. Not accurate for long distance, but fine for practical use. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm getting.
I think he said 706R, but when I asked him how many feet that is, he didn't know how to do feet in real life. So just like an equation in his mind, probably.
So it's an approximation that's accurate to about 1,000 miles. Do you think anybody's going to be viewing anything over 1,000 miles? So that means it's an approximation that's accurate. Doc, does it hurt to be wrong all the time, or only sometimes?
What he might be saying is there's an approximation, so you can't test it. You can't actually falsify it or test it. That might be what he's trying to say.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to hop on another call.
Oh, great.
Cool. So, I'd love to hear, like, enlighten me, teach me. What is it that flat earthers picture the world as? There's no edge. You can't fall off the earth. Or
we picture it as what
enlighten me.
what it presents itself as.
Okay, what does it present itself as to you?
Non-curving.
Have you ever experienced curvature?
Sorry?
You've never experienced curvature, right? You've only experienced topography. Right? So we experience as a flat stationary plane. Of course, it has topography, right? But you experience it the same way. Like you don't ever go to school and think, oh, I better watch out for that curve. I might fall off the edge, right? You don't ever think about that, just like we don't ever think about falling off of a flat stationary plane tens of thousands of miles wide. Why would we worry about falling off something that isn't moving? But yet you think it's funny to ask us that when your ball is flying through space at like 1,000,000 miles an hour, But you got a one-word dismissal for all inquiry to your model, right? Gravity. And if that doesn't work, you got a backup word, which is refraction. So those two words back up everything you guys claim. But the weird thing about it is that we back up ours with like observational evidence that, funny enough, it's empirical. You can go outside and test it yourself because we were told that boats go over the horizon, right? So that means that there must be curvature and it must be measurable. But every time we go outside, we're not measuring this curvature. In fact, the horizon isn't even where it's supposed to be, according to the globe Earth map that we were given by NASA and other academics. So where is this horizon 10 miles away when it's supposed to be a geometric fixed position that boats go over? Have you heard that before? That boats go over the horizon? This proves the Earth's a globe? A globe?
No, I've never heard that. But why is it that you could drive from Alaska to Russia?
Okay, because you can walk in a circle on a flat plane, can't you?
Yeah, you can walk around your house, around town. You can walk around things. Not a big deal, bro.
And MDC, I'm just wondering what you think that question proves in regards to whether or not the surface you're standing on is dropping away from you.
Hey, real quick, because he said that what was the picture that we might have. I just want to say, just to compact it a little bit, and maybe we can expand on every point. But we stand on the ground. You live in your body, right? Standing on the ground, in a flat, level, motionless, contained ecosystem, dynamic system. So that's where we are at the moment. And that's what you experience and everybody experiences. So yeah, there's many things that go with that. Go ahead, guys.
So you asked how we as flat quote Earth or quote flat earthers experience life. I've worked in architecture all my life growing up. I'm 42 years old now. Personal testimony. The thing that I've never, and I started unpacking today, the thing that I've never understood is how north works. If you take an idea of walking, ultimately, you have a compass in your hand and you ultimately follow where north is, you ultimately get to a point. Once you get to that point, if you were to then back up 100, I don't know, meters, feet, whatever, and then start walking in a big circle, follow east or west, ultimately that point north will always remain in place. Ultimately, by default, south is behind you. You end up drawing a big giant circle behind you by default. Again, as a person who studied architecture, that's how I've viewed it.
I think he's going to get confused by that.
No, I that's actually I
bad.
see what you mean.
I see
what you
south
mean.
as all-encompassing. North is a point, right? And by default, you walk around in a circle. Boys, I'm being very literal in my explanation here. I see south as being all-encompassing all around us, i.e. behind us, north being in front.
So basically, they're just telling you you can go in a circle on a plane, MDC, no problem. No problem to go in a circle. Go in a circle around your neighborhood. Go in a circle around the Earth. Whatever it is, that's not an issue.
Okay, but what happens when you can't fall off that circle?
Well, this is the question I kind of had for you. Is there was supposed to be a geometric sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? That's 1.2 miles. So there's a picture that we just posted in the voice text. It was the last thing posted. That sphere edge was supposed to be there at 1.2 miles, but it's not showing up. What's going on?
You said you posted this where?
It's in the live stream voice text. It was the last thing posted. So the edge is really kind of more of a ball claim. It's not really a claim that we've made at all. So I just don't know why this is being flipped around on us now.
Remember, MDC, when you're standing on the globe, you're always on the edge. Why aren't you falling off that edge?
From my understandings, it would be gravity keeping us down on the Earth.
Well, then we'd have to check to see. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, we have to verify that this gravity things work. So what is gravity?
I have no idea. It's a force that keeps us on the Earth.
So that's what they taught you in school, but unfortunately, bro, they taught you the wrong thing on purpose. And I know that science books are expensive and they have to be replaced, but it's only been like 117 years out of date that Einstein came up with his special theory of relativity and the warping of space-time. So it's not my fault that, I don't hold it against you that they taught you the wrong stuff on purpose, but this is actually the new accepted science, if there is such a thing. And
Okay, well
the
now
thing
we're
about it
getting
is
into
that
like. No, sorry to cut you off, but
theoretical astrophysics, right? That's what gravity is. Theoretical. And not the kind of theory that you're thinking. It's not a scientific theory because we can't manipulate space, right? We have to be able to manipulate the cause and effect relationship. You manipulate the cause to see the effect, and then you've proven something, like what light switch goes to which bulb, right? If you got 50 light switches and 50 bulbs, you don't know anything until you start a series of experiments, right? So how do you know what causes this or what causes that in space? You can't manipulate anything because you're right. So not everything you've been told is science is actually science. And by definition, anything you've been told it's a theory is not necessarily a scientific theory because people take advantage of the ambiguity for words have two meanings all the time. And unfortunately, this is one of the cases where it's not a scientific theory. Gravity is equivalent to a postulation, a hypothesis, or a Leibniz theory because the requirement of systematic experimentation has not been met.
so essentially, you're saying everything that they've been teaching my kids, your kids, me, you, growing up,
Did
it's
Columbus
all
discover
wrong.
America? Columbus discover America? Or were there 500 tribes here?
Well, there were, yeah, of course, yeah, there were tribes when they arrived, when Columbus arrived. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Right. So he didn't discover shit, did he? I mean, honestly, forgive me for being a little crude, but, the Native Americans discovered it.
There
He
were
showed up a
cities.
little late.
There were cities here, not just tribes.
Yeah, millions of people here. Estimated
Millions of
90 millions of
people,
people.
cities. Yeah.
So the point is that not everything that you believe is necessarily true. Now let's separate those two things for a minute. Right? You might believe that I have 10 toes, right? Because I sound like maybe I'm a healthy dude. But maybe I'm a vet and I've got an amputation, which I'm not. Or maybe I'm unhealthy and I have diabetes and I lost some of my toes, which is also untrue. But who here has the primary first-hand knowledge? Me or you? It's me. So you experience with your primary first-hand knowledge a sphere 24/7, 365, your entire life. You've never saw the curvature. You've never experienced axial rotation or movement of the Earth despite, an earthquake. The only thing you can tell is that you can breathe and nature abhors a vacuum, but they tell you that in deep space somewhere there's a vacuum where you can't breathe. Even though the solar system is filled with gas giants waiting to expand, because what does gas do when entered into a volume? Doesn't it expand? It builds volume. But yet we're told that there's this infinite outer space, right, where there's lumps of gas. Can you imagine right now if I said, hey, bro, I'll give you $1 million and here's a container, right? Put a lump of gas inside with no secondary container to where the gas is in the vacuum, but it doesn't touch the edges, right? And now I'll get to say, okay, well, gravity, you can only use gravity. And you're going to say, well, I can't do that. Yeah, that's called pseudoscience. If we can't verify your theories and falsify them, then it's not scientific. So you can't say, right, that the moon's gravity causes the tides, right? You can't say it for sure. You know why? You never manipulated the moon's gravity. And last time I was talking, you dipped. Are you still there?
No, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay, cool. So you can't say that the moon's gravity caused the tides because you never manipulated the moon's gravity off and on and watched the tides stop and start again in sequence with your off and on, right? That's how science actually works. So if I said there's green grass on the dark side of the moon and it's really, really dense, so it causes, it causes the tides, right? My theory is just as scientific as your theory. Zero. Because no one has done the systematic experimentation that is required by the scientific method and should be required by the scientific community. But unfortunately, these people get labeled scientists without using the scientific method. If I could get that quote from Michio Kaku, if somebody could play it, if not, I'll quote it. Michio Kaku is a famous particle physicist. Anybody got?
Go ahead, quote it.
So the people in my field, they don't use the scientific method, right? He said that we use leaps of logic, right, and guesswork. So they're talking about math and theoretical astrophysics, right? Well, when you wander off after equation, eventually you can build a world that has nothing to do with reality. And that's what you got here. It's just like 1984. Do you not think that we could, invent two cosmologies? Are mathematicians not up to the task? Actually, there's 40 cosmologies. There's 40 of them. And this whole, round Earth thing, they say it's been going on for like 2,000 years, but it's 2022 and there's a group of flat earthers here, like almost 30,000 people in this one server. Don't you think that's a little odd? That all these people that, some of them are engineers, some of them are, college graduates, some of them are just laymen and pizza guys and housewives.
And
but
teachers.
For some reason, and teachers, yeah. And for some reason, all these people went outside to measure it for themselves, and guess what? They couldn't find the curve. So I don't care what you believe. You can leave here believing in Santa Claus for all I give a globe Earth and elves and the whole 9 yards. And you know what? When you go to Google Earth and you see that there's no ice, right, in the North Pole, and it doesn't conflict in your brain because you can't put two and two together, and you still believe in both, I still don't care. But I'm giving you the opportunity to go look outside of the large body of water at rest with an Earth curve calculator, which is something that you can Google, and a pair of binoculars or a mirror to reflect sunlight or a spotlight at night or a laser, however technical you want to get with it. But you could just put, 20 or 30 bucks in your gas tank, bring a friend, bring a cell phone, and bring a mirror at a sunset and a sunrise, get about 10 miles away in a bay somewhere, and see what you can see with a mirror in the water. If you can see the sunlight reflecting off that mirror in the water, there should be 66 feet of curvature there. And if you can see that, there's no curve. That's what we've been doing. And that's what we're asking people to do if they want to do. If you want to go back to watching cat videos and watching The Matrix and not understanding the intricately, woven plot line,
I get you, buddy. I
how
get you.
fundamental and important it is to modern day society that this world is not what we've been told it is.
No, absolutely. I gotta get going, but I appreciate all of everyone's time, and I'm actually gonna read up on it, and I'll be back in the server within the coming
We're
days.
not the Flat Earth Society. Don't look up anything Flat Earth Society. We're not an Earth third disk from space. We're not in space.
Come back and
So
ask
just
questions
make sure you're
anytime, dude.
talking. Make sure you're talking to real flat earthers when you're down in the bottom of the server doing research on stuff that we approve. Because do you know what a straw man is?
Sorry, do I
Where
know
you
who?
do you know what a straw man is? Where someone builds an argument? Yeah. We get straw man more than anybody else in the world. Even Jordan Peterson. So deal with that.
I appreciate all everyone's time.
Talk to you again.
We appreciate you, man.
Thanks for your space and time and consideration.
Yeah, come back and see us again. We'd love to have you.
I'm still waiting
for the curvature measurement. Hey, French guy, you still there, Buck, for life? No, me.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, I remember him. Oh, he's got another account. This is an alt. Yeah, I remember this guy.
Is this Buck?
A lot more.
Buck has a different account.
Yeah, what was the other account called again, Buck?
Which one?
I don't know. You're in here with another one.
I have
What was the
multiple
last one
accounts.
called? Your last account that you were in here with. What was that? What was your name before?
6 Terra cloning.
No, don't think that was it.
Je déteste les fans d'Apple Pigeon.
No clue.
So we're asking people, how come we can see the horizon at different locations when it's supposed to be at one location or closer? It could be closer if there's fog, bad weather, hurricanes. The horizon can be closer. Maybe if the tide is coming in, right, and it's really, really swelling high, or big waves because of wind, But if it's a calm day, the horizon should not be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that means the higher you get, the further the horizon goes back. But we got a guy who shot it at 1 foot, and it's over 10 miles away. And in fact, if you look in the whole video, you can see the bay towards the left and to the right, I think to the right, of the platforms. And guess what? It's 30 miles away. So the horizon is past that. So the math isn't working out for your globe. Now, I don't know how savvy you are with math, but maybe you just need to take this picture, put it in your back pocket, and go to a mathematician. We have one that comes here most nights named Matthew Learns. He's actually a professor, and he doesn't dispute our math. In fact, what he says is, we can see too far. Yeah, we can agree to that, but this, or this is why it's happening.
Buck dropped out
And
of
he
here.
said he can't prove this, that, or this, but it's what he believes. So if you want to take it up with, Matthew Learns, stick around. Be in here for the next couple days.
He's
He'll
already
show
gone
up.
there.
Or
He dropped already.
thanks for catching me on the ball here. Don't worry.
Yeah, he already dropped out of here.
I get removed for freaking.
The guy doesn't know how to buck up, man. Buck up.
Yeah, exactly.
Why such a big difference in ratios between flat Earth men and women?
There's way more women because women have a higher trait of openness, but there's more men on YouTube and more men eager to be challenged, and boys will be boys. But if you were to count us, I guarantee you there'd be more women. They're just not as
Really?
vocal as we are.
Where are you counting there are more women in this server?
No, because of their trait openness. You know what openness and conscientiousness is?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So they got a standard deviation higher openness. So it's easier to teach, a woman than it is a man who gets set in his ways. Because once a man gets like 35, 40, he's very set in his ways. You ever tried to convince your dad of something and he just wasn't having it, or your grandpa? But your grandmother is likely to be more open.
Because I think they may be more open, but they're not as more. They can't. There's a conflict in it because they're going against their own thoughts and patterns and behaviors. So it's like an internal conflict, and I think that they're not so open to.
Well, I mean, we can get into the ins and outs of it, but it's all going to be just a bunch of psychobabble bullshit. And I'm speculating, obviously. So
Yeah, I was just looking
we
for
don't have any
statistically
numbers.
significant. Like,
We don't
in
have
this
any numbers
server,
to show.
probably more guys in this server, I'd imagine.
Oh yeah, by far. But
yeah, I feel
the
girls
internet
are
is a
actually
really
more
weird place
resistant
for
to it.
women. I mean, as soon as a woman shows up on the internet, she's got like all this weird, gross stuff coming at her in her DMs, and it takes a certain kind of woman to just be able to paddle through all the bullshit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
Like you wouldn't want your grandmother on Discord, would you? Like the stuff that she would see just for showing up with a female name,
No,
all the
just have her
DPs
come and chat
in
in
her
here. She's not
DMs.
going to be looking at any memes.
Right. So, yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why women can't hardly even show up. But yeah, I'm speculating there's more women. The people that I've ran into in real life that were flirters were women. All of them.
I have yet to run into one. I only make them here.
I ran into 3, and one had a daughter, so I'm assuming that her daughter is 2, so that's 4. She was a young daughter, being homeschooled, so I'm assuming 4.
Dude, we had like 10 women at our Flat Earth meetup last weekend, man.
10 out
Like
of how many?
Out of like 20.
That's good.
Yeah, it was like, it was a good mix. It was awesome.
Yeah, I can bet. Guys definitely also have to possess a certain amount of openness to accept that everything that they've taught was wrong. Is that a feminine trait, though? I think it could go both.
Yeah, it's not set in stone, but it's just, by and large, women are higher in openness. So you could call it a stereotype fallacy.
Maybe because I'm in
that doesn't
Los
mean it's not
Angeles.
true.
That's why it's like not resonating with me.
Okay, aren't women usually in Los Angeles open to be, what do they call feminists? But they usually get
To me,
together and.
that's more like closing off, not opening up.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not saying that. Okay.
No, they don't want to open up here. They just want to do whatever the mainstream tells them to do so that they can be cool and people won't look at them as not part of the game or whatever. Yeah, they don't want to critically think or question anything. The majority here.
Straw man.
Yeah, you're probably talking about young females who aren't mature yet. I think that you'll find that, women who are mature, they question things.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell the ones that are open to it when I talk to them in a logical and clear way without it, like getting emotional. And yeah, there are those who are receptive and they'll ask questions. And but then there are those that are just like totally blocked off. And same goes with guys. But I notice more of the girls get blocked off than the guys.
Well, my wife, she definitely questioned. Should have seen my face when we got caught for truancy, and we're in front of the justice of the peace, and my wife was making the case that, my kid had cancer, he had to go to the hospital. Anyway,
you were roboting pretty bad, man.
I would have been.
Yeah, Hank, check your satellite connection, bro. Come on.
You guys got anything funny to say, or what?
Yeah, so this
we're waiting
doctor, he's talking to his patient, and he tells him, I'm sorry, I have 2 pieces of bad news, and tells the patient, 1, you have cancer, and 2, you have Alzheimer's. And the patient says, oh, thank God I don't have cancer.
I like it short, sweet, to the point. It packs a little whop.
Another doctor tells a patient, you have 10 left. And the patient's like, 10 years? And the doctor says, 9, 8, 7.
That one's just fucked up.
Yeah.
But jokes are supposed to be fucked up sometimes.
That's my kind of humor and my kind of music.
That 10987, it reminds me of something. I often talk to you guys about, I used to hypnotize people. Every time I hypnotize people, I would do that 10987 thing.
And then what?
Then they were extremely gullible, impressionable, and open-minded to just this question. No shit. Like weird stuff, too.
Mm.
My wife asked me to hypnotize her to quit smoking. I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I don't think it's a good idea.
There was a really funny meme. It shows some guy wearing a picture on his t-shirt. Has a picture of Joe Biden eating ice cream. And the caption on it says, my son wears this t-shirt with a picture of Biden on it. Yesterday, he was beaten up 2 times, and 1 time, somebody pissed on him. Can you imagine what will happen to him if he'll leave the house wearing this t-shirt?
So it was the family doing it to him.
I loved it. So what's up with free fall speed? Is it 9.8 meters per second squared?
No.
I remember that was like one of the big
Anybody
arguments.
want to elaborate?
What?
I was wondering if anybody wanted to elaborate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is.
Nope. So it's an agreed upon fall rate. It's in the vacuum, right?
Oh, I
So
thought we
things
can
fall at different speeds if you add atmosphere, right? So in nature, if something falls, it's going to reach terminal velocity, and that's the speed that things fall. Terminal velocity.
Well,
But
terminal
if you want
velocity is
to
the speed that the force is the friction is matching the forward movement, the kinetic energy, and they stop right there.
So is that the rate that things fall? in nature.
I wonder if they have it on camera, can't they count the frames that it's moving down and measure its speed?
Yeah, we can measure it, but what I'm trying to tell you is that it's an agreed upon thing, like the speed of light. It's not an actual measurement that is the same every single time. Like I said,
but it's
in
pretty
nature,
close.
there's
You get it on
atmosphere.
camera?
It actually changes in a vacuum. Different elements follow different speeds.
Interesting. Do you have any resources where I could see that?
Yeah, I sure do. I'll see if I can drop it. If someone has it nearby, it would be great. Because I'm walking in, trying not to.
Yeah, but let's say things fall to Earth at an average speed and an average acceleration. Okay, cool story. Now what? You know, for example, Bob is 250 pounds. Yeah, okay, now what? Okay, let me try one more. There's 12 ounces in this glass. Okay, now what?
Well, I guess if you want to make some sort of chemical reaction, it's good to know how many ounces of water are in that.
Aha, there you go. So now what are we going to do with this?
And the guy who's
agreed
weighing
upon
200 pounds,
average?
you want to design some equipment that works with his weight and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah. So now what are we going to do with this agreed upon free fall average?
Use it for technology.
Like what?
Medicine.
Medicine?
Yeah, knowing the guy's 200 pounds, you use that medicine.
No, dude, I'm talking about the agreed upon average of free fall. What are you going to do with
free
that?
fall. I see. I don't get like a common common denominator or like a baseline.
For what though?
The rate things fall at.
Yeah, but what do you need to know that?
I don't know yet. Maybe it's just for the sake of knowing.
Do you use it when you release a helium balloon? Do you use that falling average?
Yeah, but that's a gas, right?
Okay.
Well, look, it's not like there's not practical things you might need to know that for, like ballistics, you know, the drop rate of a round over distance.
Oh, there you go.
That'd be useful.
Yeah, and the y vector that you use in calculating like basic projectile motion. I mean the the y is going to be
the y-axis. Isn't the
the
y-axis
downward
perpendicular?
motion.
Yeah, isn't that perpendicular to the z-axis?
Yeah, they're all perpendicular.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Good to be here.
Okay, so since you understand this, have mariners been able to successfully navigate using a sextant for thousands
Only
of
if you
years?
assume a 90-degree angle between you, the GP point, and the horizon that you're looking at, or adjust for height of eye. I know what's up.
Down that road? Okay. So why would you have to assume something that just works?
I don't. I accept that as like my measurement.
Hold on, bro. It was a hypothetical question. I can assume that my TV takes multiple inputs, right? But why would I have to assume that when I know that it takes multiple inputs?
Well, unless you actually tried the inputs and see if they work, you were going to assume.
Right, and when mariners have successfully navigated for 2,000 years, they tried it and it worked, so why do they need to assume that it works?
I don't imagine that they do need to assume that it works. They just know it's working.
Right, they're
using it.
Works because so if it's practical, then that means that the assumption of the 90 is functional and practical, and therefore would dictate that it has to be a 90 degree. Anything else would be acute or obtuse, depending on the refraction of the day.
Yep.
When you're right, you're right. That doesn't make any sense to me. If you're measuring it, navigating it, observing it flat, 90 degrees, you know where you're going, where you're going to be, how you're going to get there, all based off of basic trig, assuming right angles. I mean, what's going on here? Why are people having trouble making this connection? Why do they have this defense mechanism, this repression and suppression that they just can't face it? They don't want to know that they're being lied to. They're scared. They're little babies.
Well, the world isn't ready to open its eyes to the demise of the patriarchy's cosmology.
They don't even care. They just throw around words like gravity. They don't even know what it means.
What is that? What does that have to do with patriarchy?
It's something I heard the other day. It's just one of those things to where you bring it to the left and you say the patriarchy's cosmology. It's the global.
Down with the patriarchy.
I understood it perfectly. Yeah. So that's a good one.
But it actually happens. Like, there's this lesbian woman at a party, and she was telling me how, like, down with the patriarchy. That means, like, whoa.
Hey, you should use that though. Like you said, you should say, "Well, did you know that heliocentrism is patriarchal? So you should be down against that too." That's be like, "Oh crap, you got me."
Start twitching. Cannot process. They're all mainstream too. There's like a couple mainstreams, and then people are forced into these like three.
Yeah, you got to tell her. You got to tell her you can't be a feminist and a globe zealot at the same time.
Damn.
Now you know how to witness to, leftist in your leftist countries. I'd be so tempted to go to that college on 75 North in Dallas. I can't remember what it's called. But I know the type of people that go to that college. And it's like, down with the patriarchy's cosmology. Prove me wrong. So fun.
You could hold big signs up, and you would get a lot of play with those signs, holding those big poster boards about it. Yeah.
The only thing that'd be funnier than that would be gay divorce court.
What?
Can you imagine how funny that would be? Gay divorce court? Divorce court's already crazy, right? It's already like, woo.
The gay divorce court would bring it to about the level of comedy of the Globe itself.
Dude, it's genius. All you got to do is identify as the woman, and then you get all the money.
Hey, that's logic. That's how that works.
Yeah, that's a good one, by the way. So the judge is looking at the law, and it's like, oh, the law says I have to give custody to the woman, yet the other one is identifying as a woman. So now they're both women. So what do I do? Then his head explodes. Actually, you know what? A really smart judge. So the one person will identify as a woman to try to get the special privileges. And then the judge will be like, what is a woman?
I said the other day that the cosmology of the patriarchy should be like a Eastern, like European, like punk band. All women, of course. I saw this all-women punk band from Japan in 2011 who opened for a Perfect Circle, and they were so angry until it came time to like ask for donations. Japan have hell time. Buy CD and back.
Oh man.
Isn't today the solstice? June 21st? Summer solstice?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is, Sonny. Yep.
Do we have an alignment?
Man, there's like a 5-planet alignment just last week or something.
No, there's supposed to be a big one on the 24th. I don't know the details. I haven't really looked
Oh,
myself.
yeah. Maybe it's the one I'm thinking of. I just heard about it last week. At first, it made it sound like all the planets were going to align. And then a few days later, I saw a heading that said 5 planets were going to align.
Seventh age. They're bringing it in. Why do you think everybody holds up the number 5 in Roman numerals when they take pictures and stuff?
Because it looks like a V.
All roads lead to Rome. Looks like a 5 to me. I'm sure the Germans disagree. I can hear them all huddled in a circle going, 9, 9, 9.
With this big planetary alignment, don't we have to worry about gravity? Like all those planets pulling on us out? Isn't it going to pull us out of our orbit? I'm scared. Nobody wants to comfort me? Tell me I'm going to be okay?
Well, they're going to send Neil deGrasse Tyson to the other side of the planet, and that'll balance it out. Wait a minute. Who else? Oh, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Ricky Lake, and Precious. There you go.
Oh, how precious.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know what's worse, man. Fucking globetard or fucking parents letting their kids wear masks. What the fuck? Ah,
A hybrid between those two.
I think so, man. Something weird, man. Ah. I mean, little kids. I mean, like three-year-olds. You know, here, put a mask on. What is wrong with you? Please help me. Here, put a globe on your face. There you go. Thanks.
I bet every time like Greta sees a baby with a mask on, like somehow she's like, yes, Greta got a baby with a mask on. That's CO2.
You talking about Thornburg? Greta?
Yeah, Greta, she was talking about the politicians do nothing but blah, 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 putting more CO2 in the
Oh, right.
atmo,
Yes.
right? So every baby with a mask, somewhere there's a set of wings for a Greta follower. Gotta
Yep.
keep that CO2 down. Stop breathing
Keep the
all the rich
CO2.
man's air, babies.
Right. You got to put one on your ass too, man, in case you fart. Yeah. You can't have farting. That's illegal. I had some issues with they were all, 2 years ago. I'm like, dude, what if somebody farts? Oh my goodness. Is that gas? That could be contagious. It could be bad. It could be a problem. It could have the cocoa. Ugh. Put your mask on.
Dr. Fauci says yes, no, more, 2 times. I don't know.
Yes, no, 2, maybe 3. It might be better. I don't know.
Whatever I say at the moment, that's what science is, because I said it.
Today's science is that everything I say is scientifically proven through the data. The data never lies. The data never lies. It depends which data you're looking at, but the data's the data. It's Dr. Fauci's data. Doctor data. Got the data
So for
here.
real though, people, stop writing Dr. Fauci on your insurance form as your primary doctor. Nobody thinks that that's funny. That doesn't make you cool. You're not hip.
I grass straight and the world's gonna end tomorrow. I'm out.
One, no, maybe 2. I don't know. Stop asking me. Remember those things we had when we were children? The cow says, like, we need to make some for children that are like, the lying politician says, 1, none, 2, I don't know. Stop asking.
Politicians
That
are
would
the
be great. Dude, yeah, you put it on the cow, you pull the string, and it would like say moo. Yeah. The lying politician says, I don't know what the hell they say, man. Whatever they say is just shit, man. Yeah, I can't believe this. These cocks, man. Help us. Somebody help us out, man. Still waiting. Still waiting for curvature. I'm still waiting. It's really weird, man, that people don't realize they can't see curvature, but yet they, they're like, yeah, of course we live on the wall. Yeah, I saw it in pictures and in school. Yeah, and I definitely live on a wall. There's no doubt about it because pictures and that makes no sense for sure. I mean, I can definitely prove it's a ball without a doubt, no doubt, because I got pictures and of course, well, I've never seen it with my own two eyes, but who needs to see things with your own two eyes? I don't understand. Pictures are good, everybody likes pictures, pictures are good. And you can see things through pictures, and it definitely proves that unicorns and fairies and stuff like that are all real as well. Because I have pictures of unicorns and fairies.
Think about how many people that come in here, and
right.
These may not be the exact words that they're saying, but they're saying, "I have seen the globe. I have felt the spin."
I was on about that last night. I was kind of going on a piff about that shit last night. I'm like, well, because I've seen it, and I know I've seen it with my own eyes, but not really. But I saw it with my own eyes. And you're like, what? What do you mean you saw it with your own eyes? You've never seen the fucking globe with your own eyes.
Yeah,
Fuck off.
remember we went to space. We went to space.
That's
We
right.
went to space.
We went to the moon. It was. I took a poop on the moon. It was wonderful. Ugh. No.
I've seen the glory of the globe. It has not left me wanting. Like that was on TV, bro. Don't question my authority.
My mic not working again.
There we go, Dave.
I didn't hear you, bro. I'm sorry, Dave.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I can hear you now.
Have you guys talked to Solemn yet? Has no roles.
Absolutely not. No, we have not. Would love to, though. Would love to talk to you. Tell us about the globe. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting.
Solomon, you should be able to unmute your mic.
What's up, Solemn? Capiche caput?
Yeah. Solemn, hurry up and unmute your mic so I don't have to listen to these retarded flat earthers talk anymore.
Exactly. You don't want to listen to me. It's ridiculous. I'm still waiting for some curvature. If you've got some curvature, it would be fabulous. It would really make my day.
Solemn, you have the right to silent, but do you have the ability? Find out.
I'll mute.
I wasn't telling you to shut up, Dave. Go ahead and shut up, Dave. Just kidding. All right, I guess Solemn's not going to talk to us. Back
Took
to
too
where,
long.
back to you all.
It's probably the orange juice drinker.
Yeah, there's good odds for that almost every time.
Well,
So if we opened anyone's eyes today for them to accept reality that presents itself to them,
let me search his history.
There ain't no such thing as vitamin P, bro. Gross.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Solemn's back with your mic open. Say hello. Hello. Come on, Solemn. We're just normal people here. Everybody will be nice except Hank. He's an asshole.
I'm not going to be too nice. I'll tell you that right now.
And he muted up again. Back to you, Flo. What's going on in your part of the plank?
Yeah, no text messaging whatsoever.
I don't know. What do you want to be happening where I am? I'm in a town of 42 people. 32 people. 30 people.
Maybe the Earth's spinning where you're at. I don't know.
Well, here's some funny stuff. The other day, a Glober said to me, you can prove that the Earth's a globe by standing in one spot and turning in a 360-degree manner and seeing the horizon everywhere that you turn and look. So turn 360 and you'll see a horizon. So it's circular. That means we live on a sphere. Isn't that funny? He said a flat horizon everywhere you look when you spin 360 demonstrates a globe Earth. I thought that was pretty good.
He was trolling. He wasn't serious, was he?
Sweet.
Well, if he's trolling, he was really serious about it. He got heated about it. He was ready. So I don't know.
I have a meme for that.
Let's have it.
Doesn't seem to be working.
So basically saying because I can turn in a circle, I must live on a ball. Okay. Checks out.
There we go.
Yep, he was dead serious about it.
Welcome, Ireland 32. Dang it, you're a flat earther. I mean, welcome. If you got something to say, feel free to talk.
I've been here a while, so I'm good. I'm about to go to bed.
What are your Irish eyes, Smiley?
I was disappointed that you were a flat earther. I'm sorry, man. It's all good.
It's grand.
It sound like your Irish eyes are smiling.
Sorry you broke up there?
It doesn't sound like your Irish eyes are smiling.
No, I'm knackered here. It's like 3 in the morning.
Knackered, that's a great word. I love that word. I'm knackered a lot, man.
That's a word rarely heard. About someone.
It's fucking 3 in the morning. Fuck off. I'm going to bed. Just kidding, man. Okay, sense of humor is not working. I heard it was Speculation Tuesday.
I'm laughing inside, dude, but that helps. Go ahead, I got.
Speculation Tuesday? I heard that today. I don't know.
Okay, I got a speculation. I bet them Russians that took that land, I bet they're planting crops.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I like that.
Anybody seen any good videos you want to recommend? Put it in the live stream.
If you're in need of a good laugh, Cat Williams came out with a new one. I don't recommend watching the second half.
Cat Williams, he's the guy. If we came from monkeys, why is there still monkeys? That guy.
Yeah, he's a pretty interesting cat for sure. If you like look into his stuff.
I'm not hip, man. Not hip to that.
Not hip that he's kind of like Dave Chappelle in a way. He named his son Malik, which is after a very important person in the Bible. Malik Sadiq is how they say it. So credit that's the best.
All right.
So he's like the Christian version of Dave Chappelle, I think, or maybe Hebrew roots Dave Chappelle. I'm not really sure about that, but the fact that he named his son kind of makes me think that.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
But we won't hear nothing like that in the second part of his stand-up is so NC-17 answered the second half. Don't watch it.
Is Glapflobe, did he say he's in a town of 4 people?
He said 32.
32 people.
Yeah.
So he's 33rd. Mason confirmed.
Total Illuminati, guaranteed. Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, I'm sure he is illuminated. I bet he has some sort of running electricity and water there. So hopefully he's, cool and illuminated.
There you go. That's funny, man. That's a small town, man. 32. Damn.
And they still got a McDonald's.
Yeah. They still have a McDonald's, of course, and a
Never makes
Walmart.
Something. Right next to the First Baptist Church.
A McDonald's and a Walmart. Only 32 people. And a dollar store, Dollar Tree or some dollar. Fuck, I don't know.
Hey, Flatter Dude, why don't you send me your YouTube channel? I heard you show your face.
Whose YouTube channel?
Yours, Kenny.
Mine? Yeah, you can find me on there somewhere.
Oh, you want me to look?
Damn, you're breaking up, Hank.
I've seen Doug's face, man. You don't want to see it. Just kidding, Doug.
Yeah, you don't want to see my face there. All right. Anybody else in here? We got any newbies in here? No.
Yeah, I just checked the list. It's all just crazy globe deniers. Let's go back
Damn.
and deny it. Does anybody want to deny that they deny the globe? Go ahead.
Well,
I saw the curve yesterday.
Who saw the curve?
Somebody found a curve?
I saw the
What?
curve yesterday.
Where
Oh,
was it?
excellent, man. You got a picture? Video?
Nope.
Nope. Damn.
Let's just
I know.
take her word for it. Shut the server down, y'all. Let's go.
Were you on a hot date? Is that where you saw the curvature?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, damn.
I was on a bridge, and I looked out of my window, and then I just saw it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Was it the Earth that was curving, or was it like something like a bridge that was curving, maybe, or something like that, maybe?
It was definitely the Earth.
Definitely, the Earth is curving. Oh my, we've
Yeah.
got it. Shut the server down, everybody, man. I say we turn.
You heard it first, folks. You heard it first. Right here.
Wow,
I have
quite
a
an
text
echo.
message somewhere. We're next to each other, and he's got his phone on.
Guess I'll mute my phone then.
Thank you.
That was a pretty cool. That was a cool echo effect, though. Do it again.
That was some serious echo going, no doubt.
Please.
No. Sorry. Won't do it again.
Do it again. A couple more times. Let everybody talk all at once. That would be fun.
All 30 people. Let's go. Start talking.
Hey, I saw the curvature that was flat. I saw the flat curvature. I saw the flat curvature. I did.
I saw it.
How does the horizon work on a flat Earth? I heard that one today. I was like, oh,
pretty good.
I was like, yeah. I had to fucking stop drilling while I was drilling something. I'm like, how does the horizon work on a flat Earth? That's a fucking awesome observation you got there, dude. That's awesome.
It can't work on a flat Earth. Yeah, it can't.
Right. Yeah, it can't. Of course. That makes no sense.
Listen, the only way it can work to be flat and horizontal is if that's the geometric Earth curve place. Okay? Some planets don't seem to get it yet. And even Peter Griffin had something to say about it.
Oh, shit.
Hey, everybody. I just posted the latest news from NASA. Who cares about it? Anybody?
I do. I care, Dave.
Scientists revealed detailed maps of asteroid Psyche ahead of August. Cut it off. Hold on.
NASA's Psyche probe.
They're ahead of their August mission. They're doing a mission in August. But they said NASA's Psyche probe will orbit and analyze Psyche's surface. There's a planet called Psyche.
We got the Psyche, baby. Psyche, baby. That's hot.
It's going to orbit and analyze for 2 years to find clues about how early planetary bodies originate.
I thought they had all that shit figured out, man. Why are they still analyzing shit? For fuck's sake. Come on.
Scientists at MIT have shared detailed images of asteroid Psyche. It's an asteroid. Okay, right. A large asteroid is believed to be the ancient core of an early planet. So I'll let y'all read the rest of it.
Well,
60
I got
million a day. One good use, wouldn't you say, dude?
65 million a day. Gets you some Psyche rock probing. I'm gonna probe your rocks, Mongos. I'm gonna probe you. Can I probe your rocks? Yeah. I want to probe your rocks.
Down at the bottom of the article, it says they've released detailed photographs of the asteroid. So
Detailed photographs.
Yeah. Not just a photograph, a detailed photograph. So there you go.
Detailed photographs. I love it, man. That is so globy. So globish. Well, it gets more ridiculous day by day. I just want the curvature. I'm not asking for a whole lot here, man. And I got math professors, scientists, military. I got nothing, man. None of these guys are coming through, man. Shit.
I told this off a glad flow, but I quit asking people for curvature. I just ask them to go measure it themselves. Come on, man. Just measure the earth. Is that hard?
Yeah, listen. You're not going to find curvature. I don't care who you are, what's going on in your life. You're not going to find Earth curvature. That said, please at least give measuring the Earth a college try. You know what I mean? Put some effort towards it so that you can at least maintain some kind of justifiable position in this argument. It's not a debate because not both sides have valid shit going on, i.e., you guys don't have it, but we do. It's just we need you to consider it enough to where we're satisfied that you gave it a nice try. And then you need to concede that it's flat and stationary. And I'm not asking about that.
I agree.
You know, I got a 25-foot tape measure. I mean, I'll throw it in as a starting point.
No, because all you got to do is measure 25 feet and then use mathematics to directly measure the rest. So that's how that works.
Oh, shit. I get 100 foot. I'll go buy a 100-foot tape measure, man. I'm going to triple the experiment here at 100 feet or 100 footer. Anyway, we're here. If you guys got some curvature, man, or direct measurement of Earth, it would be cool.
I thought you were going to sing, we're here, we're queer.
We're here, we're queer, and I'm telling you.
Don't embarrass yourself by trying to measure for curvature. What you need to do is see how far we have to look before we find Earth curvature. Any deviation from flat and level, if you can find it.
We're here. We ain't a sphere. Get used to it.
We're here. We ain't a sphere. I love that. Let's rob that. Fuck yeah. I'm mooching that shit, bro. That's going down in the fucking dictionary straight away, man. Flat Earth Dictionary. We're here. Where's the sphere?
Love this Dr. Fauci impression. You're doing it.
We're here. Where's the sphere? Where? Where's the sphere? Where?
Dr. Fauci when he becomes a flat earther.
Yeah,
You're right.
Don't forget to add a few "I am science" in there.
We've looked at the data. The science says we're here. Where's the sphere? And make sure you take your Cocoa Puffs and find the sphere. Find it. Fuck. All right, you guys. I am here for comedy, and because it's so stupid at this point, man. It's like, come on, really? You guys are still batting the fucking spear ball? Come on, man. We got no rotation, no spin, no gyration. We got nothing. Direct measurement of shit. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot. But it works out mathematically in the abstract world. It definitely is doing what it says it's going to do, and it predicts shit or posts.
Do you believe in magic?
Any Globie's heart.
Yeah, I like
And
that
a
picture
young.
you put on the asteroid there. I got. That's cool. It's in live stream voice text.
We got a. Oh, I love it. AI. Oh, that's fucking slack, man, bro. That's crushing. Dude, that's fire. Is that the new thing? Dude, that's fire.
The Earth is making this face.
We could make a whole Disney movie from that picture. I'm telling you. Yeah, why hasn't Fauci been a fucking flat earther yet, man? What happened?
If we can convince Fauci to be a flurfer, then I think we got pretty much the entire left. So I think that's a W.
I like it, man. I like it. We got to get on Fauci, man. Somebody needs to flat smack that bitch. Anybody in DC?
They will literally believe anything he says. So if we get him, we're good.
Dude, Hudson River. That was the thing. It kind of sparked me up today, man. I was seeing the Statue of Liberty from the Hudson River. It should be like 800 feet. There's a ton of videos out there, right? Of the Statue of Liberty seen from 60 kilometers away. And it's impossible on the geometric shape that they gave us. Damn it.
There's no way I can find it now. I remember seeing one in 2016. It's like 62 miles away.
There you go. You saw it at 62 miles. I've heard people seeing it from 100 miles away. I've heard accounts of it. Yeah, you can see the Statue of Liberty from 100 miles.
Making it look like it's flat. You know that, right?
Right, it's refraction. It's lifting it up over the curve and presenting it in perfect vision.
There you go. We know we live on a ball, so that must be what's happening.
Mm-hmm. It's guaranteed, Dave. I can see around corners, man. If you have the right lighting, I can see around the corner, and it's cool, man.
Yeah. What did the 6'10" guy say?
What?
I can see 4 miles.
I get it.
That's a good one. Oh man, we're having the most coolest skies here in California today. The sun's going away, and it's just lighting up these clouds. It's beautiful.
Wait a minute. You saw a Statue of Liberty from California?
On a clear day.
You have to look right
Were you at the Hudson River? Yeah. Were you at the Hudson River yesterday?
Well, if these globies, would take 5 minutes to research something, there's plenty of lighthouse observations from 100 miles, and it goes back,
I talked over him, but he asked if you were in New York yesterday. You're still in California, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm still in California, but I don't know the guy's name, man. I was listening today. He was talking about the Statue of Liberty from the Hudson River. It's like 60 kilometers on the boat. People cruising out on their sailboats or whatever, and they're seeing the Statue of Liberty. And it should be about 800 feet below the curve, but the Statue of Liberty is only like 300 feet tall, man. And it's like that. Well, that would be impossible on the fucking globe. So, yeah, that pretty much seals it, man. Anybody wants to come in here and, even buck the fuck off. Buck off? Was it buck the fuck off? I don't know. Anyway.
Dude, we got so many nails in the globe coffin, we can't find each empty spot to put another nail.
Dude, man, that thing's so nailed shut. It's like, you might as well I think we should just weld it shut at this point, man.
Nails are expensive, man.
Well, with inflation and gas and interest rates, yeah, nails are expensive.
Dude, I accidentally got a box of galvanized nails the other day. Then I looked at the price, and it was like $90.
Oh my god!
Damn.
But the regular nails are like just under $40.
Yeah, everything's going up, nothing's going down.
So I wasn't going to drive back and return them because I thought that the regular nails were $60, but then when I found out they're $40, I was like, wow, that's like twice the price. I got to return those.
So the inflation thing is really a refraction.
Ooh. Well, you know what? So yeah, dude, you're not wrong. So when they say, okay, there's this much refraction standard, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
They are inflating the Earth so that they can lower the Sagittah, right? So essentially, it makes a different circle segment formula. So you're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they literally are inflation. That's literally inflation. Good point.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I nailed it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's like when Biden came into office, there was like a boundary that the economy refracted at.
Yes. It did refract.
That was all Putin's fault, though. Come on, man. Don't you watch the news?
All right. Here's my sky right now, man. I'm going to post that. That's my sky.
Picture of sky. You prove the globe. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's refracted clouds above the hemisphere, inside the dome, in outer space. Yeah, that's it.
Listen, there's now an unofficial, official, mandatory, discretionary contest to see who can make the coolest art out of that asteroid.
Well, we got a challenge. All right. Let me see what I can do.
Step up to the plate. Let's see who can do it.
Oh my god!
I like a little abstract art in my life, I like to spice things up a bit, because I've seen the world through D&T.
Glober eyes. I wish I had some Glober eyes. Oh, that's not a cool song. It's not cool. Nope. I wish I could be Jess. I wish I could find Jesse's Globe. That was Dave Dinkles. Jesse's Globe. I wish I could find Jesse's Globe. Nah, we can't find Jesse's Globe, man.
Where the fuck is the damn curvature at? Boom.
Where's the fucking curvature? Where the fuck is the curvature? Where? I hope you guys are having as much fun with this as I am. Yeah. I love seeing these people come in here and they try, man. And then they leave, man. And with their tail between their legs. And it's like, ugh. And they don't come back, man. They don't come back.
Yeah, I thought that one guy.
That's because they get hard banned and yelled at. So that's why they can't go back.
Nah, they know they're defeated and they can't handle the rejection. They just go, oh, I gotta go. I'll see you guys. I'm gonna go research. I'll see you guys later. Yeah. Go researching, man. Dude, was it fucking Buck Off? Was like, no, you guys is 8 inches per mile squared is wrong. It's 8 inches per mile squared. And I was like, did he just fucking confirm our own math? He was like, you guys are wrong. And I was like, that Mongo, yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mongo. Buck Off. Way to go, Buck. Thanks. Yeah. No, your math is all wrong. You don't understand. Your math is bad. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Speaking of math, I'm still waiting for Matthew to give me some math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, he'll do it. What are you waiting for?
Sure he will.
Is his math better than your math, AI?
I don't know. His math is kind of ew.
Well, maybe it's kind of.
But I'm good. I'm just waiting for any math. So let's see. Let's see on the list of things that I'm supposed to get math for. How high do you have to be off the surface of the Earth to see curvature in your field of view?
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah, sure. Do we have any confirmation of any evidence for that?
I think it's 280 million miles exactly. I could be wrong.
So you're going to see the globe from 280 million miles.
Right. That's when you see it. Hey, I got a picture from 1972. It was Apollo 17. Took the marvelous blue marble picture. Yeah.
I think I'm very close to getting people from my local area to help me out with some flat smacking on the street.
What?
Dude, this is gonna be cool. Here in Fayetteville, man. I actually just got off a live call on Facebook with guys that I've been doing the meetups with here in Fayetteville.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I know exactly where we're gonna do it. And I was like,
downtown, man.
Got to do it. Yeah, downtown. Things are going when you're downtown. No, this is right on Dixon Street, right next to the university. We want all these freaking kids that are always there. This is the club district, and I know exactly where we have to do this, and I'm still working on it. He's like, I'm not gonna do it by myself. I need some other people there with me. So he's like, yeah, let's do
Dude,
it.
you got to have some support, man. It's so much better if you got 2 or 3
And
of you.
actually, in that place, you actually need somebody that's like, you need some security too. Like somebody looking at while the people are flat smacking, because I ain't gonna lie, it gets crazy there. So you got to make sure that you're covered while you're talking to somebody, because somebody might fucking come behind you and smack you in the, like, punch you in the ear while you're talking to some guy because
Hey,
they don't like flat
hey,
Earth, you know.
remember you talking to
Yep.
the flat smacking on Hollywood Boulevard. He's saying all kinds of things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But anyway, dude, I ain't scared though. I'm saying I need support. You know, if I'm going to go down there and do it, I need some support. And I think it's
Yeah.
about to happen within the next few months. We're gonna have this happen at right down the street from University of Arkansas. We're gonna be flat making students on the street.
Yes. Well, school's out right now, but you have to wait till they get back. Yeah.
Nah, well, it's still busy down there, so maybe 2 or 3 months. We're gonna go canvas the area. The place that I want to do it, I know that we can. I think there's some electrical outlets there on this corner, so that we can have our whole setup and like go, like a board there, and we can pass out flyers and stuff. I mean, but the flyers don't necessarily mean as much as the conversations, right? And I have a couple cameras set up and everything, and we'll record that and then put it out, as a thing, and then actually make another, like a podcast where we just describe our experience down there. But anyway, it's dude. I've been in that, dude, in Dixon in Arkansas, bro, and that street. It's crazy at certain times, man. It's like, so you have to. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's like late at night, early night. There are thousands of people that walk down the street, so it doesn't matter what time you do it. I mean, it kind of matters if you're late at night. It could turn into a shit show. You want to be there at like 6, 7
Yeah, you
o'clock.
want to be there right like dinner time, right before
Yeah.
dinner. That's the best time. Maybe
Hey, party
from like,
people don't eat dinner, so.
well, whatever, drinking time. Happy hour, that kind of shit. That's the best time.
No, man, I'm talking about in the college district. I mean, it's just like a few blocks from the university, So we don't have to go on the university campus and ask them questions. They're already going
No,
to be on the street. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. They're out. They're out at the bars, man.
So,
That's it. Yeah,
and they're
sounds fun.
we're already walking by. We're going to be sitting there with flyers and shit and saying, "Hey, have you guys ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?" And we just walk around. We're going to be recording them, so
Yeah,
I think
you
it'd be
gotta get like
interesting. It'd be interesting to
you
have
could
one of
have
those tables where it says
a
like "Earth is a
table.
globe." Changed my mind.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it'd be something similar to that, but it'd be more, I guess, formal. I mean, because what I want is like to have a table with a couple laptops, and so that we can access some of the. It's like if they say, "Hey, what about satellites?" It's like, "Have you ever seen a real satellite?" And then we can show them that every freaking satellite is a cartoon. Those kind of things.
Cartoon ball, baby.
So anyway, yeah, I'm kind of excited. Hopefully they back me up. This is an idea I've had for a few years since I've been here in Fayetteville. I mean, it's just like, oh man, this corner of Dixon Street, we can do this. I just can't wait to see if if it's going to happen. I can't do it I could do it by myself, but I would fail. So I need some support from my flat Earth
Dude, you got to
buddies.
have support, man. I tried that shit by myself, man. It's brutal, man. It's you got to have at least one other person there, man, with you. At least one.
At least one, but I'm
Yeah.
looking at 4 people that are. We've had several meetups here, and those 4 people, if they want to come, can be there. But we also need another person that's like standing lookout because, dude, these college students can get pretty fucking rowdy. So you got to have somebody keeping an eye out, because I've been down there before talking flat Earth, and dude, I didn't know somebody was about to freaking jump me.
Bye.
Yeah, dude. I mean, no shit, man. Somebody was about to jump my ass because I was talking flat Earth in a bar. And you got to make sure you have somebody looking out while you're talking, because you can't look out while you're talking to somebody.
Yep.
Because I'll tell you, when in that
Just do it,
district
man.
there in Dixon Street, near the college, I mean, you have thousands of freaking people. You never know who's gonna do what, because everybody's freaking hammered and shit.
Yep. It was fucking Arkansas, man. What do you expect?
Well, fucking hey, you could say that the same thing about New York. What the fuck are you talking about? Fucking New York, man. What do you think?
Fucking California, man. That's fucking California, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, bro. That's why I'm just like, if me and my friends were there, just like, here we're here to flat smack. We need a couple people on lookout. All right, somebody's getting pissed off because you're talking about flat Earth. And they're pissed off, even though you're in a deep conversation, having a good conversation with somebody. Somebody's going to get pissed off just because they hate flat Earth, and they don't even know why. It happened to me before in the same area. That's why I'm saying I won't do it unless I have somebody else that can keep an eye on while I'm talking to people. Because
I always wanted to be a bouncer when I grew up. Actually, first it was internal affairs, but then I was like, I wouldn't mind being a bouncer.
Did you say internal affairs?
Oh yeah, busting crooked cops. What's better than that?
Hell yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
Like, we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Wrong is an illegal term, motherfucker. We want to know if you broke the law.
That's what's up, Larry. Yeah, hopefully it really happens. I mean, it just came up within the last couple of days, and it's an idea I've had for several years now since I've moved to Fayetteville. I was just like, man, we could flat smack so many fucking people right here on the sidewalk. It's completely legal, and there's nothing they can do about it. And
it's journalism, so it's protected.
Sure, and so I've been trying to, and then I heard one of my friends that I was we've had several meetups here, and he was like, "Let's do a podcast," and I was like, "Well, I can do a podcast because I'm already doing one, basically, but I know how to do it. I was like, here's a better idea. Let's go fucking flat smack the students at U of A. Right there, downtown. Now we can do our podcast after we interview people on the street there, right there on the street, from the people of U of A, about flat Earth. So we'll set up a deal where.
Does anybody live in Dallas? You want a bodyguard? I mean, just for flat Earth purposes. I'm not going to sleep on your front porch.
You're a little far away from Dallas.
I go periods of so I'm getting off.
Anyone need a robot bodyguard? I'll shut up if you guys want me to. It's something I'm thinking about. I mean, I'm hoping it happens. I mean, I don't know if I can get everyone to actually do it, but it's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I want it to happen.
Do it.
Well, I'm gonna try to do it, but I can do it, but I don't want to do it myself. Well, that's something I'm working on. I'm going to downtown, right downtown Fayetteville, flat smacking the shit out of all the frickin' university students that come and party in the party district right next to the frickin' university, and we'll see what happens. Something to look forward to. I don't know if it would make a difference, but it should. I mean, should I actually go into the university property and flat smack them there? I mean, this is only a few blocks from the university. Isn't it interesting they have this freaking huge bar district just a few blocks from the university? It's probably the same thing with every major university. So, whatever. Just telling you, I can get some freaking cool footage of some people like, what, do you think Earth is flat? Why do you think Earth is flat? Like, well, I don't think the Earth is flat. It's just this. Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Ooh. I'll ask the boo-boo questions first, right? Like boo-boo, right? You know what that means? Boo-boo. I'll ask the boo-boo questions first. Do you think that? Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Like, no, but have you ever heard of anything about flat Earth? Yeah, I've heard about it, but it was just like, it's like, what do you think? What do you think so far about what you've heard? Which is pretty much nothing, right? So they're gonna be like, well, so, I mean, it's a really simple conversation to get into, right? So then you can go from there. If they're willing to talk to you, they can walk away after you ask them those first few questions. If they want to continue the conversation, then you can say, hey, so since you've heard about this flat Earth topic and I asked you what you think about it, you can say, you respond to what they say after that. Go ahead.
If they haven't heard about it and you ask them what they think about what they haven't heard about, how does that conversation go?
Oh, if they haven't heard about haven't heard about it before, I can still ask the same question. What do you think about it? And you can respond in kind to whatever they say.
Yep. A good one is also asking them, what do you think about the question I'm going to ask you?
And it's very unlikely that they haven't heard about flat Earth. By now, everybody's heard about flat Earth. So at that point, they're lying. So as far as intellectual conversation, they're not necessarily ready for it. So either they'll just dip out, or they'll actually continue. I mean, that's why those simple questions get them involved in the conversation. Very simple. And it has nothing to do with you're too dumb to figure this out. I mean, all the flat earthers are dumb. This is why these simple questions that I ask really expose them as being intellectually dishonest. So fuck them if they don't want to fucking really have the conversation. So either you have or you haven't. Are you a liar or are you honest?
Are you bold like knights of old who would wage war without thought of one's own soul? Do you have the constitution of fortitude to have an honest conversation?
Dude, if somebody has guts enough to go in with this flat earth convo when they're sort of ignorant about it, they're going to get exposed really quickly, and they're going to spiral into a weird idea that they've never even grasped. And we've experienced this many times. Some weird idea, and it's like, and then they're gonna start to call people names and shit. It's a really, it's really sad. It's really sad. I mean, in my experience, if you want to understand why flat Earth and globe Earth is a thing, shouldn't you understand both sides if you're going to make a choice on one or the other, shouldn't you understand both sides? And if there's physical evidence for either one, and you understand both sides, wouldn't you choose one or the other? I mean, I think this is the captain of the rule of supposed globe versus flat. Because we've been going over this. I think it's a simple argument, but shouldn't it be very simple? I mean, it's like, are you arguing about really kind of it's kind of confusing to me why globies would be like making all kinds of shit up when they have no real physical evidence for globe when they have math on their side, which they don't really have math because their math magic works on their side, and then we have physical reality on our side, which the sort of same math works out, but it just kind of dumps off into whatever. It's Earth, man. We live on Earth. I mean, who told you the Earth is a globe? It's weird. Nobody's trying to. You're the one making it weird. We all experience the Earth as the stationary plane we live on. Who told you it's a globe? Oh, that's another story, isn't it? The people that told you Earth is a globe, even though it's not. You guys want to tell everybody about that story? Woo, that's a big story right there. And this idea of, well, since you guys are going to stop, you guys ain't going to stop me? Stop me. All right. Since you ain't going to stop me, the globe Earth is a witness to the success of the idea of this whole freaking craziness of the idea of Earth. Oh shit! Now I'm being redundant, but how can the globe not be redundant? Because there is no such thing as the globe. It's the backwards revolution. It doesn't, and it connects to every single government and scientific quote unquote method, education system. Everything is coalesced together. So yes, it's all a poison to everything that we might or might not understand in our humanity. So there is no fucking globe. There is no flat Earth is the realm that we exist in. Science and math is a fascinating point that we can experience here.
What does experience mean?
Well, I mean, with time, you have professors and with mathematics and history and philosophy and everything. All of that can be involved, and it's definitely shit. I wouldn't have figured this out if it wasn't involved. All of this is involved. And I'm not, dude. If you guys think I'm wrong, shut me the fuck up and say I'm wrong. This balance of there's something in my brain. This balance, I will say, legality, which is the let's say legality. I will propose it in a mathematical idea, not legality and no different ideas because I talk about legality. Well, I mean, this is a function. It's like they've manipulated the entire system where we're so under the system and really it's shorthand for what reality is. But we're just like I don't even know how to finish this point. Which that's fine. Everybody knows this about me when I can't finish my points, but I can't finish my points because I think I figure out more. The more I understand, the more I misunderstand, and the more I know. So I mean, it's like, how the fuck can I finish the point? You know what I mean? I mean, it's like shit. Can you guys finish it?
No, bro, you didn't get far enough before you took a left turn into. I can't understand what you're talking about no more. Lawful, legal. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but that's a man thing. That's a man thing.
No, God tells us what's lawful. Man tells us what's legal. One is God's law, one is man's law. Took me a while to figure that out.
Yeah, exactly, Hank. Yeah. So, yeah, man, I ain't trying to twist anybody off of any path they're down, but you'll find it. You'll find it. But you'll find out that you'll never find it. And that's fine, but that's not a. This is like people on Earth right now have to live, and they think this is what it's supposed to be, which it is. Earth is this. It's what it's supposed to be. It has nothing to do with this carnal craziness. Anyway. I don't even know where to live anymore. But anyway. I'll
Where else could you live but in your body?
No, Hank, you do it. I'm gonna shut up.
No, we're all, under the influence. Your shit ain't no better than mine.
Well, whenever somebody asks me, where do you live? I always say, in the sheep pen.
That's a good one. Sheep pen. I can't argue against that.
Is it comfortable though in the sheep pen?
It's triple entendre.
What do you mean by that?
It means there's 3 layers of understanding. So the sheep pen, I think you're talking about, he said you're like sheep without a shepherd. So that's one, right? That's one of the hundreds. What's the next one?
And you, EWE, obviously a sheep. So where do you live?
So since you understand that, what is the ultimate or the penultimate? Penultimate. Where does it end, basically?
The penultimate. Yes, the sheep pen. The pen is mightier than the sword.
That's not what penultimate means. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can say I'm wrong. So penultimate doesn't mean pen is mightier than sword?
Well, pen ultimate. So the pen is the ultimate weapon.
No, we're not. I'm talking about the phrase.
No, it's just another layer. The sheep pen that's written by the pen. The sheep are impenned by the pen. What's written on paper?
Okay. So what happens after the penultimate? Your ultimate when you surrender the pen.
Yes, when you cede your language and words have no meaning, then what you say about yourself has no meaning. So whether you say I'm created in the image of God, whether you say I have human rights, whether you say I deserve human flourishing, you
Oh
basically
shit! It's
just said,
almost like it starts over.
yes, it's all gobbledygook. So what you have to say no longer is anything to say. Nobody cares.
No,
because it
but
doesn't mean anything anymore.
But the entire thing means everything, right? I mean, how can you erase everything once you reach the penultimate, right? You're just gonna be like, oh, everything starts over. It's like, who did? But if that's just you, you fucking held that together yourself, and you didn't share it. So now it's gone.
Some people do. They hunker down with their own resources and wait for everything to go to crap. And then they watch as everybody else suffers while they survive.
Pretty sad.
Or they plan ahead so that they can help the others.
I mean, we're not talking about an
or
individual. Go ahead. Sorry, brother.
Or they plan ahead so that they can hurt the others.
What if they wanted to help them? How would they give their penultimate knowledge forward?
Go around teaching people how to build wells with bags of beans.
Yeah, and not to poop, and not to poop in the well.
Not to poop in the well.
Yeah.
Dude, listen. You'd be surprised, but a lot of people die because of that kind of stuff.
Sure, of course they do. I mean, dude, we experience that every day. I mean, it's like a lot of people don't see it, but we do see it. And dude, I think a lot of times in this server and other channels and shit that we listen to all the time, we're talking past so many people all the time. It's just like, hey, and I don't want to seem, like you're just listening to the wrong people. Like, how do you know what I do? It's like, I can tell what you do by what you say, you know. So, and it's not like I ain't trying to be a dick, but you're just saying shit that you heard on the news or.
I ain't trying to be a dick, but when the customer is sausage.
Well, it's just like, you know, even it happens even internally here in the server. It's just like, dude, you're way over, like, into the. All right, I'll shut up. But I think you're making a really good point.
You ain't gotta shut up. Go ahead and finish. Finish, Elio.
No, I was going to say. I mean, I think a guy was making a really good point that that a lot of people will say something that they're sort of ignorant about because they're not familiar with how they're being manipulated through media and everything. They think it's true because they've been convinced, through different standards and all kinds of. I mean, it gets really thick when it comes to media and education, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's difficult to understand. I don't mean to throw the whole conversation off or anything, but yeah, it can be very difficult to figure out where people are coming from, depending on where, what they've been exposed to. Well, fuck it. I'll keep talking. And I think this is a good platform for new people to come into. I mean, they're very confused when they first join this Discord, and they're like, "Oh, you guys think the Earth is flat?" And we have no idea of their background. I mean, and that's what we're here for. We want them to come in here and ask us questions. Now, we can't presume what their background is or what. But sometimes they ask good questions. Sometimes it's really shitty questions. But I mean, hold on, man. I mean, it's like, and everyone can be patient here. Some people are, some people aren't, and some people have reason to be impatient, and I've done it many times, and other people have as well. Some people are very patient. Dude, we have hundreds of new people that join the server every single day. So, dude, I don't blame anyone for being impatient with people that are just unwilling to learn, or they're just kind of like, hey, my teacher told me this, or maybe 15, 16 years old, and they're still from some high school, whatever. I mean, it's like, we're not paid to do this. You just come in here and ask us a question. If you want to make yourself look like a fool in front of an audience of adults, then we'll do the best we can to actually help you to understand exactly what we're talking about. But just that's all I'm going to say about that.
For what?
There is this portrayal, though, in a lot of the way they talk about it, that there's people who still think the Earth is flat. So, meaning that they've never, been told or taught that it's a globe properly, right? So they're just in the antiquity, right? They just inherited the belief in the flat Earth.
No,
It's just the way they are.
we inherited that AI. We inherited that. They come here to ask us about this. They don't even teach them about the globe in the high school. So they come in here to ask us about the globe.
Right, that's kind of weird in a way. Because they do portray that the flat earth is like something that there's this group of people who are stuck in the past, right? They don't know the present knowledge. But then there's a lot of globers, like you said, that they don't know the present knowledge either.
And they're like, well, they have this certain pompous attitude, but then once they start talking to us, they either leave or they're very curious, right? So, which is fine. I mean, we expect that. It's not. I mean, we don't need them here, but actually, we want them here because, yeah, bro, they've been in high school, and none of their teachers told them about the globe.
Neither did yours.
Yeah, my teachers didn't tell me about the globe when I was growing up. No. But they told me it was a globe, but they didn't teach me about the globe. No. And
Yeah.
this was 30 fucking years ago, so anyway.
And they weren't taught either, so vicious cycle.
It's like, you dumbass, you think the earth is flat because everybody knows it's a globe. It's like, everybody knows it's a globe because everybody else said it was a globe, and then you're just dumb. Now, if you were growing up, I mean, I'll be 49 years old in 1 hour and 50 minutes. And
are you saying about that was birthday?
what'd you say?
He had a birthday like last month.
No. I don't know why you thought that, because somebody who's giving somebody my wrong birthday in this server. I will shit, but no, my birthday is 6/22.
Yeah, dude, it's July.
Fuck are you talking about? Today is 6/21. It's before midnight here in Central Time. My birthday is at midnight. It ain't no fucking July. It won't be July until next week. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if
I don't know, dude. I don't know how to read a calendar. I'm not a biologist.
Well, I don't do calendars too much either, and just like I don't really give a shit about birthdays. I ain't gonna lie.
Happy birthday, Helio.
I ain't there yet. Well, no, it ain't even. Dude, you're like an hour behind me. So
what does that have to do with birthdays?
I don't know. I don't give a fuck about birthdays.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
But they say this day is the longest day of the year. I mean, this is the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Well, it kind of is because it's still light out for me.
Well,
And it's 10 p.m.
sure. I mean, it's like, well, it's the longest day because the sun is out. The longest. But I mean, for the most part, you can't tell, unless you're really paying attention every day. And does it frickin' matter anyway? I mean, it's like, oh, it's fantastic. It's the longest day of the year. Wait, are we going by the Roman calendar? Don't even get me started on that shit. Anyway. See, I'm in June 22nd. Yeah, we're not gonna. No, I'm not. I don't even want to talk about this yet. No, I'm just. I want to get back to Mike. Well, I don't want to get back to shit. I want to hear what you guys are talking about. I knew I came in and interrupted, but what were you guys talking about?
Pills. What kind of pill? Mayonnaise. Sheep pill? Ginger? Hair pill? Soda pill?
Oh, that was the most unintelligible thing that I've heard Larry say. What did you say, Larry? That people were talking.
I said we're talking.
Okay, that was even less intelligible.
I go.
Fucking love Larry, don't you guys? Who is LTDBTD? Anyone talk to this guy? Or gal? LTBTD. I'm gonna unmute LTBTD. LTBTD. LTBD, can you LTBTD, can you talk to us?
Yes.
All right, awesome. That's fucking hard to say. I mean, I don't know. It's weird.
It's not that hard to say.
That is for me. But anyway, LTBTD.
Anyway.
How did you find your place here? How did you find your way to the
Dude,
24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
what he did is how he did it is he created another account and came back. That's how.
So it's some. Dude, don't even. I was about to go. See, you don't want me to get my. Don't get me riled. Don't get Helio riled. Well, I unmuted him. You can go ahead and mute me if you want to.
He needs to employ a better strategy. He needs to create an account. Just listen from YouTube and just engage in the lobby until he has ingratiated himself with some dudes, right? Without getting too eccentric. And then after a long period of time of doing that, then basically be unstoppable. Being a member of the community. Because too many people would be so involved that losing would be a great loss.
Just mute.
But rather than doing something wise like that, he just constantly rehashes the same modus operandi.
I think I know who you're talking about, so I ain't gonna. Yeah, I muted him back. Doesn't matter. Zip it.
Yeah, that's what I do. I tell everybody exactly what they need to do to be successful, to stay in the server and thrive. And they don't listen. Well, whatever.
That's because you're a hater, AI.
What?
I'm just fucking with you, bro. Dude, I'm giving you shit. That's what I do. Hope you didn't take that seriously. God dang. Zippity doo da, zippity a. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine coming my way. Zippity doo da, zippity a. Hmm. Hmm.
Oh, it doesn't have a role. That's manage user. Change nickname to.
You get some folks in here, right? Who's out there? Don't be scared. We ain't so scary. They think we're scared of them because we shut down the YouTube chat. We shut that shit down because y'all just try to drive everybody off of coming into our Discord. So, piss off. We want people to join the Discord. That's why we have the YouTube chat out there live. You want to talk to us? Jump into the Discord.
Oh man. I only gotta give him a roll just to ping him. Kidding me?
Yeah, sort of. Like you talking about new people.
Yeah, if they don't have anything, they're not pingable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you never know if it's their brand new account. They don't even know how to use Discord, or maybe they, there's a.
Oh well, whatever.
Yeah. They'll figure it out eventually. They'll find their way here. Don't feel bad
he
for
left.
them. Yeah, don't feel bad.
He left. That means he gets banned. Oh yeah, I can't ban him either.
No, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If they want to be here, they'll find their way in, bro. I mean, I promise you, they'll find your way. They'll find their way.
Okay.
And deleting, banning their accounts or what. There's no reason to ban somebody new that doesn't have a role, because if they can't figure out how to find their way to this room and get to talk to,
no, they're not new. That's the point.
Okay, well then, if you can't figure out how to get them in here, then it's on you. Because I've been doing this for a long time. I know how to figure out how to get them in there. Hey, Discord is weird sometimes though, because I have some difficulty with some people that come in. I don't know, but if they have no roles, for the most part, they can go ahead and jump into live stream, and we can open their microphone without a role, or they can jump in VC check and we can help them. I mean, it's, as far as I know, that's pretty much the standard.
They got his little thing right there.
They got his
right.
little thing.
Remember this number for me. 988-988-535-363219-536. All right, you got it?
No. You saying somebody's trying to jump in here with that number, and
yeah,
it's broken geometry. Fuck. Bro, I can't even find Chocolate Sands channel on a YouTube search. You know, with my Helio channel. What the This is bullshit. I want to play What is the World? What is the world that we're living in now that the Earth is not spinning? I can't even find that motherfucker.
I can help you with that.
Please.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the in the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine, choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition, can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
The latest and the hottest. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't looking. Give me a moment. Oh, the hottest. This is the latest one. And if Karma actually started recording, we would finish the new one. Grace in the house.
Bands on the track. SB on the beat.
I'm gonna murder this trap, where the robot is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation, they lied to the nation. Granted, most just have the bald belief, going through life looking for some relief, spiritually changed, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think brings peace in your captors, the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom but bowing and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze, before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present it guarantees. With measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious please, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free, free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age, the return of logic. Just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth masters fight. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared, unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap, where the robot is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation, they lied to the nation. So we measured the earth, that was the birth of channels like dirt. Imagine the mirth, we faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal, I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transform to move from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee, I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough when you don't know your stuff, and your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff. Actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff, or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff, or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace.
Captain. Battle formation.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spear's a strong formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield. The Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them! This is where we fight! This is where they die! And these shield boys! This is Sparta!
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend, are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated. Its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assembled know the truth of this. Let each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
Drace, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord, with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free, as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show. The Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just saw. Title knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo. The only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Meth judo. Be a FV commando. With knowledge as ammo. A 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation, perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, a supposition and superstition, or all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician, requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission, we get no commission and all the suspicion, but there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician. But I'm going to bed soon. I'm not going to be playing music all day or all night. Granted, it's the same thing for me right now. It's 24-hour daylight.
Can you play songs off of SoundCloud? Like, can you play, I don't know, with the bot?
Yeah.
Like, can you stream it? Have you heard Creation Bear's new song, The Space is Fake?
Yeah, that's a good one. I can put it on.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good too. You can play more of your stuff too, but you don't seem to want to play any more of it.
I'm just tired. It's almost 4 a.m. and
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go get some sleep then. Do you have to black out your windows then, probably, this time of year?
Yeah, I generally have blackout curtains all the time.
Yeah. You have long winters too, long nights, like months of night.
Yeah, it's then the winter is there's not a lot of sun, but it's really nice when it's all dark out. So, I like it. I like both actually a bit.
That sounds like a good balance, honestly. I don't know. I feel like I would like that too. Yeah, I've always wanted to move up to like Norway or Finland or something like that. Can't now, but I was looking into it before.
Yeah. The world isn't exactly in the best shape.
No. Polarized, very polarized times. I wish some Globers would take the side and get in here.
Wait, I like that, Drace. The world isn't in the best shape. Oh,
I'm
man.
glad you caught that.
I did. I like it.
This is true because the spheres are the best shape.
I guess maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Dude, since you said that, it just blew. I was gonna say something before you said that, Trace. Holy shit! That's funny though. The world isn't in the best shape. Dude, it'll hit me in again in a second. Because I was listening to you guys talk, and I was thinking about something else. You know, you being in Iceland, and you know, having much more daylight than we do here, and you know, where I am in northern. It's like, you know, as a matter of fact, today, June 21st, just already June 22nd for you guys over there. They call it the longest day of the year, right? I am not comfortable with that term, longest day of the year, right? Because isn't it the same amount of time between noon and noon, midnight and midnight? Doesn't add up. I mean, really, that's kind of confusing, that term. You've heard it said before, right? Longest day of the year, right?
That's pretty interesting because if we didn't use the clocks and that kind of stuff, I wouldn't be having different days. It would just be a constant day for me.
Right. So for you, you're what, like 5 hours ahead of me? 4 or 5 hours? Or is it 4 hours in Iceland?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
at
4 a.m. or 8 minutes to 4 a.m.
All right, so it's 10:55 here, or 53. So you're about what? You say it's 4. So you're 6. No, you're not 6 hours. Are you? Because people in England are 6 hours ahead of me. Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah, I think we use Greenwich Midtime or whatever, which.
Oh, so there's an hour.
England.
Yeah, I'm on the kind of daylight savings time thing too. Do you guys use that in Iceland? Daylight
No.
savings time? No.
No.
All right, so there's another hour behind. So you're like 5. All right, so yeah, 4, yeah, 4 a.m. for you, June 22nd, right?
Yep.
Almost 4. Yeah. All right, cool. That's trippy, man.
But
Buddy, you're still experiencing daylight now?
Yeah.
Wow.
But if we didn't count the days by the circle of the sun, but rather by how many nights we had, I would be much younger than you people.
You people, what do you mean by that? Are you racist?
People who don't live in Iceland.
Yeah. All you people that live in other lands.
We're far off lands away from the center.
No, that's trippy, man. So you're still seeing daylight there right now? In Iceland?
Clear blue skies.
Wow, bro. Yeah, even though it's. Wait, so have you experienced sunset today before this, or?
Today, no.
No, so it was always day. Like, wow, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, but in return, like the winters, like you only have a few hours of light.
Okay, cool.
It's
Like I always know, like
during the winter, you wake up and it feels like it's the middle of the fucking night because everything's black, and then like it's just street lights keeping everything good, and then you work or you go to school or whatever, and it's like 10, 9, you get a little bit of light, and then it comes on, and then about like 4 or 5, all that light's gone, and it's night.
Hey, I'm gonna give you something. Hey, Trace, you can be racist against every person in the West, every single. I'm gonna give it to you because they will say, because they say today is the longest day of the year, even though it's the same amount of time. But bro, it's still daylight for you, and it's 4 a.m. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, people are dumb, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are. Anyway, and how much more proof of everything that we talk about all the time? How much more proof do you need? Hey, guess what? Where I live here in Central America, at midnight, it's, according to date, it'll be my birthday, but it actually won't be my birthday until about 9 a.m. That's when I was born. 49 years ago. Right after the longest day of the year. That seems ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah, the sun still takes the same exact time to go the circle. The day didn't get
Sure.
any longer.
It's like, hey, if I were in Central Time Zone and I flew to Iceland, it would take, from say St. Louis or whatever, flew to Iceland, 2 day while traveling east. And it would be like nighttime in St. Louis, but I land in Iceland. It would still be daylight, right? And it would only take how long? Let's see. I think it would. I'm going to get an approximation just by seeing. We've all done these flight paths things. I'm thinking it would take, if you're traveling east to go to Iceland from St. Louis, I'm thinking of 8 hours, maybe. Now, you're traveling against the spin of the Earth when you're traveling east. You land in Iceland, and think about them. And you're traveling much farther in latitude.
There's one thing that's kind of nice about it is during the summer, as you can imagine, the moon can sometimes look pretty weird, and it's illumination because it's not like the illumination like switches or anything.
Well, I mean, we can't know because nobody goes to Iceland, man. You're the only one that can tell us what the moon looks like from Iceland.
Yeah, it's just like the you know when you see sometimes when the side of the moon that's supposed to be illuminated by the sun by it reflecting light from the sun, but then when you see the sun, its position relative to where the moon is doesn't really kind of reflect that, and they.
Yeah, I
And
know.
they like to tell us that it's all being refracted. The sun is apparent, the moon is apparent. You're not seeing it where it is. So
are you saying that when you're lower in latitude on the Earth, they can kind of get away with their idea about the moon reflecting light light
they
of the
make it
sun?
easier to accept when
Yeah,
when you're
but when
here.
when you're higher in latitude, then
Just think of it this
their
way.
idea about the sun reflecting the moon. I mean, the moon reflecting the sun's light becomes more ridiculous the higher in latitude.
Just think of it this way: neither the sun nor the moon ever go straight over us. They always just go above the horizon and go to the side. So the sun goes just
side.
in a
What do you mean by
circle
the
during the
side,
summer.
bro?
So when we see the moon peak uh, to the south and in those directions, sometimes it just doesn't match what you would expect.
Sure.
It sometimes is a little bit off. Sometimes it's quite a bit off, and they want you to believe it's just all due to refraction and stuff like that. But I don't see any evidence of that.
Do you guys ever capture lunar eclipses there in Iceland?
Now, I've never seen a lunar eclipse here.
Really? Wow. But you've seen us capture lunar eclipses here much
Yeah.
further south. Interesting. It actually makes sense when you really understand what we're talking about. Oh man, that's awesome. Awesome.
I'm sure there might have been some partial eclipses that might have been seen at some point from here, but I
How
don't
about
know. I've
solar
never seen
eclipse?
any.
Do you guys ever see solar eclipse in Iceland?
Yeah, I've never seen any eclipses in Iceland, but like I said, there might have been some partial ones where we could have been from here, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Really interesting. You've been looking for them too, haven't you?
No, I have not.
Really? Why not? Well, I mean, if they were going to happen, you would know about it because you've been following.
I get really busy, and so I'm pretty sure there might have been stuff that get passed by me because.
Yeah, I bet I can
Iceland,
Google. I can Google solar eclipse in
yeah,
Iceland,
I could probably
and
look it up and try to find something on it, but I'm too tired to do it right now.
no, you don't have to, bro. And I don't mean to keep you up either. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's just really. I'm just curious about that. You know, with this, seasons and like you have mostly daylight. It's like people. The reason I was bringing it up is because they call this the longest day of the year where I live in Central America. Like longest day of the year, very good. 14 hours of daylight. Like, talk to my buddy over there in Iceland and see how many hours of daylight he has today.
Wow.
Which is most of it, right?
Yeah, well, it's 24 hours.
It's like,
It's been
it's
like
like,
this for
ooh,
a
it's
few
the
days.
longest day of the year. It's like, well, I mean, anyway, so thank you for confirming that. I mean, 'cause I'm just like, I heard them people at work to say that today. I'm like, bro, I know somebody in Iceland. I bet he'd be
Yeah,
like,
if they
yeah,
say
I,
that again,
I have to close my shades because I don't have any. I
yeah,
don't have any dark today.
yeah, if they say that again, you just say my buddy hasn't had a night in like a few weeks, so.
People are so shallow, but anyway, but I mean, who can blame them, propaganda, Hey, Drace, just hit the close button, get your ass to bed, close your curtains, man.
Yeah.
Man, I appreciate you, brother, man. I appreciate those songs. There was a couple songs you just played now I haven't heard before. They were really cool. I like that.
Well, I'm going to sleep. Good night.
All right, peace, Drace, man. That means yes. Please click the X. All right, we have a few people in here that don't have roles. You guys mind if I unmute them and you guys want to talk to the guys without roles? I'm gonna do it for a little bit. Have Sinless Pop Tart, Tic Tac. Might as well. I'm gonna want to do Tic Tac first. Sounds interesting. Hey, Tic Tac, can you open your microphone and talk to the Flat Earth?
Hello?
Hello, Tic Tac.
Hello? Oh my god, wait, can you guys hear me?
Hey, Tic Tac, how did you find the server?
Oh my god, my uncle, he loves the flat earth community. He recruited me into it basically. It's like one day we were watching CNN, the brain they brainwash everyone. But my uncle, he was a free thinker. He told me, listen to me, Tic Tac. I'm not gonna say my actual name, sorry guys. He was like, listen to me, Tic Tac. Listen to me
I was
right
about to
here in
say, your uncle calls you Tic Tac.
Yeah. He was like, listen, they are not telling you the truth. And I was like, what do you mean? And then he tells me the truth. He opens my eyes. And like ever since then, I've just been pursuing the knowledge of flat earth, the community,
All
and
right, cool,
I
cool.
love it.
All right, cool. Tic Tac. It sounds like you're excited. All right, so you found our server how?
Huh? Oh, it was on my local news channel. They were trying to recruit people. They were like, "Hey, guys, join up."
This
And then I was
isn't recruiting. We're actually here to have an open dialogue about flat Earth and versus not versus, but globe Earth. I mean, all of us that talk about flat Earth are on here.
yeah, I understand.
Used to be globe Earthers. We all were born into it, basically.
Yeah, I understand your so personally, do you think that flat Earth is like real and stuff?
I think Earth is real. Don't you?
Kind it's a little bit debatable.
Really, you don't think Earth is real?
Nah, we're on Mars right now. We're on Mars. We're trying to get to Earth, aren't we?
Hey,
you could have said maybe reality's not real. All right.
Huh?
Listen,
No, I think my reality is real. I just don't know if Earth is real. Because you watched iRobot with Will Smith, right?
No.
You didn't watch iRobot?
Yes, I watched iRobot, of course. But
Yeah,
anyway,
it's up to
no,
you.
listen.
Oh, my bad.
Let's get established on the conversation. We're not going to let you freaking roll over every single thing. Bro, Earth. I was talking about Earth. Do you live on Earth? Do you live on Earth?
I might. Yeah, I might.
I don't even know how to help you if you don't know you live on Earth. I don't
They
know how
never
to
really told me
fucking help
that.
you.
They never told me what.
Who's they? And who told you that you don't live on Earth?
I don't know, man. They told me. I don't. The.
All right, let's try sinless Pop-Tart
here.
All right, sinless Pop-Tart.
Is my mic working? Is my mic working?
It's working for
Is
now.
it?
If you have a better answer than this other dipshit, then
Sorry.
we have something to talk
Is my
about.
mic too close to my mouth? We can't hear you at all.
No, I don't want him to yell any louder than he already did.
Oh, am I yelling? I'm sorry.
No, I can hear you fine.
I'm sorry, sir. Sir, I'm
are you living on Earth?
Yes, I believe I am. Am I not? I think
You don't
I
have to
am,
believe it. You don't have to believe it.
I am, right? This is Earth. We're all living on Earth, right?
I can't confirm anything for you. I'm asking you if you think you live on Earth or not.
I think I live on Earth. I'm
All
not
right,
too
cool,
sure,
cool.
but,
Okay.
I mean, I haven't seen it
then
from
we
outer
have
space.
somewhere to start. We have a base. We have a base ideology. I mean, this other guy, Tic Tac, fucking can't even answer that stupid
That's the fucking
general
dumbass.
question. All right, so Sinless Pop-Tart, how did you
Probably
find our server? How did you find our server?
So one of my I I have a group chat with a bunch of my friends, and they're all flat earthers, and they found the server. I don't know how. I might ask them later, but they invited me to it because we all believe.
No, man, it does pop up every once in a while.
Yeah,
I mean, that's fine. And I like when a group of people jump in here, and it's not a big deal if everyone's just like, hey, let's talk to the flat earthers. Fine, fine.
Yeah, of course.
But if I ask you a simple question, just like, do you live on Earth? And you give me a bunch of bullshit, I'm gonna freaking, I'm gonna have a problem with that. So anyway, all right, so you found the flat Earth server. You found the flat Earth server. You're about to meet us. If you want to take it seriously, then we can have a conversation. If you just want to try to if you want to take the piss out of us, you're not going to last here very.
I would never want to take the piss out of you.
Like Flatman Can likes to say, the mind is like a parachute. If it's not open, it's not going to work.
That is so true. That's right. Honestly, that's true.
All right. So Sinless Pop-Tart, you found our server with through another group, whatever. You guys came in here together. Your other homeboy fucking shit the bed, and now you came in here to talk to us, and you're just like, here. What would be your first question about flat Earth?
Yeah. What about it?
No, I'm asking you what you would ask a flat Earth.
Oh, so you believe the Earth is flat, right?
I don't have to believe it. I'm asking you what your. Well, I guess that was your first question. I don't have to believe it. I experience it. So yeah.
Okay, that's honestly that's fair. So what do you think is keeping us all inside the Earth? Since it's flat, what do you think's keeping us all inside?
Inside what?
The Earth. Do you think? Okay, I'm gonna DM you a message.
No,
or
don't. No.
No, wait, no.
Everything's
You have to
public
see
here.
this. Sir, okay. Wait, can I just have image perms real quick so I can put this in
No.
the chat?
No. Well, actually, go ahead and DM me, and if I think
okay.
it's if it's worth, go ahead and
okay.
I'll put it in the chat.
So, do you believe that the Earth looks like this?
I already know what he's DMing you. Nope,
dude. It's not even worth it. I mean, it's like a donut.
Do you think the Earth looks
like it looks like a donut butthole Earth. Nobody fucking thinks that shit. So, why the fuck would you even post that?
Because some of my friends, I'm pretty sure they're messing with us. That they believe that it looks like that. So I'm just wondering if you think it looks.
They've never talked to people about this before.
Yeah, of course.
So hey, you have this opportunity now to talk to people that are aware of this topic. It's been around for several years. We're quite familiar with the topic.
Yeah, of course.
If you're curious about it, then you can say, hey, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? And you've already asked that question.
Yeah.
But then you post something like that. How can I take you serious?
I'm so sorry, sir. I really didn't mean it, sir. I'm really sorry.
You don't have to fucking call me sir either.
I'm sorry, sir. Oh, wait,
Jesus
my bad.
Christ, this fucking guy. Hey, Sinless Pop-Tart.
Yeah, what's up?
How about you tell me what you think about the globe Earth?
The globe Earth?
Yeah, why do you think flat Earth is wrong?
I don't think flat Earth is wrong.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because it just doesn't make sense. Because we would all fall from the rim of it, right?
So much LARPing.
Well, wait, hold on, Sinless. Tell me your best proofs for the globe. I mean, since you think flat Earth is dumb, and I obviously think you
don't think
do
it's dumb.
because you
I
said,
don't think it's dumb.
God damn it, would you?
Go on.
If you're not gonna act, do you want to be here or do you want to be just gone?
I want to be here.
All right, cool.
A great place.
All right, so why do you think the Earth is a globe?
I don't think the Earth is. I don't think the Earth is.
I just don't even.
I'm sorry, sir.
Open up. This fucking guy.
If he's over 13, he might be 15 because he's not acting very mature.
Sir, surely you have
dude,
measurements
I've
that
heard some
substantiate the globe.
13-year-olds that can fucking blow his ass out of the fucking water, man.
That's gay, sir.
Run circles around him. Remember that young lad? He was a writer and everything. Oh my god, that kid was amazing.
Well, any Pop-Tart who hasn't sinned be the first to cast a stone.
Well, it's just like, I mean, why would you even come to a flat Earth conversation if you didn't think that we're wrong? Did you come here just to clown, or did you actually
I
come
believe the
here?
Earth is flat, sir.
We know you're LARPing.
No, I'm not lying.
Bullshit,
right.
bro. We can tell. Hold on.
3 best proofs. Let's go.
We would all fall off
not
the
gonna have
rim.
one.
And when you go on an airplane, like it takes a left or a right, and like wouldn't it just keep going forward to like if you want to get to Paraguay?
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Non sequitur next. What else you got?
Sorry. Wait,
And
before
I'm
I go,
really
can I just ask?
sad.
Can I just ask one question?
Well,
Like
you
the
better
flat-
make
the
it
flat
quick,
Earth
and it
community?
better be pertinent.
I'm sorry,
Otherwise,
sir.
I'm gonna fucking mute your ass too.
He already told you to stop calling him sir, and you've repeated it about 5 or 6 more times since he
I
told you to
forgot.
stop
Sorry.
using that bullshit in here. Grow up, man.
I'm asking you the questions, sir. 3 best proofs. You've already
Hey, grow
told
up
one.
and
What are
be
the
a
other 2?
goddamn man. Fuck Juneteenth.
What?
Say your fucking last question and make it fucking pertinent.
Wait, should I say my 3 best proofs, or should I say my last question? Because the guy was asking me for my 3.
Hey, well, do you have any proofs for the globe? You already tried to bring a couple that didn't make any
Well, I think the Earth is flat,
goddamn
so like,
things.
I think the Earth is
He was
flat.
going to give us his best 3 flat Earth
I
proofs.
think the Earth is flat, and it's like because you would obviously fall off the edge.
So you have no proof for any kind of Earth. You have no idea what you're living on.
No. I think the Earth is flat, and I have a few proofs for it.
It's a lie.
I just told you my
Your
proofs.
proof is non sequitur.
Sir, what does that mean?
It means it's illogical. It doesn't follow.
Sir, can you tell me about your flat Earth proofs? Please, sir. Hey, Sinless, can you tell me about your Pop-Tart truths about the globe or the flat? I mean, just tell me all about your fucking Sinless, non sequitur, freaking proofs. I mean, this is so hilarious.
40s with the boys.
Bro, I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
It sounds like you've been hitting a few 40s, sir.
Sounds like you don't have a goddamn thing to offer here, and so I'm making fun of you because you're a dipshit.
Sir? Can I ask a question?
Sir, can I ask a question? Sir, excuse me.
Can I ask a question for the flat Earth community? Like everyone here?
Yes, go ahead and ask it.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, you went wrong with the word belief.
Okay. Why is the Earth flat? Sorry.
Why? It's a metaphysical question. I don't know why it was like that when I found it.
This was asked and answered. This was asked and answered. Helio told you that's how we experience it to be.
Yeah. Okay, so
what are your 3 flat Earth proofs?
For like the Globers, those people, they believe there was a Big Bang. They believe there was a Big Bang.
Time out. We know what the Globers think.
Yeah.
Okay. Your 3 flat Earth proofs right now.
Right now.
Earth doesn't have the.
That's what I just said. Your 3 flat Earth proofs right now.
I want to hear what the other guy was saying though, because
Earth doesn't have to have a reason to be flat. Earth doesn't have to have a reason to be flat.
So, do you believe in God?
Oh my Lord!
You're really hung up on this.
Are you going to address your 3 proofs of flat Earth or not?
Sinless, here's the deal. We're trying to be empirical here, right?
Yeah. I understand completely. Yes, I understand
that we can validate. We want things that are falsifiable. We want to know what's what. We don't want to operate off a belief.
Those are some big words, sir. Like,
yeah, well,
okay, stop with the sir crap and spit it out.
Oh wait, I said it again. My bad. I'm going somewhere with this.
You're
trust
about
me.
to get banned, lifetime ban.
No,
Like,
no, no.
this
I'm
is
sorry.
ridiculous.
I'm sorry. Just like I'm going somewhere with this. Trust me, okay?
Stop apologizing. You're 3 fucking flat Earth proofs now.
The helioskeptic guy. Do you believe in God? Just like it's off the room.
Stop asking
Not the
him
room
a
for that
question.
conversation.
Give
It's
your
not
3 fucking
religious.
proofs of
No, it's
flat
like
Earth.
It's not the religious VC.
Oh, is there a
Yeah,
religious?
that's off
VC?
topic. Yeah, it's off
Sorry.
topic here.
Oh boy.
Is there a religious VC?
You're
Yeah, we're
looking
not
for a
talking
band, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I swear.
Okay, you're 3 flat Earth proofs now.
If it was a globe, we would fall off it, and like the planes take a right or a left, and gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, you're just you're a troll. You're a fucking 100% fucking troll.
He just said if it was a blow, you will fall off it.
Well, I mean, it's kind of true. Even though
Yeah,
he's
it's
LARPing,
true.
he's accidentally right.
I'm not accidentally right.
Kinda
I believe
true.
in the. I
Get the
believe in the
fuck out of here. You're lucky QE isn't here right now because he'd tear you a new one,
dude,
motherfucker.
just calm down.
You're about to see Dale
To all fairness, he said if it was a globe, because it would be spinning 1,000 miles per hour, you know, you will fall off it. So he was right on that one.
Sir, are you foreign?
Kid, you ask the dumbest questions. I swear to God.
These guys didn't come through checking him and his buddy, whoever came in with. I entertained them for a little bit. Hey, Jimsy, you just jumped in. Somebody else just jumped in. They're saying, "Hey, take it easy on them, bro." They came in with the freaking stupidest shit, and then I'm which I'm about to mute your ass. But I was waiting for someone else to mute your ass because I already knew that you were just fucking trolling.
He's getting boring, so we could move on to the next.
I just want to
LARPer if you
say
guys
two
want.
more things. Luca fan and Luca is cool. I came with those two guys, and also, can I go to the bathroom?
So we know what to expect from them. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, can I go to the bathroom?
Oh, if I was gold, you'd be in Cogdis for at least a week right now.
I know that was Jesus Christ, Jimsy. I know it was you talking. What the fuck?
No,
it was. It wasn't. It wasn't actually Helio.
Oh,
it was his bro.
Yeah. What's wrong with you, Helio? You gotta differentiate, man.
Hey, if you want to get in a discussion what's wrong with me, then that's a whole different conversation.
At some point, you're gonna be able to tell the difference
between who?
Me and my bro.
Yeah. All right. So, Jim, who's your brother? I'm you.
Yeah, I am you. Jimsy is my brother.
Oh, you motherfuckers almost sound the same. Okay, I get it now. But
we've been through this like 5 times already. So,
all right, well, fuck it. And if I can't tell the difference, I guess I'm dumb.
No.
You guys want to?
You're not the only one who forgot.
You want to try the next?
That guy was trying to exploit every single freaking moderator and gold member on here. He was acting like a dipshit, and he brought a few friends with him and shit. And we just take them out one by one. They're muted, and you guys want to talk to them? Freaking, I muted them, unmuted them. You guys can talk to them if you want to.
They're just kids. They just want to make fun and think that they're cool. That they're smarter than these retarded people that believe that the Earth is flat. They don't even know anything about the subject.
So, not me.
Yeah. Hi, Bird.
Oh shit! Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
You're live.
Lord, I did not know I was muted. Oh, I was unmuted. Okay. Recently, I came from a Juneteenth party. Talked to people, of course, and my cousin was talking to me about flat Earth, and I'll remind you, I used to be a Glober, or I guess you could say I'm in between a Glober and a flat Earther, and I'm here to be transformed, or not transformed, but like how to say like to become, or be in the mindset of a flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a call, buddy.
I really look up to you guys, and I want to be one of you.
So you want to learn? That's what you're saying.
Oh yes.
Okay, somebody teach him. Give him the lesson.
Oh no, I don't have a presentation. I feel like I am the student. You're the teacher. Like this is the flat Earth. Let's go. The flat Earth Discord. I'm here to learn.
Well, you'd have to be sincere first of all for that to work.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long time collaboration between people that have met each other over several years,
and I really want to be a part of that collaboration of people here and there. Like I can see there's a community, and I would like.
All right, so Mr. Bird, tell us about your experience with Flat Earth. I mean, how did you find your way here?
Oh, Flat Earth. Well, I've always heard of it here and there. Like I said.
How about you tell us how you found your way to this server?
To this server? Well, I just looked it up. My cousin was talking about it on Juneteenth, talked to people against, and I just wanted to research it more. I came here.
And so this was kind of new to you.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I think Flat Earth might be a thing.
Could be. You know. Also thought about the Hollow Earth theory. I like that one too.
This sounds very convincing, doesn't it, guys?
Yeah, I think he's being really genuine.
I'm trying to.
What?
Yeah.
Of course I jest. Helio, surely you know I jest.
All right, so Mr. Bird, so what sounds so what sounds so interesting about the flat earthers that you're talking?
I mean, as you can see, we have a huge community, so there must be some reasoning as a flat Earth. Like, not like 3 or 4 people said flat Earth exists. If we get so many people, then it has to mean something, right?
So add populum, appeal to popularity. That's where you're going with this. If enough idiots think it must be true.
Yeah. Like you say, a lot of Glovers. I hate Glovers.
This is weird. Did these guys all come from from the same server or somewhere else? This is weird.
I was listening to
this. Like we got like 5 people in a row that came, just like asking random fucking stupid questions.
I'm looking for.
I'm just coming from. I'm just a guy that doesn't know fucking shit about.
Yeah, I don't know fucking shit. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but you don't know fucking shit. But then you're gonna come in here and ask Flat Earthers if I'm really curious about Flat Earth, but I'm gonna act like I'm ignorant. I mean, like what's flat?
So Mr. Bird, what's your question? What is it that you're curious about?
Just like in general, like, do you have any fun facts, just whatnot?
Well, do you have any particular question?
Oh, a particular question? How about
like if you're curious about the subject, you must have questions, right?
You know, like in a science class, you don't really ask the teacher, like, I want to learn this or I want to learn that. It's kind of like in the unit.
You just sit there and mindlessly absorb whatever they say. Well, you're doing it wrong.
Mindless drone, bro.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong. You should just ask questions, You should get your brain going. Think,
I mean,
think about the information critically.
Like, when we're learning photosynthesis, we can't just ask to learn about dinosaurs. We have to learn about photosynthesis. I could ask questions about photosynthesis, but we have to, like, stay on topic. Like, let's say, why not a Earth? I mean, why not a globe? Or why not hollow? Stuff like that.
Well, the better question is why? Why a globe? How?
Why a globe?
Show me. Show me that globe.
I'm not here for a globe. I'm here to learn.
Yeah, well, we're here to.
Skeptic said, I do not know jack shit, and I'm here to learn about jack shit.
Yeah, we're here to learn about jack shit too. That's what we want to do too.
So we got that in common.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're already friends. See?
So you don't want to ask any questions. You just want us to shovel information at you.
Oh, yeah, just to absorb. I wasn't planning on being muted yet. Unmuted, as you can tell. Kind of caught me a little off guard, actually.
So you got decent verified to come in here and say nothing. You could have just got a listening pass. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. I just want to ask a few questions. Like, hey, like, hey, got any pointers how I could like try to tell my parents that I believe or how I could come out about that.
We can't help you with your interpersonal issues.
Oh yeah. But I have to assume that some of you guys have been through something similar to that.
Well, just don't talk to them about it if they're adversarial towards it.
Yeah.
What have you heard about the Earth and the flat Earth? What have you heard about it?
I hear stuff here and there, nothing like specifically, just theories about it and whatnot. I don't have like a notepad of notes. Yeah.
A notepad of notes. Well, Tic Tac is asking to be unmuted. Is he worth another try? Probably not.
I don't like that guy. I was listening to him.
Yeah, it's a more fun conversation when people are sincere.
Mm. Oh, you're talking about me. Oh. That kind of hurt, man. Jeez.
Well, it wasn't really an insult.
Yeah, just trying my best here to be one of the boys or one of the crew.
Hey, we have Matthew. He's a professor. Would you like to speak with a professor about the flat Earth?
Oh yeah.
Any of? Go ahead, Matthew. Tell me, Sir Bird, about the flat Earth, Matthew.
Yeah, tell them how it is, Matthew.
They have these 3 points that they typically go over. They say the Earth isn't rotating. The Earth isn't. There's no curvature detected, and the pressure requires a container. And from those, they say that those are the key reasons to believe in the flat Earth.
As simple as.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty basic, really. It's grade school geometry stuff. You're probably doing some of that, so you could get your head around it, no problem. But you'd first have to be sincere. That's probably going to be the biggest stumbling block in your case.
I like the round joke you made. Like, get your head around it. That's nice.
Yeah, round. Yeah. See what I did? Yeah.
Yes, I did there. I respect that. Also, yeah.
Hey, when you think about something round, what's the image that you picture in your mind when you say round?
I like a ball. Really nice ball. Right?
Matthew, can you tell him about round objects? Round.
I haven't seen many round footballs.
In the context of this server, most Glovers, when they come in here and say round, they mean spherical.
Yeah, but a circle is round, right?
A flat circle is also round, yes.
Yep.
What about frisbee, Mr. Bird? Is a frisbee round?
Oh, I mean, let's say you put it on a piece of paper. Yeah. Oh no. Shit. Oh, you got me there. Yeah, it's round.
Yeah. So what's your best blow proof, Mr. Bird? Or go ahead, maybe, Jim. Yeah,
I don't have a proof. Sort. Like you said,
Mr. Bird, Mr. Bird, when you pour water in a glass of water on a glass, right, and you observe the surface of the water, how would you describe that water, the surface of it?
What? I mean,
would you describe it as flat or level?
I mean, when I think of a flat object, I would be like, how do I say it?
Well, let's concentrate on the glass of water. Right?
Well, let's say it's a glass of water. Wouldn't it be like dribbling here and there, like a little? It won't be completely fat because of air and whatnot. Might have a little.
How about let's upgrade a little bit. How about the bathtub or a pool?
Like
when you describe the surface,
there's a lot of riffles and stuff. That's not really flat, is it? It's like riffles and stuff inside of it. If you want to think of a flat surface, I think of like a table. Those are like completely flat.
Oh wait,
tables are round usually.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Is my mic on? Wow. First of all, I'm really sorry about my earlier. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was very irresponsible.
Yeah.
However, what's it called? So
it seems like you learned a lot.
I did. I've learned. When I listened to you guys, I've learned. It's it's really changed my perspective.
I mean, you sound like a different person, honestly.
Yeah, we change your life in 5 minutes. It's great.
Yeah, the only thing is that you're saying sorry and apologizing at the same time interrupting a conversation with someone else. So it's like a doubling down.
I was gonna point that out too.
Huh? What do you mean
It's
doubling
okay.
down?
We accept the apology, but just wait. So Tic Tac, since you've spoken, would you describe water and let's say in a glass or a bathtub, a pool, a lake? Would you describe it as flat and level?
Wait, water?
Yeah, water. When it's just water is just it's not being affected by anything. It's just there, sitting.
When water's not being affected by anything, then I think it's like, isn't it like a still? It's like a still current, like nothing really affecting it, isn't it?
He's
Yeah,
asking about the surface of water.
Oh, the surface of water. Oh, like surface tension and stuff.
The surface of the water, like when you go to the lake and you measure the lake level, right? Or when you go to the sea and people say sea level.
Sea level? Oh, well, I mean, it makes sense for there to be like a sea level, because if the Earth was round, then wouldn't it just like curve around? There wouldn't really be much of a level or like surface tension. Am I getting what you're saying, or?
In that fantasy conception of reality, yeah, the water would have to curve around the ball.
Yeah, so the flat Earth concept makes much more sense.
So you're saying that the water inside the cup and the bathtub, pool, and lake, you're saying that the water is curving at the surface? The surface of the water is curving?
It would be curving if it wasn't.
Is it or is it not?
Huh? No, it's not curving. No.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay. Finally, you get the point.
Huh? Yeah. Personally, I've had lots of experiences with what's it called? Not. I'm already mixing up my words. I'm sort of nervous. But yeah, I just personally, I've had a lot of experiences with like flat Earth and like even globers. One time there was a glober at my school, right? And then he comes up to me and I had my shirt on. My shirt, it says "Flat Earth is the real
So
Earth."
what is the experience that you have about the flat Earth? Can you describe one experience that you have with the flat Earth? Don't worry about the glober that had a shirt, whatever.
Oh.
Just what is the experience?
One experience?
What is the number one experience that you have had that tell you, hey, the Earth is not a spinning globe? Go ahead.
Well, if it was a spinning globe, then wouldn't we all just sort of just fall off? If it was a globe, then we would all just fall off. I don't know what the point is. Oh, sorry, my mic is broken.
Let's just mute you. Slarping his way into getting banned.
Yeah. I've seen this act before.
Yeah, it's like a 2 out of 10 weak LARP.
Yeah, I'm not really convinced.
Funny that we got like a bunch of new flat earthers in the same team.
Imagine being in a school and meeting one globe earther. You know, you're walking around the hallways and you randomly met. That's what he said. He met a globe earther. Wow, that's so rare, right?
Yeah.
It's cool. It's like, that's why I always love when, like, we'll sit here and talk shit to each other all day. But when we get a group of people come in and say, hey, let's go talk to these flat earthers, and they have one leader, you know, that, hey, and they always kind of like, hey, I'm going to take a look at this. After they give, he'll hold back most of the time, and then he holds out to the end after we destroy, not destroy. I mean, it's like, hey, we ask sensible questions, and then they don't answer them in a proper manner.
They can't even listen correctly.
I know, right? They don't even know how to actually have a logical conversation, and so it's just kind of weird, It's like, hey, we're not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're actually here having an open dialogue, an honest conversation with you. Nobody here is trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. But do you understand? We actually are trying to tell you how we've come to the conclusion that the Earth
Hi, sir.
is not what they told us it is.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Can't hear you.
Hey,
Oh, is my mic too close to my mouth?
Globers. Hey, IH8 Globers. So, what do you mean with that? What do you mean with that? IH8.
I fucking
Globers?
hate
What does that
Globers.
mean?
I just
Why?
well, because they're wrong.
About what?
Wrong.
And
About what?
they push it onto society and then like push it onto people that are just born and then like it's stupid. Like people should be able to make their own decisions.
Stupid because
people should be able to make their own decisions.
But can you be a hyper specific? What is stupid? What?
Like okay. I think people should be able to make their own decisions about whether or not they think the Earth is flat, and then they push it on to people that are going to school.
Yeah, but do
when
you
you say
understand? Go ahead.
When you say it's stupid, you mean like what is stupid about it? When can you say one thing that is stupid about it? One thing.
Well, people should be able to make their own decisions about it.
Oh, but people making their own decisions is stupid? What are you talking about?
No, okay. So they push it on the people like that the Earth is flat when or not flat. The Earth is like a globe, but they should be pushing it to people that they should make their own decisions about it.
Well, what do they push? What is the stupid thing that they push to people that you're saying is stupid?
I think they should be able to make their own decisions about it.
About
Hey,
what?
how about you be a little less redundant in your argument?
Sorry, sir.
Come on.
Is Earth a personal choice, though?
I mean, I feel like everything should be a personal choice.
No, not as far as Earth, where we all live, we all experience Earth the same way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Earth isn't a social construct.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, that was that. Yeah, just Earth isn't a social construct.
Yeah,
you don't
it was
really,
a stupid
get to make your own
argument.
choice.
I mean, you
Yeah.
came in hot.
I mean,
you came in hot.
Yeah.
Bro, we agree with you about this stupid globe Earth argument. But tell us something that is convinced you.
What the Earth is not an agree or disagree general.
Let me see.
It's not up to us.
Yeah. I just want to wait. Hold on. Can you just give me 1 minute, like real quick? Just like something came up. Can you just give me 1 minute?
All right,
Thank you.
I will give you 1 minute, then come back. Anyway, yeah, I've been listening to you guys.
Oh wait. Okay, no. Actually, it's fine now. I just want to say.
Wait, less than 1 minute. I mean, what?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
5 seconds. This
Yeah.
guy's ready to come back with a rebuttal.
Helio, try not to jump in the mic every 10.
I just
10
like
syllables.
there's been these people named Luca fan and Luca is cool that have been like DMing me like weird pictures of the Earth. It's weird.
Don't worry about them. Concentrate on the people here. Concentrate on the people here and about you. You have your own mind. You can think for yourself. Don't worry about them.
Yeah, it's just like
concentrate on the
I mean, some of it's porn. I don't understand.
What, bro?
Like it's weird. I don't understand.
Dude, watch me. I know these motherfuckers is just trolling the fuck out of us, man.
Fine. It's also gay porn. Like I don't understand. Like it's just
that's real interesting.
Yeah, fucking
it's just
ban
a
this
bunch of
asshole right now. Ban him, somebody, please.
I'm not gonna ban him. I actually, what happens when these guys come in as a group? One of them will end up, their quote unquote leader will be like, "Oh, I'm just like, oh."
You know what, guys? From all of it, Mr. Bird is still here, and he's been okay. Mr. Bird has been a good sport, even though his friends have been messing up and LARPing. What do you think, Mr. Bird? What do you think about your friend's behavior? in here, LARPing and stuff.
The behavior. I think
Yeah.
we all came. Oh, I personally came here. I think we wanted to learn, but we got off track. And now.
Yes, we did got off track.
That was never the intention of anyone from the other server that you guys came in here from. It was never the intention to have an open intellectual dialogue with any flat earther. You just guys are just being a bunch of dipshit assholes. And so, fuck you.
Mr. Bird, people that want to learn legitimately, they ask questions. When you want to learn, you really want to learn, like you said, you ask questions. But you haven't asked any questions.
Well, I've just been trying to absorb. That's how it's kind of sitting here silently absorbing.
So you must have absorbed quite a bit. Like, what have you learned?
Like, kind of one year out of the other. I never said I was good at it. I'm saying trying. Putting in effort, not...
Better luck next time.
Yeah.
So, from your friend at the party, your cousin, actually, you said that was talking about Flat Earth. Tell me one thing that stick with you that he told you about Flat Earth.
That was on Juneteenth. I remember him talking about the concept, but I don't remember, the conversation or the bits and pieces. It's a little party, get together.
Yeah, these children cannot live to save their lives.
Yeah, they can't even be honest with themselves, let alone with us, Anyway.
So it's just going to be a clown show tonight? I see how it is.
No. This is just getting started. Come on.
Oh, you talk about me. Sorry.
Oh, fun.
If they want to actually have an open intellectual dialogue about flat Earth versus globe, then let's do that. And what they want to do is come and actually make fun of flat earthers because we don't believe everything that they say about space and ball Earth and shit. That's their position. They're going to stand on that, and they feel like they have a freaking solid position on that. So.
Yeah, but before you guys make fools of us, you'll need to have the intellectual high ground. Just remember that.
Oh, yeah.
I got an example question.
So get that first, and then go ahead and make fools of us.
Go ahead, Backrose. You want to say something? Go ahead, Backrose.
Yeah.
It's
okay,
he's... I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Here's an example question. So, you know how the stars are like the same, like every night, right? They're in the same place at the same time.
They do rotate in cycles, so within the year, they kind of change positions a little bit. Yeah.
Theoretically, if like the Earth was spinning and the galaxy was spinning and the solar system was spinning and all that stuff was spinning, then you would not see the same stars every night.
Would you really be wait, would you feel comfortable if you came into an argument when you said if
Bro, Helio, forget about the if. Forget about that, dude.
I'll shut up. You guys have fun with it. Have fun with it.
Yeah, you've been saying you're gonna shut up like 10 times already, dude. He's talking about an important point, and he brought out a better argument. You want to talk about if? Shut up, dude.
I'm already a flat earther, by the way. Like,
anyways, yeah, I think what you said about if the claim of the Earth spinning plus the luminaries spinning, you wouldn't see the same cycles repeating every year for millennia. That's what you're saying.
There would be parallax. There'd be chaos in the sky. I agree.
There'll be you wouldn't see the same cycles. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because like you would notice that the stars are moving, but you look at it in the sky and you don't see them moving. So, and they're supposed to be like billion miles away. How light years or whatever the measurement they use.
But that's the argument. That's the argument that they're so far away that's why you don't see any gradual changes because the distances. So that's the argument against what you're saying.
A very convenient argument at that.
Can't verify it.
True.
Come on, bros. Let him do it.
But I think if you see light move, the light moves. And even if it's very far away, it still leaves the trail of the light. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like they like to say that you're seeing the galaxy from like a billion years ago, and it's not up to date. You know, that's what they say. So I think if they
What do
were
you think?
moving,
What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
oh well, I think it's not 100% accurate because they make up all these things. The one thing that I find interesting is that we seem to know so much about space, but not so much about everything else. Like even the weather is really hard to predict, but they can predict like the other planets and stuff, and like when the sun a billion miles away is gonna like do something, you know.
Well, the
You know,
movement's
when
at
you
least is cyclical.
True.
when you say the other planets, when you say the others, what is that other thing that you're
I mean, like,
referring besides the planets?
so they say that every star is like a sun, right? In like another solar system. So in their theory, we're one star. The sun is a star, and then we got the
I
planets
just
going
want to
around
point
it.
out. We know that. I just want to point out when you're
Yeah.
referring to the Earth, and then you say the other planets, you're kind of
I'm talking
saying that
about
the Earth is a planet, and when we look up at the wandering stars, well, the ones that we call planets, the Earth is
yeah.
one of those lights. The Earth is another of those. That's when you say the other planets, you're actually putting the ground you're standing on as one of those lights.
My bad.
Get it?
Yeah. What I meant to say was the other stars, that type of thing.
The other stars?
The other
Or you mean
solar
the
systems.
stars?
So the stars and stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway, I was just thinking that, you know, maybe the North Star wouldn't be constant, like in the same general vicinity. If the Earth was like moving really fast and zooming through the galaxy at a billion light years per second, and you know all that stuff they say.
It's all part of the globe cartoon, though. Without the globe,
Yeah,
none of
yeah.
that holds together, right? The whole
Yeah,
thing
it doesn't.
resets, and you just got to go back to the beginning and figure it all out again.
Yep.
Well, isn't the
Another
North
thing I
Star
wonder.
isn't the North Star constant throughout any recorded history of man? It's in
Yeah,
the
you can set up you can set up a tube looking at the North Star, and you come back 3 years after, and it's gonna be in the same spot.
and that includes the North Star, the Big Dipper, and Little Dipper. They're all constant throughout human recorded history.
Yeah, and
Just
then
wanted to
you
point
got
that out. Go ahead, gentlemen.
we got that you know, that astrology stuff
That stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the white girls are into. I don't know how else to explain it. You know, I don't really,
white girls.
look, I'm like, that's all I've ever seen use them. The Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, etc., etc. Oh, they're called zodiac signs. Yeah, that stuff. That stuff is based off the stars, and like the stars are, you know, kind of the same. Like they're not exactly in the same place. But
Check this out. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean you can make fun of it. It's a constant thing that happens through the heavens, across mankind. You know, throughout history. You can make fun of it and say it's funny. It's like the white girls think, you know, that no, this is what happens. I mean, you call it white girl stuff.
I mean,
fine. I
true,
mean, you
true.
You're talking about those things that you read in the astronomy that you read
Yeah.
in the newspaper every day. They give you a different story. That's what
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sign Scorpio, and you are a Gemini, whatever. Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, that stuff. But I mean,
It says I'm
that's
gonna
just
stub my toe today.
Well, I think they have they kind of have let's say I don't strawman that, or they have monetize that thing that is in reference to the timing, because there's a timing to this place, right? So people that are born in a specific conceived, because some people say born, right? Whenever the mother gives birth, and they count that moment. But when the child is conceived by the mother and by the father and the mother, there is something to the timing of that kind of stuff, because you can. I know they put it in the newspapers and they make it like a fun thing, but there is something deep to that as what they call astrology stuff.
Yeah, it goes deeper,
You probably
but I
can't
was like,
prove it. You probably can't prove it, but the timing that people are conceived and born, there is something to it. You can see aspects of people depending on the timing of the year. You can see more bigger expressions of people depending on the timing. But even though you have all of it, everybody has like the whole map of the luminaries imprinted, I guess. But the timing of it is expressed in many ways by each individual.
Yeah, there's something to it. I promise. I was born today, 49 years ago.
For real?
Today's your birthday, Helio?
Yo, happy
Hell
birthday.
No, his birthday was 49 years ago.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's when I was born, 49 years ago.
Wow. Didn't know that, man. Congrats.
Well, I mean, it'd be like if you go by the Roman calendar, it's like 9 a.m. But anyway, I haven't been born yet. But.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that when things started falling apart?
49 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it's my fault. It's my fucking fault. God, see, I have the weight of the world on my shoulders.
Oh, Helio.
You remind me of Alex Jones.
Helio, why did you tell me when I said happy birthday to you earlier? When I said happy birthday to you earlier, why did you tell me it wasn't your birthday?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, because I don't necessarily follow the Gregorian calendar, but I this is a Roman calendar idea.
Why the fuck did you lie to me?
I mean, no, Gregorian is Roman, but I didn't lie. Shit, I didn't.
Hey, someone sings happy birthday for Helio. Come on.
Happy birthday.
No, please don't, please, God.
Helio. Happy birthday, dear Helio. Let's get in track with the other kid.
And he's obviously a skeptic.
You look like a monkey and smell like one too.
There you go. That's what I want to hear.
And the biggest thing about him is he's a skeptic.
Hey, yo.
No, this is. Well, no, don't even get me to blow your head on.
That hurts my face, Helio. Helio, that hurt my face, bro.
Wait.
Nobody cares about your feelings.
Wait.
Let's bring it back to
birthday. Hold on. My fucking birthday happened in Australia yesterday. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Australia.
That's the last time I'll ever ask you a serious question. Fuck you.
Yo, this kid is serious. He sounds to me legit, like the Black Roads. Let's talk to this kid.
Yeah, back rows. Yeah. So that point that you brought about the luminaries. So you're saying that if there should be parallax between the Earth and the luminaries, because if the ground was moving, and also those places, let's say those other suns were moving in their own cycles or movement, we should be able to tell a difference, a parallax. Like when you're moving, when you're driving in a car and you look at the mountains and you see them like moving slowly than the stuff near you, right? Because they're at different distances, each of them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That was.
So yeah, that's a good point. Have you thought about any other point besides the luminaries when you think about the Earth is not a globe?
I mean, yeah, but some of them are harder to explain.
Yeah, give me one of those hard ones. Helio likes it hard, especially in his birthday. Go ahead, tell Helio the hard point.
Well, I just gotta say the United Nations and Antarctica on that type of thing. That general ideas is rather interesting. Like how they
What
don't
do you
ever
think
know.
about it? Yeah, expand on it. Can you?
I think it's pretty obvious that they're all working together, all the governments and things like that, because and that they all signed this treaty, and even during war, it's never broken, and they don't let everybody go over there unless it's like for scientific reasons or anything. Is strange. Like, what's the reasoning for it to protect the land? But it's all ice. I don't really get it. It doesn't like add up, you know.
Well, since you brought my name up, yeah, I think the Antarctic Treaty and all the countries involved, that's a portion of it, and how it connects even across multiple time zones and countries, and who controls what across Antarctica. There's a lot more involved,
Yeah, what's the issue with that treaty on Black Roads? What's the issue with that? The governments do treaties all the time, right?
Well, yeah, but like that's one of the only places that's huge, and they don't let anybody go over there, and you wonder why. Because on the map it shows the edge of the
Because
flat.
they wanna protect the children. They wanna protect you so you don't go there and die.
Hold on.
Since when do they care about it? They let you go in the desert, though. You will still die in the desert. So
people already live in the desert. Nobody lives in Antarctica. Come on, man. This is not hard.
You don't know that, Aiden. You actually don't know. How do you know there's no actually like huge cities built in Antarctica?
People
Okay,
did live
if
in
I
Antarctica.
don't know that, give me some evidence that people live in Antarctica.
The Eskimos.
Indigenous Antarcticans. Give me the evidence for indigenous Antarcticans, please. Come on, show me.
There's no evidence for either side right now. So okay, Black Roads. That's interesting point you brought about the treaty. Yeah, that's kind of weird that the governments got together to do that.
Yes, a little strange. United Nations flag. You know why they choose that style? Like, to encompass all the nations. You could have did a globe, or
yeah, but if they allow people to go to that region, there'll be like penguin hamburgers in McDonald's, and people will eat the penguins. That's what they're protecting the penguins.
Okay, but let's be honest. Do they really care about that? Like the governments, like they don't protect other things.
The government cares about you, and they will never lie to you, man.
For real? I don't know about that one, man. I'm gonna tell you one thing though.
So the chain on events, that happened. What was it? They had
Le iba a decir algo.
The chain of events in that brought the Antarctic Treaty. Before that, what was it? World War One, Two. Then they did the Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, Operation Dominic, Operation High Jump, to jump above the wall, the ice wall that they claim is there, right? And there's photographs and videos about it, right? Sort of like a basin of a high ground, which is the Antarctic basin. It's a over 200-foot ice wall, and it's been described in many documents by the government they describe it as an ice wall. So then they did the deep freeze. So to explore this region, they sent Admiral Byrd, and they sent I think it was 7 airplanes and a bunch of military personnel to do some exploration down there.
I saw
and
that
also
video.
between those dates, the Russians and the Americans did Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, throwing big bombs to the sky for 10 years. And also Operation the borehole that they dig for 7 miles for 10 years, right? So they threw bombs to the sky for 10 years, and they digged a hole for 10 years.
And nothing.
So they is that like testing the parameters of this place, like throwing bombs to the sky, making a deep hole, and also doing the explorations, the deep freeze and the high jump. They were trying to check the limits or something.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a possibility, and you can actually check these things just like you're saying, Jim. This was a possibility. This is what they've tested the limits of our ability to find out what Earth is, right? And I'm going to tell you what, it was really hard to figure out how far we could go, and they really weren't successful. What they ended up finding out is that there were limits.
Yeah.
And then when they came back from those tests, they said, "Hey, this is all we got." And this is when this was right after World War II, I think. They were just like, "Hey, let's make a the treaty was right before World War II, but around the same time. Let's just say, hey,
They did the treaty, and then they made NASA, right?
Yeah. Let's make the treaty, and this is the world that we live in.
They decided that, yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
So they did these explorations and these tests about the top and the bottom, right? The ceiling and the floor, and then they made NASA to deceive.
The edge, right?
That means to deceive. They did the treaty. Then they made so they made the treaty to avoid people to go to these regions, to the inner circle and beyond the outer circle. So basically making two fences, so nobody can get out of those fences, right? By treaty and military powers, whatever. And then they made NASA, which means to deceive, and they show you this imagery and show you these places you can never go to.
It all makes
sense. At the
sense.
same time, they don't allow
Which
you.
means up, right? Now they sent rockets where they just give us deception, from the rocket. It's like, hey, we're gonna send humans up into space, and then we're gonna show you how they're just floating around. They're not really doing anything. They're just floating around in space.
Yeah, there's not really any reason to be up there. If it was real.
It's fucking science, man. Are you saying that's not science?
Well, it is science, but like
I think they do test that. They do send devices up to. I don't think people actually go that high. Obviously, you can get in a hot air balloon or whatever and go pretty high up, but beyond those points, I don't think any actual humans go up there. They probably tested with animals, and most likely they died or something. But if you send devices to the higher levels of this place that we're in, the Atmos or whatever is above, I'm pretty sure they do test those areas, but I don't think they can just leave the container.
Sure, but they just use sensors to do that. They're not sending humans up there. I mean, all the ISS footage, that's just astronauts floating in space and just floating around. They're not in space. They're actually in.
But I will say this. I think there is, from what we observe, there is a containment when we talk about the ground. You can go really deep, right, in the ground, but they say 7 miles. I don't even know if that's propaganda or not, but it's established that they can only dig about no more than 7.8 miles, right?
About as far they can dig about as deep as Mariana's Trench, the
which is a huge coincidence. And then the sky, there's a limit to the sky, but I'm still questioning the limits of the ground that we can traverse on. I don't know,
They
because a
say,
lot of people are here and saying, "Oh, there's a firmament that touches the ground." Let's say in the Antarctica, and I still cannot take that. It's possible that whatever container that we're in, it's very possible that it's to a measurement that we cannot even comprehend, and it might be a bigger place than what we think. That's a possibility. I know there's a container, but I don't know if the walls of the container go down in Antarctica.
In my mind, I'll tell you
so
what,
what do you
Jamesy.
say, Black Rose? Guys, let's Black Rose talk a little bit. He's
oh
been
no, I
kind
just
of
said,
speaking.
I never even thought of that. I
Go
never
ahead,
thought about
brother.
what's under the earth. I always thought it was like magma, but that's what they told me. So I don't know.
So you never thought about the container aspect of it?
I never thought about like what's under the container, like what's under the
Yeah,
earth.
sure. Earth. I mean, are you aware of the Kola super deep borehole that was dug in Russia that went down 7 miles?
They say that like the drill bit kept disappearing because it was getting in like magma and like the earth like
Sure.
wouldn't
Are
let it
you aware of
dig down.
a submarine that went through the Marianas Trench and got to the bottom? And I won't say it's a similar barrier, but because they weren't drilling. Once they got to the bottom, which is a similar depth, they couldn't penetrate it. They actually found a lake at the bottom of the ocean they couldn't penetrate.
Interesting. I don't think I've heard of that.
Okay.
Water under the water?
Yeah,
hey, that's actually possible though if you think about like density in the air bubbles and stuff like that.
There you go.
Yeah, they called it heavy water, and they tried to penetrate it with a submarine, and it just bounced off.
Yeah, it's like, you know how you put syrup and water and oil in a container, and after a while it'll separate because of the density.
Yeah.
That type of thing. Yeah, that's another explanation for gravity, density.
What do you mean by gravity?
I mean, they say
gravity. I mean, what gravity?
He's talking about specific gravity. Come on, guys.
Okay.
It's not invoking the bending and morphing of space time.
Let's not make it too hard.
The thing that keeps us on the ground, but also,
relative density, right?
Yeah, relative density, that type of thing.
So if you have an apple and a pail full of water, and you remove the water, the apple's going to go down, right? Sink or fall.
Yep.
So this causes every object in a medium to fall. Right before the place, right?
I remember seeing
now
this
they want to come and slap gravity on that, right? But they want to say it's because of gravity. But what I'm illustrating to you with the cause and effect relationship is irrefutable. So they can say whatever they want to about the experiment after it happens. But if we can demonstrate, in a bathtub, in a kitchen, that it's all about relative density, and that's the real force, buoyancy, that causes things to go either up or down or seek equilibrium. Now, when things seek equilibrium, it's almost like everything in existence and creation wants to seek equilibrium, right?
Yeah. They say that gravity is an invisible force caused by mass, but you wouldn't need gravity because density already exists. So why would you have two when one already exists?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds pretty freaking cool. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I make a good point there, right?
What is gravity, right? I mean, why would you need gravity?
Exactly. You wouldn't need gravity with density, and we already have that. So
Yeah, it's a relationship. It's a relationship.
It's like the smart person says that everything's relative, and like Nikola Tesla and that guy says something about like everything is like frequency and energy and stuff like that. And matter isn't actually matter; it's just energy, and everything's energy, and stuff like that is strange, but
Well, I mean, I kind of disagree with that. I mean, I wouldn't say everyone that says everything's relative is the smart person, but
I forgot his name.
As far as things like gravity relative to other, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. I wouldn't apply that to everything.
True. But if I'm talking about like I'm sitting here in my room and I'm not floating up into the sky because of I'm heavier than the air, but if I was in water, I would float up because I'm less dense than the water.
I don't know if I blow all the air out of my lungs and I'm in a pool, I'll float, not float, but I'll sink to the bottom.
Yeah, in the ocean. Yeah, that's about right.
So that means I blew all the air out of my lungs and now I'm sinking. But if
because you have
no, that is relative, right? I mean, it's the density. Because the air in my lungs actually helps my body float.
Yep. Because you can go through water and you can go through air, but you can't go through concrete for obvious reasons. But
concrete's way too dense.
I would never swim in concrete.
Exactly.
That would be ridiculous.
I wouldn't swim long anyway, idiot.
What?
You wouldn't swim long.
Bruh. But yeah, I think that's a solid argument. What do you think? Gravity's not real.
Yeah, that's number one of the argument, the density and the buoyancy, right? So number two is what causes density, right? Now they're going to say gravity causes density, but we know that when we're doing gas, for certain gravity doesn't cause density. It's the volume and the amount of material in the volume that causes density, right?
I think it has to do with magnetic fields holding up the molecules together. So the more force, the more together the molecules are, and the more dense they will be. So you can't pass through the molecules if they're closer together.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Because electricity, things like that. I don't really know how to explain it, but it seems like it makes sense that if they're closer together, then you have a harder chance of going through them than if they're farther apart, because you have the gap in between that you could go through. But if it's closer together, you don't have that big of a gap, so you can't.
Sure. So you think that applies, like if say with your body or anything floating in water? Do you think, are you applying the electromagnetic field to it, which I mean it can explain it, but you're saying you don't know why it happens, but it probably happens that way because of the electromagnetic field that is between the water and the object that's floating in the water.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know why it happens, but you think that's probably the reason that it happens.
I mean, in a lot of things in science, nobody really knows why something happens. They just know that it happens.
As far as relative density goes, that's pretty much been already figured out, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody really argues against relative density. What they're arguing is that density is caused by gravity. So it's like, okay, manipulate the gravity, but show me something getting density. Oh, you can't do that? Oh, sorry about your bad luck. We're just going to stick with the experiment that was just done and ignore, your bitching and complaining about how it wasn't the way you thought it was going to go.
Uh-huh.
Because if you're arguing against experimental theory or baseless postulations, baseless assertions, that's not how it works. Okay, so I can't say that everything in existence either rises or falls due to its relative density, because they'll say at the king over here, right? So it has to do with gravity. Oh, okay. So just ignore the science, and we're just going to look at this guy. You question Fauci, you question science.
Yeah, and then the other argument of the vacuum next to not a vacuum, that's something, I guess.
Well, that can be. It depends on what you're talking about. But this idea of relative density, I mean, that's a thing. I just posted a link in the
Yeah, it
live
is a
stream.
thing.
All right, go. Just look at that. I mean, there's no argument against
I wasn't arguing against that. I was trying to argue that we have
for.
that.
So you're for it. All right, cool.
Yeah,
So we're
because
set up on this. All right, cool.
like, what do you need gravity for if you already have that?
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, Julio.
All right. Helio was trying to pick a fight. Helio was like, there's 1% chance. And I misunderstood what he said. I'm going to check and make sure. That's like he is. That's like he. But yeah, if there's anything wrong with that, I would recommend anybody jump on the Discord and we'll talk about it. Right? Relative density in an object and the medium, right? We'd love to talk about it. But yeah, I could tell that he was on board when I first heard him talk about it.
Specific gravity. Explain that one.
Specific gravity. Yeah, so if anybody would like to disagree with specific gravity, I would love to hear about it. But you can't just come, after I do an experiment, I'll prove a positive relationship between buoyancy and density, and everything on Earth rising and falling because of it, except for it's got nothing to do with nature. Right? I'm not talking about airplanes. I'm talking about nature, the natural world. But you can't just come and slap gravity on a ship like it was your experiment. That's fucked up.
Yeah, this relative density specific gravity thing is not the same thing as this gravity idea, like due to mass attracting mass and all this bullshit.
Exactly.
It's a different thing. It's a different thing.
It's like apples and oranges, right? Because we can back up our claims and demonstrate, right? And all they got is, well, space time has to be there because our Earth is a globe. Well, that's the very thing in question to begin with. Is the Earth a globe? Well, yeah, I mean, gravity makes space balls. Not everybody knew that. That's why there's so many space balls. But what they say about stars being born is the most interesting thing because anybody knows how gas pressure works. Like the gas was trying to fuck off. Gas particles do not like each other. They don't like being around each other. And they're they want to spread out. So if you listen to what NASA and Aldrin were saying about stars, they're basically saying that the gas pressure gets together because of gravity. And then there's so much of it that eventually the hydrogen turns into helium because it's so compact, hard together because of gravity. Gravity makes all this like gas flushes in space. And it's like, wait a minute, you're telling me that you've got like a lump of gas in space and it's burning. It causes planets to grow? Like, really? Like, how do you know that? How do you verify that?
They have a lot of these scientific theories that are just theories.
I think there's a layer to that whole thing, what you guys were talking about, but there's also an input into this system which is coming from above and is being caused, let's say, I don't know, by the sky and the ground, whatever relationship those things have, but that inflow or flow of resonance or energy, or some people say electrostatics, there's an input into this system, and without that input, I think none of this shit will be happening.
Yeah. Because energy isn't created or destroyed, so that energy had to come from somewhere. Right.
Yeah, and I think that input is coming from the heavens above, and we can see the effects.
Yep.
Down here.
Down here, baby.
Yep.
Down. Be where your feet are, man. Be where your feet are. Don't be going out.
Situation awareness.
Don't you be going out in outer space on me now. Come back. Come back down here, man. Please.
I ain't gonna be floating away in a balloon or
Be
anything.
floating away, man. I need you to come back down to where your feet are.
Yeah, but if we go to outer space, then you understand what I'm trying to tell you.
Cool, man. I just want a high altitude balloon ride. I've been looking for one for 6 years. Go up to about 120,000 feet. I'm good with that. But they don't even have those. They don't even have those, man. I can't even take a fucking balloon ride, man.
I think there might be a good reason why people don't do those. Maybe because you won't be able to breathe much out there. You might die.
No, they got the oxygen capsule thing, man. You got a chair, window.
I don't know. Maybe the balloon will blow up or like explode because it's less dense.
Yeah, bring a parachute. I'm good.
Smart.
Make it a double experience.
Exactly.
A triple experience. You'll go up in a balloon.
Yeah.
Make it to the edge of this place, and then fall in a parachute. It's like a trio of adventures.
Oh, I love it, man.
I think you guys are giving injustice to other people that are brand new to the topic here, because we have new people that are finding.
New people?
I think the price of rising China is bull BS.
We have someone that's called Tic Tac. We have another one, Soft and Soap.
Because Tic Tac was here earlier, and he was LARPing his way into banning.
Yeah. Maybe
we can try it again.
All right, you guys want to give it a shot? Go ahead.
Can we
talk to anyways, before we do that, I'm gonna give where is he? Black Roads. I'm gonna give him image perms and FE. Anybody that protests that is getting banned.
I have no problem with that, man.
Thank you so much.
You sound like it.
So you'll be able to post. Just make sure you keep it family oriented.
Okay. Wait, I have this one thing. So you guys know that AI, the DALL-E Mini.
We have an AI here on the street. No, go ahead. AI, go ahead.
No, but you guys heard of that? Like you type in words and it'll make images out of the words.
It's a bot. It's a bot that it has.
I got it on my phone.
Yeah. So I typed in flat Earth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show one of the results.
All right.
I think it's
go ahead. That's
interesting.
That's good.
That's hilarious, dude.
Also, send the name of the app because I didn't catch it. Is it an app or a website?
So I think it's an app and a website, but I can send it.
As long as it doesn't affect this room,
Dude, what the hell is that? Is that supposed to be flat?
It has a tail.
Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. It's AI. So.
That's pretty crazy, man.
And a ping in the bottom.
What? That's fucking stupid looking, man. Damn.
So the thing is that you could do this like 100 more times and get like 100
they're all different.
more results.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Gotcha.
So when you put stuff together, like you put stuff together, okay, that's weird. That's what it came up with, huh?
What about supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, man? Anybody got that? What happens?
I can search that.
Hold on, before we get too far into this, I want to make sure that it doesn't there's no detriment.
Just type heliosceptic to see what shows up.
Dude, flat Earth totally looks like a globe, dude. Flat Earth looks like a globe, bro. That's fucked up.
It's weird. You can search up anything. You can search up anything. It'll generate an image for anything.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Interesting times, boys and girls. Interesting times.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Bean Burrito. How are you?
What's up, burrito?
Yeah, I was just watching like this show called Dragon Ball. Like it's this guy named Goku Black. It was
Yeah.
kind of fun. Anyway,
Yeah, but
I
he's
gotta.
black, so we don't like him.
Wait, I got a question.
Yeah.
Your profile picture, is it from the reboot of Teen Titans?
Oh, I don't know. I just saw it one day and I was like, all right, that's kind of funny. I gotta make that my avatar, and then I like never changed it. Yeah.
Okay, understandable.
I gotta go. Shall I try and fuck? I'm about to hit some 40s and my.
Okay, you can go. You can get muted and go. Go ahead. We don't want to listen.
Yeah. He was a little hard to understand, man.
He's speaking that. He's speaking that Goku Black language.
I guess so, man. I don't know that language. It's very interesting.
I mean, this is an English server, so speak English.
I think he was speaking Jose Cuervo Patron.
Hey, Jemsy, man. Pleasure talking to your brother the other night, man. That was cool.
Oh yeah, he's been here.
I know,
more than
but
me.
I know, but I never really had a chance to talk to him. But the motherfucker knows some shit about water. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Fucking hey, man. He was blowing my mind.
Everybody better get up to date with
I
water.
wish I was here for that.
There's water everywhere.
Yeah, water's everything, man. I love water. So to listen to him, man, was a pleasure. I'm sure I'll get.
I'm still here.
All right, you're still here, man. All right, cool.
Nice.
It was a pleasure. Thanks, man.
Pleasure's mine.
Anyway,
finally, someone who knows about water.
I thought you were fucking our ass, Jamesy.
Thirsty.
I kind of like, dude, you sound too much like your brother.
So, Jim's brother, what do I do if I get thirsty?
They were giving me shit earlier about mixing them up. You know, but
what you do if you what?
You get thirsty?
What do I do if I get thirsty, Jim's brother?
Oh, thirsty.
Jamsy's.
My favorite is go to the Caribbean and grab some fresh coconut cut by a elder and drink it cold.
Oh, that shit.
You guys can't even drill your own oil. You can't drill your own wells, bro.
Full of electrolytes, bro.
That's not even cool.
Right now.
That's my favorite, but there's other options that you can manufacture your way into something similar in your kitchen with technology.
Yep.
Okay.
You can just buy it at the store.
Damn it. Man, you can't blame us for not noticing the difference. I mean, I know the difference now, but I mean, you guys do almost.
I'm trying to talk to Jim's brother. Jeez. So, Jim's brother.
People think that you go to the store and you know what? One of the biggest scams in history is bottled water.
Oh yeah,
you're paying thousands of percentage on over what the prices of water are.
Yeah, that's why a chocolate bar company owns half the world's water.
And water's free.
Chocolate bar company.
That's close to free. If you capture water, water is relatively cheap. Like tap water, it's half a cent per gallon, some stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you filter enough and you do a good process, you pay like a cent per gallon for better water than you get in any store.
I go to the store. They got $5 bottles of water. $5.
Jesus.
The last hotel I was staying at, they have this stupid ass scam with like Fiji water that charges you $6 if you open it.
For the Fiji water.
Dude,
if you open it.
I was staying for a convention in this hotel, and dude,
they had a little tag on top of it, right?
Yeah. One of my friends,
$6. Yeah. Like,
one of my friends thought it'd be a good idea to open it, pour it out, and then fill it up with regular water.
There you go.
Dude, they noticed.
Water definitely has a different taste.
Appreciate it.
Bro.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Imagine paying thousands of percentages. How you say? Oh my god, over the price tag of what something is. Imagine going buying a car and paying the price tag is $20,000 and you pay $500,000. You know, it's ridiculous.
It's pretty stupid.
I've watched some YouTube videos where you could just.
I just looked and I
You
saw
could
it. Wow.
charcoal stream water. You could charcoal filter water. Just free. I mean, just pull it from a stream, charcoal filter it, and drink it straight. After you charcoal.
Yeah. If you have the stream, people can capture. Well, it's illegal in some areas, so I'm not. The
illegal
rainwater.
in some area.
Why did they make it illegal?
Why? Because it's called lobbyists, bro. They don't want you to have access to fucking free anything.
Honestly, I think the water in the bottle.
Holy shit!
The water in the bottle is like.
It's so easy to charcoal filter water, man.
Yeah, but
if you have a natural water source, you can charcoal filter it, man, and just drink clean water.
Yeah, Helio, but it depends on the contamination that is in the water. So one charcoal filter, depending on the pollutants on the water, is not going to remove some of the shit.
Right. Sure, but I mean depends how close do you live to a major city.
You don't know what the U.S. government did to Puerto Rico, bro.
Dude,
Chupacabras everywhere.
What
specifically? Puerto Rico.
Well, then you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
I think so. I think I heard my dad talking about it.
I don't fucking live in Puerto
So
Rico.
what about the Chupacabra?
I don't live in Puerto Rico anymore. I live in Florida, but the water.
Hey, actually, Larry, I don't know. I don't know what happened in Puerto Rico. I've lived it, and my ancestors and my brothers
Same.
Our blood has been poured in that land.
Back Rose, you Puerto Rican?
Yeah, bro, I'm well aware of the slavery that took place, but if you could only imagine, not that far away, there was some white Irish folks picking cotton when they didn't want to.
We're slaves.
You guys have very strong voices. What do you say, Back Rose? You used to live in Puerto Rico?
No, my dad did, and he's Puerto Rican, and he says a lot of things. Like they didn't have TV, they didn't have electricity. They washed things with the little the rack thing you used to wash your clothes and stuff like that. Even though it was the 90s,
it's called a watch.
The only thing you had was like a crappy ass telephone, a landline, and that's it. And maybe an old rickety car, and that's it.
Like, yeah, and then we did a treaty with the U.S. and they modernized us. You know, we became a modern island.
I've been to Puerto Rico and I've seen the roads, and the roads are terrible. But other than that, they have El Yunque, I think is what it's called, and the U.S. government bought that land.
The rainforest.
Yeah, they're charging you admission for that stuff, so the government gets the money out of the tourists.
Apparently, there's also a secret base under it too.
Oh, bro,
it's in your best interest. Trust the government.
My dad used to live in Caguas. You know Caguas?
Oh yeah, that's pretty much one of the biggest cities.
Yeah. There's San Juan and there's Caguas, and then there's another one, but I forgot the name. But yeah.
So you know what's up. So somebody said about, you know what the U.S. did to Puerto Rico? What was it? Who? I think it was Larry.
Yeah, it was me.
Wasn't me.
I know they did something and it wasn't good.
Tell us.
Dude, they did the same thing that they do to all the territories. They rape it and pillage it, and they don't want you to become a state because they don't want you to have states' rights.
And then they bring in their central bank.
I remember. They actually bought. They paid in gold to Spain. They bought the land or the corporation, the title from Spain. The United States paid in gold for the corporation called Puerto Rico. And back then, they used to have a bunch of places labeled Puerto Rico Inc., Puerto Rico Inc., and there's many old photographs that had that Puerto Rico Inc. And after the U.S. bought it from Spain, And it was a commercial transaction. They call it the Spanish-American War, just because that's what they put in the books, right? They had this conflict, whatever. But that in reality, it was a commercial transaction, paid in gold.
Does that have anything to do with Malta? That drink company that's been there for a long time?
Malta, India.
Yeah, Malta, India. Does that have anything to do with Puerto Rico?
Well, you say Malta, India. Anybody knows? I think it's the Indian company. It's called Indies Companies or West Companies or
East
something.
India Trading Company.
Yeah, that one. It's been around for years, centuries.
Been around, dude, centuries. Fucking.
Dude, it's been around before America's been made. So
way before, man. Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, my buddy is from India. I mean, dude, that he lives in a part of India that had nothing to do with those cocks. And he's like, those dudes own everything.
It's crazy. It's crazy because
they control everything. It's really, really crazy, man. It's like Disney.
So in the history books, they actually taught me. I don't know if Joe remembered this in school, but they told us that the natives of this land that you're standing on are extinct. That they don't exist anymore. So they said that there's no natives. The Taínos. There was. I know people say Taínos, but I think there's other names related to the actual names of the natives, because they label and color everything to whatever they want you to think, right?
Yeah.
But the Taínos was one of the names of the natives, right? But they say those people don't exist anymore. So they don't want anybody to have an actual claim to the land. They don't want anybody to know that. Go ahead.
I'm going to say, it's a problem. If you have a claim to the land, then it's your land. So they're going to tell you that they wiped out all the people there and replaced it with slave labor, right?
Yeah. My
so that's kind of what
lives in Puerto Rico.
It's kind of what they did to the blacks.
Yeah.
They told them they're from Africa.
Yeah, the government is trying to tax their property in Puerto Rico. The U.S. government is trying to tax my grandmother's property in Puerto Rico.
Shocking. I'm shocked.
Dude, they're just waiting for her to die because that land's been there she's owned that land for a long time.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad though.
Dude.
Yeah, that is a huge trend right now. That generational properties that has been in families for a long time is passing hands to let's label it outsiders that are coming in and buying the properties almost everywhere in Puerto Rico. So a lot of the land is owned by a lot of the land is owned supposedly by the federal government. So there's a lot of land that people cannot claim it or grow anything. But there's still places that people call invasions that you can go. There, like a bunch of people have done it. They kind of like just get together and start building houses in a specific area, and there's some protections to that. But still, there are generational land that is being passed down by families. It's changing hands.
Los de Salinas lo votaron recently.
Yeah, what a fucking shit show, huh? Fuck.
Yeah, that's why I said I kind of knew about the trouble of your people. Very similar to the rest of the people who had their land stolen. So, I have ancestors that were here before, like, America was America. It's like, when you say that, like, some people are like, oh, you're just identifying as an Indian. It's like, no, it's like, there's more to it than that. There's an actual bloodline. And, some people, I guess, lie about the bloodlines, but bloodlines do matter.
Yeah, they do matter. Like, I'm sure for the Rothschilds or the
Never heard of them. Who are they?
I got
So the reason they matter is not because look at me,
system.
I've never heard of it.
Look at me. Right? It's more like I'm a part of this land.
Exactly.
And this land is like a part of me.
When they take the land from you, and you go buy their land, they have the right to tax you, so they tax you, and that's why they do it.
Well, they have streamlined the whole thing because in reality it's based on utility, and whoever can take care of the land and work the land and use the land for whatever purposes they're using it, they should have a claim to that land if nobody else is using it, right? Because the pursuit of prosperity, happiness, whatever, right? Whatever the American idea is, you're supposed to have land to be able to achieve those things, right? But they have strawman the whole thing, so they strawman your body and your blood into a name, and since people claim they are the name, they have made slaves of the body because now you have to work for the name, and since the name has a slave master, you work for that slave master, and whatever land you occupy, you put it under the name, right? Under that strawman of you, that piece of those letters that they gave you, whoever gave you, right? And you put everything under that name, so they own it, not you.
Birth certificates, that contract of the government can do whatever they want with you, basically.
How can one man or one family own most of the land that a lot of millions of other people are living on, right? Like if you need to grow food, if you need to work the land and grow cattle and animals, you're the one working that land. And I wouldn't say nobody owns it because I heard this from Badam a long time ago, but he said that those properties are his children, right? It's for his children and his family that coming up, the next generation.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna die one day. There's no stopping that, right? That's my speculation because that's what I've seen. Everybody that I know got old, they died. So that's what I know.
Do you have a scientific citation for that?
I mean, if there's a way that we live for more than 100 years, 130 years, I want to know that. But eventually, we'll pass, and the children are gonna take the reins, right? So having control over some properties and be able to be productive is important, but that has been taken away.
It's gone.
Bye.
Yeah, Jimsy, man, I think
Speaking of the thing on farmland, you all definitely know about Billy G. I'm sure you've all heard of him. He loves to buy that farmland. I'm talking about Bill Gates here. You know,
he's buying up farmland, and then this BlackRock company's buying up all the real estate.
BlackRock,
those guys are buying it all up together. Yeah, there's a couple other ones that are buying it up too, but yeah, everything gets.
They already gave you the technology. Listen, Bill gave you the screens, right? The windows to look to the information that he's trying to tell you, right? He sold you first. He sold you the viruses for the computer first, right? He sold you the viruses for the computer and the products for the Windows. And then through those windows, he showed you a lot of new things that you never seen before, right? And then after that, he showed you he made a partnership with the pharmaceuticals and all these other companies, and then he sold you these other products, right? That is being injected into people or whatever. And now he wants to own the land, and he's gonna sell you the food, because when you go to the supermarket, you're gonna see three things. You're gonna see the groceries, you're gonna see a pharmacy, and you're gonna see a bank in the same building.
They got rid of my bank, dude. My bank, they took my bank out.
Man,
but the same people that are selling you the food are selling you the drugs and controlling the money.
Dude, they took my bank out.
Federal Reserve.
Same bank at the same grocery store for fucking 27 years. They took the fucking bank out. I was like, what?
Well, now it's been a bunch of the banking financial institutions are going to be cannibalized at this moment. There's a huge merger between the biggest companies. They're eating everything up.
JP Morgan Chase.
I heard Dude, I heard there was a lot of banks closing this week. I heard that. So
a bunch of banks are gonna be closing
I'm just like,
because of the new
whoa.
monetary system.
Oh yes, the new world order. The money is all going to be online and that yada yada yada. I really hate.
Yeah, you're not gonna go to the you're not gonna go to the bank building and make the line to speak to the lady. That's not gonna happen anymore. You're gonna do it through your devices, through the Windows.
Gone, man. Well, it was good knowing all you cats, man, and I can tell you how it was in the old days, but this new thing, man, is fucking cuck shit world, man.
For real, dude.
And I don't like it, but you know.
There's a lot of shit like this. There's still a lot of good things happening. It's not everything is bad, bro.
I'm with you, man. Don't you know how I live.
I think when you think about it, bro, because I know you've had a good life and everything, but when you think about it, when you look at the layers of the pyramid, above all that, there is a design to this place and rules that everybody has to live under.
Right.
And still, I would say, God or the designer or our family. There's no way this bad system can work without the input of the good people and the actual good people of this place.
Right.
There's no way the bad place can be in place without the good people.
I mean, look at us. We used their systems and we made a good place out of it. So that's
no doubt about it. No
good
doubt.
things can be made of bad things.
Dude.
And they may not inherently be bad, but they can be used for bad. Like anything.
Yeah. It's an amazing place we live. The energies we all share, and the energies they try to suck from us, and then we tell them to fuck, and then we just tell them to fuck off. That's the best part, man. Tell them to fuck off, and
exactly.
I'm not like a hardcore, but just mentally, I tell them that, I'm just like, no, fuck off, and then they usually do. Try
That's
it.
the thing. If you really want to know what's going on, the prospiracy is the people are served that which they deserve, right? So if you've ever played like a simulation city builder game, like you got to make the people happy, right? If not, they go live somewhere else. So everywhere you go, like it's like a simulation, right, between the government and the people.
Yeah.
Like if the people are too lackadaisical and they don't really care what's going on, and they got all this excess pleasure, then it wouldn't be real hard for someone to send in like a young Padawan Jedi Knight into the schoolyard and obtain like large amounts of power over incidences that happened in Star Wars. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So if the people aren't vigilant, right, and they're not ever guarding their rights, then they'll be taken away, but only under their own consent, right?
The whole point of all this technology and the TV and the social media is just to propagandize you to think that you're not in control and that they're in control.
Yep.
And stuff like that.
So there's way too many of us.
Little cucky game they play.
Because they know and they monitor everyone with the cameras and things and facial recognition because they know that we have the power and they're scared of us because if we wake up, then they're done for, basically.
I take it one step further and say, yeah, they can record, and I'm like, right here, motherfucker. I'm right here, just sitting here, man.
They can't arrest all of us.
They can't do fuck all, man. They don't have all that tech, man. Who's gonna look at all those fucking files and fucking conversations and try to figure out what Coco V means? They don't. Good luck. Have a nice day.
True.
It's just too much.
I guess that's why they're making AI.
Lingo. There's so much lingo and people changing all the time, man. Too, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, a food processing plant near me caught on fire.
Oh, no, not another one. I saw a list of like 142 of them. I was like, that's amazing. It's just amazing.
It's just a lot of electrical fires, man.
I heard
them electricians don't know how to do their job.
Electricians, and then they got lit the fire, and had smoke, and yeah, it was a problem. So yeah, there's a lot of food processing places have been decimated. Apparently, that's what I
think it's a
heard.
statistical improbability to be natural.
Yeah, you could be onto something. Could be.
I mean, I don't think it's like.
Well, I mean, think about it. When you sell guns to someone who's using guns against that someone else, is that someone else going to think, "Oh, let's play patty cake in the sand"? No, there might be some sleeper cells that are like, "I told you, I wish you would. I told you what was going to happen if you did, and now that you did, guess what?"
I sure love the CIA.
Platter says he's got to notice a lot of gas stations closing. I haven't noticed that yet, man.
Oh, bruh. But the gas prices.
Gas prices I've noticed, yeah, but the closing of gas stations, I haven't seen any of it.
Another thing I've noticed is when I look up in the sky, you know, seems to be a lot of white fog. It's kind of weird. I remember seeing
there's some foggy, they call them foggy clouds, and yeah, they're not good. They come out of these. They look like they're coming out of airplanes, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
You know, the crazy thing is, if you think it's bad, like on the ground, you look up and you see the white haze.
Yeah.
I stayed at a hotel, and I was like 10 stories up, and dude, you could see everything is hazed out, and it's low.
Fog. Shit. Yeah, a big fog of shit.
It's not high up in the atmosphere. It's like low near the ground.
Yeah, it takes like a day. It just drops down and just covers the whole city.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You know what I heard, but the chemicals.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
You can see real quick. You can see a difference after like a storm kicks in the area, and then the next day everything is clear until that fog starts kicking in. Go ahead.
Those straight clouds show up again. Damn, those straight clouds.
Man, I don't know where they come from, but they're
straight
pretty,
clouds. How the fuck
white.
is the AI going to deal with straight clouds as a code? Fuck off. They don't have a chance.
The water vapor.
The water vapor. There you go. I like that.
Well, we got seed clouds to block out the sun because everybody knows the sun is. Oh wait, that what brings life to the planet? Oh, and we got to get rid of carbon. Isn't that what you're made of? Aren't you made of carbon?
Yes.
True.
Carbon based. Yeah, 100%.
About what you just said about sunlight keeps you alive, etc. That vitamin D. Remember COVID? I'm sure you all know that.
Never heard of it.
We don't talk about that here.
We talk about cocoa. We can talk about some other
makes sense.
We talk about Chow Yun Fat and the Kung Flu.
The Kung Fu 19.
CV Axel, Miley Cyrus, the beer germ, the Mexican beer germ.
The cocoa.
Those are good.
The cocoa puffs.
Stay inside.
Get your cocoa puffs. Cocoa puffs. I'm hungry.
I'm thirsty.
What about Cocoa Pebbles? You guys ever have Cocoa Pebbles? Maybe not.
Hey guys, could I ask a question here? I could use some help.
Hold on.
Sure.
I gotta turn you up, man. I can barely hear you. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll try to talk louder. All right, so
No, you're good.
I'm trying to work on this argumentative essay for school, right? And I need a counter argument to. So my argument is basically axial precession. Axial precession disproves, or no axial
rotation.
Axial. Many ancient structures built centuries ago aligned with the equinox or solstice should not be observed with the same alignment today. So archaeoastronomy disproves axial precession of Earth. And I need some counter arguments for that.
Number one is the pole star. Right? Oh, you want arguments against that?
Yeah, because it's part of the essay. I need arguments against it. I have the arguments for it, but I just like, what would a Glober like try to argue for why that's?
Oh shit! We need Matthew in here. Hold on.
That's what
I know what they say. They say that the Polaris hasn't always been the pole star. That a long time ago it was another star, and in the future it's going to be another star. Cool story, bro. How do you prove it?
That's the thing, though, Larry. I'm here in this essay. I'm talking about the sun on the solstice and the equinox. So that should be observed.
Are you talking about the precession of the equinox?
Yeah. So
okay. So listen, if the Earth is wobbling like top, the pole star has to change, right? Because what's going to be above the top? A different pole star as it's precessing. As the Earth wobbles, the precession of the equinox, even though it's a very long and slow wobble, the pole star would have to change. They say that the pole star is changing. However, there's no way to verify that within your lifetime.
No way. No fucking way, man.
Right. No, but I'm just trying to say, because there should be a 72 year per degree movement of the sun from the point it's at during the solstice or the equinox. I believe it should be moving westward, but we have all these ancient structures that still line up with it on the solstice and the equinox. So that's more easy to argue because the sun is closer and that change is more noticeable.
I'd say keep coming in here. I mean, when's this paper due? First of all,
well, the rough draft is due on the 23rd at midnight. So
all right.
But like the thing is though, like there's not that many counter arguments to it because it's a pretty good argument.
It is, but we got a guy in here that might be he'll give you the straight up globe answer.
Well, I've tried to bring up axial precession to Matthew before, and he's like, "I don't know what that is." He didn't want to touch it. Yeah,
you have to go to Jim Panda's.
Yeah,
have you been to Panda's?
No, I haven't been. I don't know his server.
Okay, it's on YouTube. It's what is it? Oh.
Hey, Hank, man, I only listened to his show 1 hour one time, and I was like, I don't want nothing to do with that guy. I was like,
okay, it's debate flat earth and more, but it might help him get an argument against it because he's not finding any arguments against it.
Well, the counter arguments that I have so far is that there's some guys say that Stonehenge was built to be aligned with the summer solstice at the time and is currently out of alignment. And then some cultures like Egypt aligned their structures with the stars, which have since changed. And I'm just gonna refute that by saying that my argument is towards the sun, not the stars. And there's tons of stuff in Egypt that lines up with the sun on the equinox. They have a temple that lines up with the sun on the king's birthday.
Yep. I've heard the pyramids line up with the Orion's belt, right?
Right. That's one thing that they try to say and stuff, but they also it's either the summer or the winter equinox. If you're standing at this certain spot, the sun sets on the horizon or rises on the horizon right at the bottom corner of one of the pyramids and on the shoulder of the Sphinx, on the right shoulder of the Sphinx.
There you go.
It's in the same spot, man.
No doubt. It's in the same spot, man. That's my point. Hasn't changed. And so there's that. Yeah, no parallax in the stars either, man. That's another fucking rabbit hole.
Yeah, Helio, what you typed, yeah, that's correct.
You're right.
What I've seen, they're saying it makes a full precession over 25,000 years or something like that. That's what they say. But it should be a 1 degree every 72 years. So they have these structures dated back like 3,000, 4,000 years. So I can calculate the amount of degrees that should be, that the sun should be nowhere near these places. And these are dedicated like sun worship temples. So it's like they built them to line up with the sun, and it still lines up with the sun how it should. You know, it's like this is a rock solid argument.
It is pretty solid. In Mexico, man, they got pyramids that will take the sun through the.
Yeah, I've
the
been to
steps,
Chichen. I've been
right?
to Chichen Itza.
Isn't that cool as shit?
I've been to one of them, man. It's crazy. They're
Real
like,
cool,
yeah, this
bro.
is where they threw babies down and
Well, that's what they tell us, man.
Yeah, right.
That's what they say. But if you look at the Serpent Pyramid, it's really interesting because at Chichen Itza on the equinox, a funny thing happens is the shadows line up with the stairs and the sides of the pyramid walls in such a way that at the bottom of the stair where you put your hands, I guess, there's like a a flying serpent dragon, Quetzalcoatl or whatever his name is. And when the sun goes down throughout the day, it looks like, if you do a time lapse, that the serpent is coming down from the pyramid, and then 6 months later he goes up the pyramid and into the sky.
Hey, that's the big snake that goes up and down the stairs, man. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I went on this tour to Chichen Itza, right? And the tour guide had such a thick accent in his English. I could I'm not trying to sound like a piece of shit, man, but like it was really hard to understand this guy. And then he was going back and forth from Spanish to English because there's a lot of, people from Mexico in the bus too. So like I couldn't really understand what he was saying, honestly. And I knew he was talking about the alignment and stuff, but he probably said what you just told me, but I didn't pick
it's
up
something
on
like that. Yeah. So yeah, we got some great monuments that have been dedicated to the equinoxes or solstices, all of them, man. And they all still line up today, man. So there's been
that was my argument earlier about the stars and stuff.
There's no shift in the alignment yet. No, obviously, it's not observable in our lifetime.
Another thing I came across while looking into this is people have been asking also, why have the tectonic plate movements not played a role in disrupting the alignment at all? And like a lot of guys are like, yeah, I don't know. I can't figure that out. And there's some guys that say, well, this plate moves this way and this one moves that way, so it just keeps in the same spot.
That's hilarious, dude.
That one,
I think we need to bring that to a full investigation right there.
Dude, this honestly, this one doesn't get looked over
parallax. The parallax is it's because
that point that he brought up just now. That's a good point. You just gotta add that one.
That's so serious that only some of the rocks have the magnetic field switched.
Why?
So they say that the magnetic field is switched, right? There's going to be like a pole shift.
That's right.
I'm sure you guys heard this before.
Yeah.
So they point to some rocks and they say, look, these rocks, they're all out of alignment with their magnetic fields, and they should be facing the same way as all the other ones. But that's only some of them. It's not like all of them. So there is a little discrepancy there, but that's because of earthquakes and shit. I mean, if there was floods and earthquakes and natural disasters and glaciers rolling through, scraping the tops of mountains, if all that stuff happens, then you would get some rocks that, got turned around, lost their way, so to speak.
Yeah,
Helio turn around a bird. Go
ahead. Helio said that Polaris diverts a little. It makes like a little half circle. It does throughout the year. It makes an actually complete circle throughout the year, but it takes all year to make a little teeny circle. But it doesn't change its declination in the sky, man. It just doesn't.
Right.
And
it's virtually in the same spot.
Virtually in the same spot. Exactly. And all of us can check that out for ourselves. You don't have to believe me, man. Check it out for yourself.
They don't move. Day or night, it's up there, the
I
same
wish you could
spot.
see the stars.
I
Must be nice.
What?
Am I a robot?
Shout out to Saints, baby. What's up, man? Flat Earth Day Church.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good, good.
You all right?
Yeah,
Really?
just getting back from grocery shopping.
Well, that's always.
Yeah, I was bummed out. I was bummed out that I couldn't make that, but something came up that I wasn't expecting. So
It happens, bro.
yeah,
A lot of people from here did make it, so it was great.
That's
Wish
cool.
you were there. Wish you were there, bro.
did you put any footage of it on your channel?
I did a live stream all day, but I took it to private right now, man. I got to go. I'll send you a link, man. You can watch it.
Okay. Yeah. Send me a link.
I got to send Sonny the link, so when I send it to him, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Cool. Is it okay? You put it on private though, because you're gonna edit. You're gonna like edit it and stuff.
I just hit some fucking mongos in the chat, and it was kind of ugly.
Oh, really? Yeah. Damn, people are hating, huh?
Yeah, it's just a certain group of people, man, that have decided they're coming after the dude, man. It's like, all right, whatever.
Damn.
It's okay, man.
Yeah.
It used
Yeah,
to be
that's good.
it used to be in good fun, but now it's gotten nasty. It's just like, really? You
Damn.
cunt. Yeah, it happens, man.
Are they
People
hating on
don't-
flat Earth too?
They just think the whole thing is shit. Flat Earth is shit. You know, they're just taking that kind of position. And I'm like, go for it,
Yeah.
man. That's cool. Dude, Crow 777, man, was the first guy in Flat Earth that I met that just said, "You fuck flat earthers," basically. Not to that extent, but he was like, "I don't join groups. I don't get involved. I do my own
Yeah.
thing." And that was kind of, you know. And there's cocks like that. That's cool, man. I'm different,
Yeah.
man. I like to be involved. Like to, see if we can do something fun.
Yeah, that's how you meet people. Otherwise, you just talk to people that know him through his music.
But
Yeah.
I get it. There are people that just think that any kind of groups are shit, and that's fine. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, I wish I had gone though, but I didn't foresee what happening. So, you know what I mean?
We'll get them next time, man. Hey, I got to
Yeah,
hang
for
out.
sure.
I do. We got to hang out on the beach for a little bit, man. So that was epic, man. Sorry
Yeah.
to hit you on the way back, man, but dude,
No, it's all good. I wasn't even home.
I needed to get home, so so we're even, dude. We're totally
Yeah,
square.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
No, I
But
wasn't
no.
even there anyway. So,
We'll hook up again, man. Well, hopefully it'll be a clearer day on the beach, man. That was pretty
I know.
overcast. Yeah, it was kind of.
It was a bad example. Huh?
Yeah. Well, it just shows how the climate can change so drastically, man. And
I know.
over water,
Yeah.
it's such a beast, man. Over water, it's
I know.
constant changing.
Blame
Yeah.
climate change, man.
It's definitely climate change, 100%, because the water evaporates from the ocean and it makes it blurry out and cloudy. Oh shit! Definitely climate change.
Right, for sure. It couldn't be anything else. No way, huh?
That's why.
That's it.
Right. Climate change.
Yeah, man. It all worked out, man. Thanks. Hey, thanks for the Organite too, by the way.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's still in my car, man. I've been driving around with it.
I actually just made some the other night, so I think it got me motivated to go make some more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's an effort, man. Mix
Yeah.
it, get it all together and get the form. Yeah, it's a bit of work.
The ones I'm doing are like in layers, so it takes like a day to do each layer. You know what I mean?
Go now you're going next level here. Layer. Yeah, get out. Ooh.
Yeah.
Layers are fun.
I know. Sometimes I get impatient and just try to stack another layer before the other one's done, and sometimes the stuff like seeps into the other layer. So I just got to be patient with it.
It's funny, man. I've been into a couple of rock shops here and there, and it's very
They're so
few.
overpriced, dude.
No. I mean, now they're starting to get it, but like 5 years ago, I'd go into like rock shop and go, "Hey man, you got any organite?" And they were like, "What's that?" Like,
yeah, that's weird, huh? That is true. Now they're starting to carry it.
you know what it was, man. I was like,
well, no, they're starting to carry shungite. I'm sorry. Yeah, they act like they don't know what it is, though.
Yeah, it was a weird.
That comes from Russia.
Shungite comes from Russia. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a bunch here.
From Russia with love.
You can even filter water with it, apparently.
Yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff with it.
No shit.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, they have one. Some of it's like polished in big pieces, and then you can also get the packets of it that's like broken up, and they're small. They're like just like a little bit bigger than peanuts, and just a bunch of chunks of them. And that's like for the water filtration one, the ones that haven't been polished or shaped or anything.
I have like a few pounds of it, but
oh, you do?
I will use it just as a last filter. I will filter the water well before, and then use it as the last one. That's what I've been thinking about it, but I haven't done it.
Cool, man.
Yeah, that's cool.
You have to envision it first before you do it. I always remember that.
There's some testing that I do, but aside filtering the water, it releases some carbon 60, something like that. I heard.
Oh, in the water.
Yeah.
How long do you keep in the water for?
Just pass it slow. Just it's like a slow pass. Like let's say.
Okay. Oh, you don't leave it in the water.
No, to fill a gallon, it will take like 20 minutes.
Okay. Like a slow drip, huh?
Exactly.
Little trickle.
Okay. Yeah. What about just putting it in the water for like 20 minutes?
Haven't done it, no.
Do you think it would be close to the same effect though?
Not sure. I haven't really looked too much.
You might have.
I just read about it like a few years ago, and then I decided to order it, and it's been sitting there for like 2 years.
Oh, really? Do you ever heard of a purple Tesla plate?
Purple Tesla plate? No.
Dude, what the hell? I just watched a video on that, bro. That's weird.
Yeah, I bought one like a couple years ago, and sometimes it's like I don't remember to do it enough, but sometimes it says that you can pour your water in a cup on top of the plate, or put it under your food, and it changes the frequency of it.
Yeah, frequencies and stuff, dude. I'm so into that. It's weird.
Yeah, I just don't know a way to actually test it though, other than just take their word for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know how the hell it works. I haven't got one though. I have a bunch of speakers that I play frequencies on, and they rattle like if I place an object in it, it'll start like vibrating. Of course, but
yeah, like sand or water.
Oh no, like objects that are because these speakers are huge.
Okay.
Anyway, but there's this thing called the Hutchinson effect, and you could try something with like electromagnets and stuff like that, and you could get like, things to like start levitating. It's pretty cool. There's videos on it.
Damn. Have you ever made anything levitate?
Just like small objects. I haven't got to like a can of beans yet, but just like
how long does it levitate? Does it just jump up and back down, or you mean it just hovers?
It'll actually like hover like 1 inch off the ground. Like I tried it with like a coin before, and it'll just like hover. This is thing called an O ring, and you have this electromagnetic coil that will put out like fields that will levitate the thing. It's just like basically electromagnet.
Yeah.
But if you have really high powered stuff, apparently you could get things to like shoot up in the sky, like just shoot up and things like that.
No kidding. Damn.
Like I'm sure you've heard of DEWs and energy weapons, directed energy weapons.
So are those are speakers that they have?
Yeah, have you seen them?
But is it a frequency sound that we can't even hear? It's on a different pitch or something?
Yeah, so you can hear in 20 hertz to I think 10,000 hertz. That's the range of human hearing. But if you go above that, then you can make people vomit and shit. Like, I think
without them even hearing anything, huh?
Yeah, these riot police carry like these big ass speakers, and like you don't hear it, but it'll start like making people get sick.
Yeah, that's because those things on their vehicles are shaped like speakers, you know.
Yeah. They also have microwave radiation thingies that could like be directed at people and just make them like pass out. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, but they do that for your own good.
Of course they do.
Totally.
This is not medical advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it's pretty wild.
Crazy. You know, in the same way that it can make people sick, I'm sure you can invert it and make people heal people with it.
I've literally tried that. Like,
Guys, look at that one that I just sent to the
3 hours
chat.
ago.
I find it so weird.
Okay.
If it's true, I don't know.
Let me send a picture of my setup. Actually.
All right. Oh yeah. What is
Joe,
it?
you sound quiet. You need to get closer to the mic or something.
Me?
Who, me?
Joe.
Who?
Me.
They can't hear you.
Better now?
I am yo.
How about now?
Better.
You hear me? So check the one that I just sent. We're talking about energies and stuff. I found this one not too long ago, and supposedly somebody found some treasure in somewhere in Egypt, and they found these rocks and they started selling them to a few people, and these people making videos with them, and supposedly these rocks have some very weird properties. I don't know if just speculating, but
okay.
They put this rock in water, and the water starts boiling by itself or something like that.
Oh yeah, there's a lot
That's
of
like uranium or something shit.
Oh, the crazy part is that the rock doesn't supposedly doesn't reflect in mirrors.
Yeah, that's like the red mercury, right?
I sent an image in voice text.
Yeah, that's like the red mercury. It doesn't show up in a mirror.
That's what I've heard, but never had any in my hands to check it out. But that would be trippy. All the video I saw on red mercury, man, was very suspicious looking. I'll just say
Look at the
that.
video that I just sent. It's so weird.
Yeah, I'm checking it out. Hold on.
On the frequency thing, so you know how you're alive, right? Apparently, you have a frequency because everything in your body vibrates and everything vibrates, and you could do things with that, and it's a lot of things.
Yeah, there's a doctor, Royal Rife, Raymond. He did a lot of stuff with frequencies, and they burned his labs. It's frequencies are powerful.
I've just been testing on it, and I've heard that 432 hertz, it makes you feel something. Like, it feels cool. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels interesting. Like, you could listen to modern music and it's crap, but you listen to 432 hertz music in that range, it sounds different. Like, it makes you feel something.
I've heard that modern music they have it in 440 hertz, and that's supposedly bad for
440.
you. 440.
I think it's because I did this hertz test, and at certain frequencies, you can't hear certain frequencies. So at 440, it's quieter than 432, and at 450 is louder than 440 on your hearing. That could be different for other people, but that's just what I've noticed with me.
I wonder if that sound can be created organically without having to go through speakers or electricity.
Yeah, you can.
I heard that ancient.
So you can use to create sound.
I can't hear you, bro.
I heard that ancient people use like big ass tubes, like the horn
Yeah.
that the Swiss Alps, and you can
Yeah.
make frequencies with horns and things.
Okay.
I posted a link for a tone generator, and it's pretty
Okay.
interesting. You could get materials to do interesting things. The next thing I'm going to try out is get like a wine glass, and I'm going to up the frequency until the glass breaks. With
Crazy.
resonant
Oh,
frequency.
dude. That's like I think it's 33,000 hertz, man. I think that's where it cracks.
It's
33.
Real fast. Let me interrupt. There's a lady that comes in here, Damsel Medic, and she has one, or maybe she knows the name of those machines that are like the Royal Rife machine, but I can't remember what it's called. But Damsel Medic knows.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick on the magical Egyptian stones. It looks like the same kind of video I watched about the red mercury. It's the same kind of quality, and it seems, I don't know, Russian or something like that, right?
Something about.
And I'll just say it has the same feel as the red mercury videos I watched years ago. Kind of. I think he dropped dry ice there in the water.
The smokes.
It looked like a little bit of a trick with the water. I don't know, man.
It could definitely be, but dry ice smokes.
It started smoking, man. Didn't you watch a video? You gotta watch the video, man. It started smoking. A little bit. Couple bubbles of
Oh, we got new people.
Couple bubbles of gas, man. Bubbles of gas. I don't know. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. That'd be cool if that stone would do that, man. That'd be cool.
I always thought, before I was like awakened, I always thought that the people with the crystals and stuff like that, I'm like, none of that's real. And then you actually like use some of it and that type of logic. And
it's all intention, man. I think you could take any rock or do the same kind of energy to it and get out of it. It's
I'm more on the
crystal. I mean, they just sell the shit, like, hey man, we got super like duper rocks here, man.
Like, I don't really believe in that.
Dude, I picked up just a rock. I'm hiking or just pick one up, man. You can feel the energy right in it, man. You're like, yeah, man. I'll leave you here, man. But thanks for.
I picked up a rock under the sun and it burned me.
There you go.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more on the scientific thingy, so I like to, test things with.
Yeah, test them out, man. You'll find that intention is an interesting scientific phenomenon. Damn.
Wait a minute. You're on the scientific thing. You think science is the only way we test things?
No, I'm just saying that I don't know how to explain it, but like I use man-made equipment, if I put it that way.
Speakers or electricity.
Yeah, electricity, frequency generators.
I got my reverb box here that takes it to 20,000 hertz. Yeah. You're right. I got a 2 hertz. I got a 2 hertz bass thumper, man. Check it out, bro.
Yeah. You say.
I had a buddy, man, a long time ago. He was way into those like low frequencies.
Fuck, I love low
like sub, 20 hertz and shit. He was way down there.
I actually ripped these subs out of an old 90s car.
There you go.
From the 90s. It's really dope.
Well, there's actually, I used to use some frequencies for sleeping, and bro, they actually work. Like there's
they work.
Your brain works in a specific set of frequencies, theta,
right?
Theta brain waves and stuff. And I used to I have them in a hard drive somewhere. there was one that was for sleeping, and it will make you pretty much every single time to have vivid dreams. I used to plug it, and
It's
every single
crazy.
time you'll be vivid dreaming, and you'll be holy shit, this shit works. You by the morning you'll be like holy shit, and you'll sleep. You sleep and you feel rested in the morning too.
All right. Yeah. I've heard that, dude, just putting a pyramid over your bed will make you do weird shit. You know, be careful.
True.
So-
I've done the thing he said with the frequency music that makes you have vivid dreams in my headphones, and I've been testing it with like massive speakers, and I'm telling you, man, the results are just wild.
Interesting.
You feel it in you.
Oh yeah.
I have this one song that I like to play on it. I will post it here.
Yeah, the
But
issue is
it
that
sounds
our
really cool.
brain stays, we are too stimulated, and our brain stays in a specific set of frequencies that are like almost in the awake state, and we don't sleep deep enough. And when you put this audio and you stimulate your brain into going to that state, you rest better, and it takes you to the deeper state of brain.
I also think that they intentionally make it so we're always on the awake. Because if frequencies can do good, they could also do bad.
Oh yeah.
I'm playing it, man.
Man, every time I play it, it makes you feel something. Do you feel it, or is it just me?
I can feel it, man. Straight away, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude, nice sunset too, by the way.
Yeah.
Little sunset go. Sun away. For you flat earthers, man. Sun away. Out of your vanishing point, son. Out of your vanishing point. Yeah. Anyway, cool music, man. You guys check
Hey,
out.
but why isn't the sun refracting and you can see it all of the time?
That's a good question. Damn.
I mean, if you can see the oil rigs because of refraction,
right?
Why can't you see the sun and the sunlight refracting with the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, great question. That reminds me of.
It should be daylight every day, all day.
Yeah.
All day and all night.
The other day there was a lot of clouds, and I was driving and I could see very far in the highway, and I thought, wait, why, if there's curvature, why don't we see the clouds the curving downward, and seeing the bottom of the clouds, kind of, you know what I mean, far? Why can't we never see that?
That's how you know it's curving, because it looks so flat.
It looks so flat.
It's crazy. I used to think that flat earthers were like, they weren't it, and now I'm a flat earther. It's crazy to think about.
So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know your backstory, man.
I've been in this.
You got some back roads, man. So it must have been a fun journey taking the back roads.
It has been a fun journey. It's also been a stressful journey.
Yes, it is stressful. Don't kid yourself, man. It's not for everybody.
Yeah, I kind of wish I was ignorant and bliss, and at the same time, I'm glad that I'm awake. But man,
so yeah, it all works out, man. Trust me, it all works out. It'll all work out.
It'll all work out, man, I'm sure. No worries.
No worries. Hey, Saints, man.
What up?
Dude, that song you busted out yesterday, man, was pretty cool, man. Yeah, really good, man.
I'm so picky. I kept listening to it and I was like, oh, I don't like how the chorus is. I need him to change the chorus. So I took it off of my #1 channel, but I left it on my 2nd channel.
That was great, man. Thanks.
Yeah.
dude, you just dropped like 47 truth bombs in there.
Thanks, bro.
Nothing to see here, folks. Move along.
Right?
Yeah, it's wicked, man. How you do that, bro? Don't ever stop, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That.
Yeah.
Right.
I tried to put some effort into that one.
It was epic, man. I think I left your message. It was like, dude,
thank
epic.
You.
No, thank you, man.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sure.
Anyway, drop it in the live stream voice text, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let everybody else hear that shit too, man. Because
you want me to play it? You want me to play it?
You can play it, man. Absolutely, man. Go for it, dude. Play it.
Did you add any subliminal?
We need a little music. Hey, I was playing that background 432 hertz, man. Did you guys? That was cool, right?
Yeah, I'm still playing it. Yeah.
Yeah, but Saints is going to drop his latest music.
All right, I'll listen.
Studio recording, and video. But you can't. We're not going to be able to see the video. You can watch it on your own, but we can listen.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the voice.
Yeah, the video is kind of really powerful. Kind of mixed, really.
I know it's kind of weird. I didn't really put too much effort in the video. It was like the first time I just like threw a bunch of old clips together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play it.
This year.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you the definition of illegitimate. Being against or not in accordance with established rules and standards, incorrectly decided against or breaking the law, born out of wedlock, the bastard, persons born to unmarried parents. That's me. When it comes to this rap, nothing appears between us. Chewing gum when I rap, pure lyrical genius. You come when I ask, thanks to my miracle penis. Always up to the task of severe and venous. You hear what I'm saying? You adhere to my language? Allow me to entertain where your brain is. No need hitting the main vein, don't need no drainage. Bitch, I'm so insane, I need a lyrical chamber. Insane asylums wildin' out with lyrical gangsters. Serial killer, going for that spherical strangle. I adhere for no man, I got some serious anger. Making jokes till the day they place them blankets over my face so I can face my maker. I can almost taste death, do a taste test later. Mandela effect, man, that ain't Darth Vader. Skeleton collections, collecting our data. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the state cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make the song the best today. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. Lit up a cigarette and went on a killing spree. These freaking idiots, yo, I'ma start spilling the beans. It's ridiculous how much shit you're willing to eat. And willingly think that NASA is legit. 60 million a day, how much is actually spent? How much of what they say is actually scripted? Probably 99.9% kid. My mind is hell-bent on exposing the tricks. More bubbles in space, yo, floating again. When they open up the hatch, yo, it blows in the wind. Congrats on every time you foiled a kid. Mightier than the sword I destroyed with a pen. It's one big game and we're all just toys to them. In sync on the block and Backstreet Boys to men. Paris Agreement, going green, soiling again. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA and NIST. It's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. And if you estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best to date. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. You're such an idiot, but still, yo, I'm killing the beat. Please stand up and no one better be still in this seat except Steven. Leave him alone, he's chilling the seat. How far am I willing to go? Are you willing to see? Chilling at the Goodwill, yo, when will I leave? When I'm good and ready, bitch, so kiss my feet. I'm a little it. I don't mean that literally. I'm just a figment. Shit you wasn't meant to see. Look at my pigment. This is what I'm meant to be. Branch Davidian. I'm in it, and we in too deep. I'm a degenerate, even more than L and the G. Hotter than ice, and fire ain't chiller than me. Got a lot of advice, well I'm still on my feet. You got a lot of advice, well you're still on your feet. So many come and go, but I'm still in the sea. I'm illegitimate, ain't nobody iller than me. I'm indiscriminate, still living in these streets. I'm not a feminist, that's FEMA. NIST, it's subliminal, showing what the eyes can't see. And if you ate the stem cell, then you estimate. You estimate well, then your guess is great. And I'm guessing that you suggest I take the time to make this song the best today. Yo, so when they're still being discriminate and calling you illegitimate, just don't forget this shit. Remember, Flatter Day was something that you witnessed, kid. Haha, you just got done witnessing this. Flatter Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. Haha. Peace.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Bars. I'm not gonna lie, man. Some of that shit made me laugh.
It's hilarious. Oh shit, man. Hey, if we ain't making fun of this shit, we're doing it all wrong. That's a Issa Mikulski quote. Yeah, you can check with him on that. If you guys know Issa, makes some great music.
That shit was funny.
Doing it the fun way, man.
I was looking up that word and I was like, dude, every definition of this word is like me for sure. Illegitimate, you know?
Well,
yep.
Such a good word, you know?
Yeah, man. What a great rhyme, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's a lot in there, boys and girls. Dude, there's so much in there that if you had to be around a minute to catch it all, man, I think. Right?
You got to listen to the song a couple times, probably.
Yeah. Cool, man.
It's about to be 3 a.m. now.
All right,
I'm about to go to bed.
All right, Rhodes. Cheers, brother.
Hope to see you all again, for real.
All right, man. Fender Rhodes, out to you, bro.
See ya.
All right, cheers. Ooh, Fender Rhodes. It's a piano, man. Fender Rhodes.
I'm watching the movie In Time with Justin Timberlake, and I forgot how good it was. I saw the movie before I came to the Flat Earth.
Yeah.
And I'm watching it again now.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Very well done movie.
Hey, you only got 20 minutes left on your life. That was fucked up, man. What?
That is fucked up, bro.
That's fucked up, man. It's so wrong, man. Everything
You can't
about
watch a movie, bro. You have to work your time, work for your time, so you can live.
work. It puts more time on your life.
Look, it's the same thing. They keep the poor people poor and working, so the rich people can live on the efforts of their labors.
100%, no doubt about it. I agree.
Which is what's happening now.
Hey, it's been happening for a long time.
The bottom forgets to get paid, and the top gets paid to forget.
Exactly. Well put.
Dude, there's your next song, bro. Right there.
I say that in one of my songs.
Okay. Yes. Well, live the life you love and love the life you live.
Right.
Dude, that's hard to do, people.
I know.
Don't cry if you die.
What was that?
What, Jackie?
I said don't cry if you die.
She said don't cry if you die.
Well,
don't ask me.
It just rhymed.
She's just trying to rhyme.
That's cool. Yeah, man. Spit it. Hey, I don't worry about a thing because I know nothing's going to be all right.
I know, right?
Smoke that one in your fucking pipe, man. Hey, smoke that. Go ahead.
Hey, you know what's a trip is that now that I know about everything that they do, like all these false things that they do.
Mm-hmm.
So I was locked up last year for like, I don't know, like 45 days or something. And like, I just kept thinking in my mind, I was like, I wonder if any of these, nah. And then I was like, nah, none of these CEOs have ever seen any videos I put out. But I was just thinking like, I wonder what they would do if I just full on just called them out on the shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you've done that already, and you got their attention.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, keep pushing, man. Don't let up. Just keep pushing.
Yeah, I've gotten every weird look you could imagine. So
you'll be all
or
right.
worse than that. You know what I mean?
Ow! Oh.
Sorry about that.
Sorry,
the puppies are scratching there.
Puppies are scratching.
This little one we have, she's gnarly. She's just like aggro. She'll attack like any dog.
Oh,
it's weird.
That's not good.
Yeah, but she's really nice to people, which is weird. All of our other dogs will bite you if you try to pet them if they don't know you. You know.
Well, you got to get them out in the pack, man. Let the big dogs fucking settle that shit straight away, man. No.
I know.
Just got to get them out in the pack. Their dogs are pack dogs, man, and then that's one thing I love. My life is that dogs love being with dogs. It doesn't matter size. Got to get them.
They also like the beach a lot.
So the more they're
our dogs hate the water though.
There's a certain social order, man, with the dogs, man. They got to be with other dogs to let the dogs know to not be a dick or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
Cesar Millan, man, taught me a lot about animal behavior.
The dog whisperer. Yeah.
Dog whisperer. Yeah. Yeah, he was great, man. You can't script that shit, man. I mean, that was probably one of the best like reality shows I've ever saw, man, or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, you see dogs getting together. You know, the dog's obviously fucked up, man, but he snapped them out of it. So yeah, my suggestion is to get the dog with some more dogs.
I know. I don't know if there's a bunch of other dogs that live here that aren't ours that are bigger, so they're used to being around other dogs. I don't know. They're just maybe I just don't take them out much, like you said. I should take them around all types of other dogs.
Yeah, go to the dog park. I'm sure there's a dog park somewhere, man.
Yeah.
Let them.
I usually take my dog down the street. It's like a block away. There's a field right there, and I just run laps with my dog.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah. Well, that's just the easiest thing to do. Sometimes that's all I do.
I've always enjoyed letting animals be free, man, as much as possible.
I know.
There's times where you have to kind of be the alpha dog and tell them no.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't listen very good, dude. So I don't know what to do. I don't take them to a little obedience school though, or nothing like that.
Someone just told me about this website where you can pay for like courses online or whatever, like dog training.
You don't have to take them to obedience school, man. You just have to
be in control.
The alpha dog, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just hard because I'm not always with them all the time. Whereas like Jackie's with them all the time. So they're like, they tend to like, well, not that they listen to you more. It's just they tend to like adapt to your behavior more than mine. And your behavior is like frantic-y more. I'm more like laid back. You know what I mean?
That is not true.
Okay, well, all right. Maybe I'm wrong.
I could be.
Yeah, whatever. No, she's like, her energy is like real high strung sometimes. As most women are, you know. But anyway, I'm not a feminist. That's just FEMA and NIST.
Yeah, FEMA's right in there, man. Right in feminist. How about that?
Feminist. In case you guys anything ever gets destroyed and you need to report on how it happened, go to NIST. They'll you know what I mean? Especially when they're headed by Kissinger, they'll fill you right in,
NIST. Go to NIST.
Yeah.
Dude,
NIST.
that's underground. Dude, there's no way that their AI voice recognition shit is gonna get NIST, bro. It ain't gonna happen.
I know, right? I know, huh?
Good luck with that. Fuck off. You got no chance.
Right?
It's not
No
gonna
chance.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna take them 10 years to figure that one out. Good
I
luck.
know. I think all they can do now is get like actual like complaints from actual people is how they get some of them. But even then, it's like a stretch. It's like a long shot. You know what I mean? Because I never insult any of these things.
Exactly, man.
That's the key: is don't insult them or say that they're not real or anything like that. Give them the power they deserve.
Oh yeah, I just tell them to fuck off, but that's just me. But that energy, yeah, I don't dig their energy, man. I'd tell them to fuck off, and I got my own energy. I got my own vibe, just like you and I were just talking about, living in a rough neighborhood, man. If you put out good vibes, man, you can just be in that environment and be cool,
Dude, I think a human being can go to any neighborhood in the world and be fine if their intentions are good, and they're harmonious.
Dude, I took a cross country trip, man, and my buddy, man, he's like, dude, man, let's go down to like the worst part of every city we go through. Let's go to the worst part. I was like, really?
I was thinking, I thought of an idea, and I asked Austin when he was here last year, but since he's not from California, it would be kind of hard for him to do. But since if me and you met like halfway, which would be like Compton, I was thinking about putting out something called Flat Out of Compton, where we walk around in the projects and like talk to people about flat Earth. We could even bring like a wagon with like ice cold waters or something with us.
Yeah. We could.
That'd be a good idea, though, huh?
Yeah, bring some water, some fruit, something, something cool.
Yeah,
it'd be cool. Yeah, man, just talk to the people in the most, what is this? Hey, dude, I've been to Compton. I've been to Harlem.
Right. Yeah. There's places in New York that are way crazier than anywhere in LA. And even then,
I was in Harlem when it was like the shithole, man. Now it's cool, but back in the day it was cool, but there was this period in between. It was shit. It's burned out cars sitting in the middle of the street. You're like, oh, fuck off, man. It was nasty. It was. It was nasty. And
like there's probably some neighborhoods in like Chicago or Baltimore or Philly that are like that still.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never been there, so I don't know. I'm only going off what I see and hear.
There's horrible places in Chicago, dude. I've watched so many videos of just like the street people on the street, man. They drive for like a half an hour.
Yeah,
of just seeing people on the street, man, just doing their thing. I mean, shit. You've been to Hollywood,
Yeah, it's a trip how it's so close. There's Montecito right here, which is like one of the richest places in the world.
Yeah,
and dude, I gotta take you. It's like about 5, not even that, like 3 minutes away from where we were at, where Black Swan is. There's if you cross the freeway to the other side of the freeway, away from the ocean, there's a surface road. I can't remember the name of it, but it runs along through Montecito, parallel to the freeway. And before you get to the next exit, before you get to Sheffield, there's a street you turn left on, and these people's front yards go on for, man, I can't even. I'd say maybe like the length of a football field or whatever, right? I'm not talking about from the street to their house. I'm talking about like the width of it, right? Maybe a football field, or maybe like 3/4 of a football field. And the bushes that they have in their front yard, I'm not even kidding you, I could say they're probably 50 to 60 feet high. And they're trimmed like a wall, dude. It looks crazy.
Wow.
It looks like, and the road narrows till you could barely have 2 cars fit in it, right? And these are like on both sides of this little road. there's like sculptures and stuff in behind some of it. It's just crazy. It looks like straight out of like Labyrinth or something, bro. I'm not even kidding you. The way the light hits it at night, they have their lights, like they have like their light systems, like tens of thousands, if not more, dollars, like that they put in just in lights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're made to look like subdued, like not all bright and flashy, but the way they catch the shadows and everything is a trip. But these walls, it looks like something straight out of like the Labyrinth or something. You know?
Interesting.
It's a trip. Yeah. I've tried to take pictures of it. My camera can't, like, it just can't get it. You know what I mean? You can't really tell, like, the extravagance of it unless you're actually right there, you know?
Yeah, pictures are too flat, man. Pictures are flat. I always tell people, hey, man, pictures are flat. Maps are flat, bro. Oh, what do you got for curvature? Anything?
Right.
You don't? Oh, okay. Oh, man.
Yeah.
The globe is right.
There's another street not far from there called Periwinkle Lane, right? And on this little street that's a dead end, all the houses are really small, tiny houses with little doors. Because I guess like 20 years ago or something, or 20 or 30, probably maybe 30, midgets had moved in, like a whole bunch of ones that were like in the Hollywood like film industry, and just like really important, you know, rich people moved in. And then it was weird. It was like a whole street. Maybe the street would be like, I don't know, like 3 city blocks. So it's not that long, but it's like really windy and like private of these little houses. It's so weird, dude. Little mailboxes and shit.
It's the little people. I knew
right?
it was.
Show out with a hate speech. It's little people.
Don't you be picking on the little people. Ugh.
Right.
Dude, that's
I'm not gonna
trippy.
tolerate these microaggressions.
I gotta come up. We need to do some field trips, man. Fuck this, man.
There's so many interesting places in California, dude. You got Bohemian Grove. You got Silicon Valley.
Yep. Silicon Valley. Oh my goodness.
You been to Frisco? Have you been to Frisco?
Not in a while, man. It's been
yeah, that's a cool place, man. It's a trip.
San Francisco's. Yeah, it's a trip, man. You bet your ass it's a trip. Fuck.
Right.
LA's a trip. San
Yeah.
Francisco, a whole different trip, man. Hey, tripping out. Haight Ashbury, man, up in San Francisco.
Yeah. It's not the same.
No, it's
now everybody's like all like on fentanyl, and they look like they're like walking, but they're like asleep, and they're like bent over in like some weird ass position or something.
Dude,
but they're standing up. You know what I mean?
I've seen, mega videos of people just standing on the street, hunched over.
That's from that Fetty, dude.
Fetty. It's a Fetty.
Yeah, fentanyl.
Bad stuff, bro. Bad stuff.
Yeah. Say no. Just say no.
Say no. Nancy says, just say no. Yeah.
Right?
You don't want to be getting into that bullshit, man. Fuck that, man. Come on. Have a couple beers or smoke a joint, but come on. Don't get Don't get stupid on my ass. Fuck. Fentanyl. Fuck off.
Brought to you by the same people that brought you dun dun. You know what I mean?
That's right, man. Yeah, same people brought you the goodies from the 90s, man.
They got a bunch of factories in Kyiv. I'll just leave it at that. Or they had. I'm sorry, they had until recently.
It's got it all bombed out, man. It's fucking this. Oh shit! It's out of the news cycle. Never mind.
Right.
My bad.
Yeah. Came and went real quick, huh?
Dude, it's like, I mean, I can find it on like alternative stuff, but nobody's talking about it on the mainstream, man. It's like, oh, the Kievs, the Russians, blah, what? And it's like,
it's weird how that name is spelled like 2 or 3 different ways, even currently.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it's ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Hey, keep it going, man. I'll be right back in 1:30 seconds. Okay.
After these messages, I'll be right back. I miss those 80s shows like You Can't Do That on Television. Oh, I heard that. That show is classic.
Okay, I'm back, man. It wasn't 30 seconds, was it? It was exactly 30 seconds, man, I think. Ah, shit, man. The world's fun and interesting. Very interesting times to be living in. That's I'll say that. Fuck. Whew. I thought Flat Earth was fun. It still is, but there's all kinds of cockery going on, man. It's make your head spin, make you think, what the heck? I think the Earth is spinning because my head's spinning so hard with the politicians and the government and the finance, and everything in the world.
Hey, Flat Earth dude. I've had for some reason I've been listening to you guys, which you guys ain't talking about shit.
We ain't talking shit.
I was just wondering. I mean, you know how like in America we talk about we have a trash can, right?
America, fuck yeah.
In America, we have a trash can, right?
Yeah.
And what do they call it in Britain?
Rubbish.
No.
They call it rubbish.
Dumpster?
No, they call it a bin.
A bin? A fucking bin.
Bin.
It was like, put it in the bin. Put it in the bin. In the trash can. Bin.
So
I was just wondering, since you guys ain't talking about shit, this is something I was thinking about. Anyone here that's British? What do you call like we call it a laundry basket or dirty clothes? We put our dirty clothes in a laundry basket. What do you guys call a laundry basket where before you wash your clothes, put all your dirty clothes in a? Is it a laundry basket or what do you Brits call that shit?
Laundry basket.
Really? Yeah, there ain't no fucking Brits in here, but anyway.
Hey, if you laid something in the bin, would that be bin laden?
Oh,
it might be.
Oh.
No. I'm just curious because it's like I was, I hear, in British vernacular, it's just like the bin. I know what they're talking about, trash can. When they say the bin, they're talking about a trash can. I'm just wondering about like the laundry basket. I'm pretty sure they probably have another word for that.
Well, it turns out they don't have another word. Hey, they don't.
Do they call it the laundry basket?
They do, yeah, exactly.
All right, well, fuck it then.
Hey, Flatty, what word do they have? What word would they use for fornication under the consent of the king over there?
It's the same, man.
It's the same. Yeah, exactly. Aren't we all ruled by kings? I guess. Yeah, pretty much seems that way. Anyway,
we're all ruled by the king of queens, dog.
The king of queens, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what Jeffrey Dahmer's favorite poker hand is? 8 Jack of Hearts.
8 Jack of Hearts. What? Jack of Hearts.
8 Jack. That's his favorite hand. 8 Jack. Get it? Jeffrey Dahmer.
I get it, man. He liked to eat the people. He liked to eat the people. Yummy. Fucking Mongos. Shit. Please help us. Fuck off.
Yeah. Globies, get in here and save us from ourselves. Come on, man.
Hey, you know what the San Francisco waiter hand is in poker? It's a queen with a tray.
There you go. Welcome to San Francisco, man. Hey, man, that used to be like the gay like place. It was like, hey, San Francisco, it's fruits and nuts and yeah.
On a poker hand, I'll take a queen with a tray over anything, man.
Really? You don't like 2-7 offsuit?
I don't even know what the fuck.
Yeah.
You know, if it means something. I was just thinking like fucking 3 of a kind with queen high. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, to be honest.
No, I just meant queen 3, like in Texas Hold'em.
Three threes and a queen.
Queen 3 is queen with the tray.
You got a triple 3 of a kind and a queen.
No,
that's
just the hand.
What I just said. Well, I mean, anyway.
I didn't mean the hand that it played out to you. I just meant your starting hand.
Can we do a poker night on here, man? Is that possible?
Somebody was actually doing it like a couple months ago.
I don't know if it's possible, but bro, I'd love to do that because
somebody was doing it off Discord. Another flat earther, I can't remember who it was.
We should do it in here. We pick a room.
Yeah, we could pick a room. Yeah. If you know,
do it digital.
Unnecessarily how it could pan out, but I mean, if somebody knows how to do it like a game or whatever, we could do it in a room. Sure.
Hey, you know Rakia? He's a professional player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Rakia?
Yeah.
Really? I've never heard of him. I'm a blackjack guy. I do like 5.
I do I'm blackjack.
Yeah, I'm a blackjack guy.
Me too.
But I can do some freaking Texas Hold'em, but I really love blackjack.
Yeah, blackjacks has the best odds in all of gambling.
No way.
Yes, it does. It has a 50.
Not more than poker.
It just depends. It depends on the
single deck blackjack. You can
single deck. Yeah.
Blackjack. Single deck blackjack. 51%.
You have to shuffle every few hands, but yeah.
Every 2-3 hands you got to shuffle.
Yeah, I guess single deck. Yeah.
But a single deck blackjack is very favorable to the gambler. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's good. It's good odds.
Yeah.
Really.
But even it doesn't matter how many decks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many decks.
Pretty good. You just have to know how to play the game. You know. Even
the less decks, the better.
Even if there's yeah, sure, but even if there's 6 decks, I mean.
Yeah, I lived in Las Vegas 4 years, man. I played nothing but blackjack, and I would always seek out the single deck table.
Yeah, they're rarely. It's hard to find one.
Back when I lived there, man, you could find one in almost every casino. Almost.
I don't think they'd even do it anymore.
Not anymore, man. That shit's gone. They got those chutes. Yeah, fuck. They stacked
it's gone for multiple reasons. It speeds up the process of playing too when you have multiple decks. Also, you know what I mean? Gets more hands in per hour.
Yep. I mean, I'll play with a chute, but man, it's tough, man. You still have to stick to the basics. But yeah, I took $20, turned it into 100, and I was good. Yeah, I'll see you guys at the bar. I'm done. But
it's like you have to know when to stop. I mean, even with multiple decks, you can still make some money pretty quick.
Yep, you make it. Well, now it'd be like, if I was going to spend the whole night at the bar like I used to, back $100 would do it back then. And now it'd probably be like
you can go to a blackjack table, make $200 and like 5 minutes, and then freaking walk away. Thanks.
That's it, man. Go have a nice meal, eat, drink. Yeah, be good. But there are days, man. If I couldn't turn my 20 into like something, I'm done, man. I'll see you guys later, man. I'll be at the bar. And back then, it's like 50 cents for a beer. It was like nothing. Yeah, give me a couple beers. That'd be good.
The first time I went to Vegas, it was like you didn't have to buy your drinks.
Dude, I was so hip on all the fucking casinos, man. I knew who give away. Dude, I go and be like getting free drinks and fucking free cigarettes too, and they bring you cigarettes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it was a beautiful thing, man. It was
So, like,
beautiful.
I think I remember like mid-90s, I think is when I was there.
There you go. But yeah,
Holy shit.
all that shit's gone, man. I don't even think they bring you free drinks at the table.
No, not anymore. No, you have to buy all your drinks.
Unless you're at the high rollers table, man. Yeah, you could probably.
Sure, yeah.
They'll bring you drinks, but
Well, the $100.
I mean, the $2, $5 a hand tables. Yeah, fuck. You might get one beer every hour and a half.